Too right now, we are still getting to the right place. I want us to become more consistent.
I feel there is still a lot of room for improvement. As soon as you're satisfied with your performance, you will not improve. We now brought in René as our coach, so we're trying to solve out these problems as soon as possible.
Feel like we're improving at least. Hopefully this will soon turn around and we'll start winning a lot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and along with Martin DeFicio Linger, as we continue our coverage of Week 6. Yesterday, we saw Alliance and SK Gaming further secure their first and second places at the top of the table.
And the games are going to be even more tense as the teams jockey for position in those standings, especially since there's only 5 weeks remaining of the summer split.
Yeah, it is slowly crawling closer to the championships. Let's see how we go. Before, of course, we get into today's matches, let's talk about the big news from yesterday, which was the introduction of the 4.10 patch to the European LCS. First up, something we noticed from the junglers. The Frozen Heart is now being picked up.
Yes, so attack speed reduction is a lot more popular now because we have all these AD carries who need to auto-attack a lot with Vintage and Blade the Ruined King. And of course, because the likes of Jax and Kayle are still being played. So we actually saw Cyanide, Diamond and Svensson all pick it up yesterday. It's not every game, but we will see it against these heavy attack speed comps.
And next, of course, is changes for the AD carries. No more Bloodthirster to begin with. Yep. It's Infinity Edge or the Blade of the Ruined King.
Simple as it is. I mean, Bloodthirster was changed. You can no longer stack it up to 100 AD like you could before. So it's not as good early game. Therefore, we see Infinity Edge. If you want to make sure you can get to this very late game point, as long as you can survive early on, you should be fine. Otherwise, if you want early mid game power, you go for Blade of the Ruined King.
And secondly, of course, or thirdly, I should say, really, the Stealth Bomber. No more. We didn't see him yesterday at all. Caitlyn seems to be back. And also the emergence of Ashe for the first time in 2014 in Europe.
So simply because both AD carries can build Infinity Edge as the first item, and as long as they get to the late game point, they will be very strong in the team fight. So teams are picking them up now, trying to survive to the late game points. And yeah, it is a bit surprising with Twitch not even being picked or banned yesterday, even though he's actually still very strong with Blade of the Ruined King and Ghostblade.
And of course the top lane, well, Renekton is back, the Crocodile in that top lane in all 4 games yesterday.
So there's been some changes. First of all, Dragon is worth more early on, so we could see less lane swaps. Teleport, 40-second longer cooldown, which means, of course, you have to stay longer in your lane. And then lifesteal was reduced, which means champions like Renekton with built-in sustain are going to be stronger in these one-on-ones. So therefore, we will see more Renekton.
We should also not discount ability-powered champions, maybe making an emergence in that top lane. Of course, here are some more of the moments. Yesterday's games, you guys were sending us tweets on Twitter, of course. Well, where else would it be? For hashtag LCS Bigs Plays. First up, of course, was from the Super Hot Crew versus Gambit game and featured some clutch Nami plays. This came from @LOL Objections, and he said not only the bubble, but the clutch Mikael saves Mima from the Requiem in the first place. Kasing is a beast. This, of course, was the third most talked about play. Take it down, Sophie tries to go in towards him. He gets himself the kill and the shutdown bonus, but he gets cleared out by Paler. Jumps in, Cataclysm and flashes out. Requiem comes out. Mima not getting taken so low. But he gets away. The bubble and the heal from Kasing just about survives.
That is such a good bubble from Kasing, managing to prevent the rest of Gambit getting onto Mima.
We just have to say his Nami has been very good the few times we've seen it. I would, of course, have hit every single member of my bubble if it was me playing Nami. Still, though, our next one, it comes in here. And the next one, of course, as I just said, is going to be from Alliance versus Millennium. And it features some very fancy footwork from Curb. And it comes from @Cyranos. He's saying, Curb juked Froggen and the Observer. And this was your second most talked about LCS big play. But they won't be able to get an objective for it. Froggen on his bot lane.
Oh, that is dangerous news here. Froggen actually going to run with the Ghost. Pops the Destiny as well. Gold card will actually lash down to the backside. Curb, though, I think may go down. He dives in. Froggen's going to fall. And Froggen and our cameramen completely confused by that one.
Curb is a god.
think he juked Joe as well. He completely
He
caught
juked
him
everyone. I mean, the cool thing is he just waits for the gold card to be in the air, then he jumps back. He doesn't like just instantly do it, otherwise Froggen would probably have killed him.
There's a dog in the back of the studio who was howling at the pitch that Joe was reaching there. I've got to get it back. I get that reach myself. Of course, last but no means least, it was the incredible play from Froggen in that very same game. This came in from @RedArrow420 and said, it's not luck, it's destiny, with that fantastic ulti from Froggen. It's so well turned out. #LCS big plays, massive play for him. This, of course, was your most talked about moment in the European LCS.
And there is the reveal. They're going to go actually over towards Nip, but he's close to the turret here. Will they be able to lock him up? Going under the tower. Cornex is actually going to go low. Finished off by the gold card. And now Froggen and Tab's going to focus towards Creatine. Have they got the damage? Solar Flare comes down. They do manage to get themselves the second. Can they have the third as well? They will now with a triple kill. It's a triple kill for Froggen.
Fantastic, fantastic stuff from Froggen once again, proving why they're the #1 team.
And also why he's Twisted Fate. First picked was so good in this game here and really helped Alliance win the game. Of course, we want to hear from you guys. Remember to send the big moments from today's matches our way by tweeting to them @LOL Esports along with the hashtag #LCSBigPlays.
So before we head into today's matches, let's take a quick look at the tables. As we mentioned earlier, Alliance are still the table toppers and the ones to beat. 11 wins and 2 losses. They are on an absolute tear right now. 2 games behind them is SK Gaming chasing hard with 9 wins and 4 losses.
Then we have Fnatic and Millennium in a tie for 3rd place with 7 and 6. And the Subar crew at 6 wins and 7 losses right behind them.
We're going to be starting today's matches off with ROCCAT versus Alliance. They're setting up on stage ready to go, and that will be followed by Millennium, who will face SK Gaming.
And after that, we have Fnatic versus the Super Hot crew. Then Gambit Gaming takes on Copenhagen Wolves. And after our matches conclude, stay tuned for the European Challenger Series round of 10 play-ins.
Yeah, so 3 big matches coming up for that one. If you want more information about the teams, the players, videos of past matches, and more, head over to lolesports.com. You can find all of that and more, including today's schedules, where you can vote on the teams you think will win.
Just pick the team you think will come out ahead in each matchup, and we'll tally your choices before the games to see who you actually picked. And to find out how you can join us here in the Cologne studio to watch the LCS live, click on the tickets link at the top of the page.
And at the bottom of each of those pages, you'll find a link to the LOL Esports Twitter. And since we're at the halfway point, we'd like to tell us which teams will finish in the top 3 in the European LCS and why.
I guess saying Alliance and SK are the easy ones. Question is, who's going to get the 3rd spot?
Who is going to join them?
Fnatic or Millennium? Maybe. I can even see someone like Gambit come up here and actually take the spot in the end.
Well, at the end of today, that will be the halfway point, the 14 matches. Still a lot to play for.
True, very true. Of course, we want to hear your answers, so send them to us at lolesports.com and use the hashtag LCS, and we'll check out the responses and shocks. We'll read our favorites on air a bit later in the day.
So let's get the games underway, ladies and gentlemen, as ROCCAT go up against the top of the table, Alliance. The last time these teams met, Alliance came out on top with Froggen pulling out Anivia for the first time this split. However, ROCCAT were on top in that game for the first 20 minutes with a kill lead, a gold lead, and a tower lead. Everything was working out for them until they made one big mistake. They went into Alliance's jungle, where Alliance cleaned up and capitalized on it, turning that misstep into a victory. It was a big, big turning point. Yesterday, of course, SK Gaming against ROCCAT never really got going. They were very passive in the lane phase, which led into a tricky fight for them, and they just got out-positioned by their opponents. The problem is now they face an even tougher opposition in the form of Alliance, and they're really going to need to step it up.
And it was a very big issue for them yesterday, the comp they actually picked, because it seems like they were outpicked in Champ Select. They got outscaled. They also lost all the team fights throughout the entire game, so they never really had anything to do in the game. It was a bit of a weird ROCCAT performance. And I have to talk about Celaver a little bit, because he played Lucian against Candy Panda and Caitlyn here. And on Lucian, he decided to build Infinity Edge into Trinity Force. Now, this is a very, very slow build, which means you never really get a point where you're going to be a lot stronger than Caitlyn, where you can punish her for being weak in the mid game. And instead, you're just going to get outscaled in the late game anyway, so he didn't actually manage to do anything with his build. So I would like to see him change it up, unless, of course, he gets a very good start today, and then he can go towards his very expensive Infinity Trinity Force build. An option could be the Bladed Ruin King and Ghostblade, like we saw Reckless do yesterday, where you just destroy everyone in the mid game.
Well, Alliance, as you mentioned, are still top of the table, and with another solid win yesterday over Millennium, they don't look to be slowing down anytime soon. They have multiple tactics available to them, and so far have been able to execute them all very well. If you look at the team as a whole, there just does not seem to be a weakness in them right now.
No, and once again, they had a different comp. And it's just so hard to predict what they're gonna play. We keep talking about it. I mean, Froggen, he first picked Twisted Fate because now LeBlanc has been changed. She's no longer silent on her Q, so it's an easier matchup for Twisted Fate. And you can actually pick him into pretty much anything and farm, and then just help your side lanes. You won't kill anyone by yourself in the lane, but you can help everyone else. And overall, it just seemed to me like Alliance adapted really well to 4.10 because there were new champions, new items, and they just look strong as ever.
And of course, when you think Alliance, everybody does think Froggen, but Tabs once again had another fine performance on Caitlyn, who appears to be becoming very popular amongst the AD carriers with some of the new builds.
Yeah, so the cool thing about Tabs was he was very vocal on social media about what's good in 4.10, what's not so good anymore, which champion should you play. Caitlyn was one of them. He picked it yesterday in the 1-3-1 split push Alliance had, with Wicked in top lane. Froggen was pushing mid lane. He just sat in the mid lane farming all day long here. And he actually built Scimitar as his third item and Bloodthirst as the fourth item, and it was meant as defensive items now against Leona, against LeBlanc here, so he didn't die in the team fights. And overall, he just looks so good on Caitlyn, and he proved to me, I think pretty much every viewer as well, that he's one of the best AD carries, if not the best AD carry in Europe at the moment.
Absolutely, definitely stepping up for his team. Of course, Roccat come into this match knowing that they need to shut down Froggen to have a shot, but they also know how difficult it can be for a team that has played together for so long to adapt to changes in the playstyle.
Rocket is doing a little worse than they're supposed to do, but I don't think Rocket was a top team.
I think they were a bit lucky last season as well with the meta, and I think it fits them really good. But they were pretty slow in adapting to the new meta, and they were kind of sloppy.
There are things we know we should improve, but it's so hard because we play for so long time together that we're just used to that things that shouldn't be happening, and it's really hard to improve on such matters.
In Alliance, obviously, Playmaker and the guy who is doing everything is Froggen. I think we need to shut him down to manage to win versus them.
I think it's all about the mechanics. Like, he always can win the game even if the matchup isn't that good for him, and he's just good.
Overpower is a really good mid player, and he likes to play with champions. For example, they try to counter OP champions with out of the meta picks. Like last season, they tried to counter a 6 with a Talon, which is just terrible matchup for Talon.
Oh, Talon getting locked in for Overpower.
Stuff like that is just like really bad pick and ban and preparation from their side. We are not aiming yet for the first or second place. We are aiming for like 4th. We were at the last place like 2 weeks ago, so small steps.
Well, small steps indeed, and if you think back to the playoffs, Roccat did take down Alliance 2-0, so they know they have it in them, but they're aiming for 4th place right now. We'll see how it works out for them. So let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Roccat. That means, of course, Xaxus is in that top lane, Jankos alongside him in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celaver in the AD carry role, and Vander on support.
And on the red side, we do have Alliance with Wicked up in the top lane, Sugar as the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Taps as the AD carry, and of course Nif is on support.
So let's check in and see how you guys at home predicted this match will play out. According to the votes, you think Alliance will beat Roccat by 79%.
So heavy favorites once again, but still people actually believing in Rocket here. And I think, just judging from what Alliance said here in their pre-game video, talking about how they don't like the pick and ban phase from Roccat, they think like the meta doesn't really fit them at the moment. If they take them too lightly, they might go in here and be surprised.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Pick and ban's going to be coming in a moment. We talked about how differences we saw in Europe. Of course, OGN has been on this morning. We've seen some very different styles. A lot of AP champions in the top lane now. Kayle in there, Gragas in there, along with the Lulu.
So Kayle we see often here, but the Gragas is a new one. And then we see a lot of Rengar jungle in Korea. In Europe here, it's like Lee Sin, and Evelyn. Pretty much every game, here's Rengar. He comes in.
We'll see how it works out for them. See whether anyone's adapted overnight. Maybe pulled out something new. Maybe they're just going to try and reserve it. We're in a well. Who knew? Who knew? We're going blind pick. It's the new meta for the European LCS.
And there's Anivia.
They've gone with every champion that they're hoping to get, but we'll see how it works out.
MF support.
That's going to get remade. Well done, whoever made that game and set that one up. Taco Storm.
I believe it was Taco Storm. Yeah.
I'm looking at you, buddy.
Oh, man.
So that game is going to get reset. Sadly, I don't think we're going to see Anivia for Frog.
No, and
probably
MF support,
not going to happen.
no. Well, it gives us some time at least to talk about the... I'm just going to join the game over here. To talk about the picks and ban phase, actually. Twisted Fate might be a possible ban for Rocket if they don't know how to deal with it from Froggen's side. Or we could potentially see the likes of Pantheon or Talon mid for Overpower if he feels like he has some counter ready for the Twisted Fate.
We'll see how it works out. Will we see the AD carries? Will Caitlyn be that focus? Of course, yesterday, as we mentioned, we've seen non-stop Sullivan going towards Lucian as the AD carry. Well, Tabs already knows the counter to that. He saw SK doing the exact same thing yesterday. He was just like, I'll take Caitlyn, and that seemed to work very well yesterday.
And it works if Lucian decides to build the same.
Yeah.
If he builds Infinity into Trinity Force and Infinity into Static Shift, and he doesn't get a good start, he won't really get the power spike against Caitlyn, where he's going to be stronger in these mid-game team fights. Therefore, the Caitlyn pick will outscale him and just do more in the late-game fights. It's what we saw yesterday, where Tabs played Caitlyn. So if it's the same matchup, I want to see Sellout change up his build, unless, again, he gets a perfect start, gets a lot of gold early on, then he can go towards Infinity Edge.
Earlier on, we talked about how Renekton was in every single game. He actually only won one of them, if I recall, which was
Wicked
when Wicked played it against the Jax. But talking about career, the fact that they've moved to the Mobility Power Champions, maybe it's stronger because the Dawn's Blade's been nerfed and taken down a little bit.
Changed, yeah.
Wicked doesn't adopt that well to these sort of things.
True. I think Renekton could also be a ban. Both top laners want him.
He has already proven he can play Kayle. We'll see whether it gets through. Twisted Fate, Morgana being banned out. Morgana, I think, banned out almost every game yesterday. I'd have to fact check that one. Ziggs also taken away. We'll see how that works out for him.
So Twisted Fate, Rocket clearly doesn't feel like they have a counter pick ready, so they ban it away from Froggen, and also Renekton actually towards Wicked here. So Jax is open, should be the choice then for Xaxus. Is a bit harder to play Jax now, but we can talk more about it once we actually see the matchup.
Yeah, Renekton and, as you mentioned, Jax being picked up. That means, well, we'll see what he falls back to. Will it be Shyvana for him? With that Kayle taken away, it's actually locked Wicked in a bit of a bind. He does know Aurelia versus Jax matchup.
Aurelia,
that's a possibility.
So 4.9, it was a bit of a hard matchup for Aurelia, but there was outplay potential. Wicked, of course, is a guy who knows Aurelia in and out here. In 4.10, where sustain means more, Aurelia actually is going to be a very good champion because she has her own built-in sustain.
Of course, fast lock-ins coming through. We did see, of course, Nami being picked up for Nif. We saw how effective Nami has become as almost the de facto go-to support now that Morgana gets taken out there. Lee Sin for Shook. We've seen Shook doing some amazing Lee Sin plays over the time, but a very, very fast lock-in for Lulu for Rocket this time around.
Yeah, so we've actually seen Lulu top lane a few times for Xaxus, but this time around with Jax, it should either be for support, don't expect it, or just mid lane for Overpower here. I feel like he really wants to pick Lulu, and then maybe go heavy late game for Rocket, and then you have Lulu with all the utility, and you have a Jax and now a Caitlyn logged in, just going crazy in the late game here. So Alliance need to look for either some very strong laners and try and shut down Rocket early on, or want to try and counter the late game themselves.
So big change for Sullivan. However, if memory serves correctly, Caitlyn used to be his main champion before Lucian became predominant. This is the first time in a long time, though, that he's obviously taken an AD carry over Lucian when it's available.
And it really shows how strong these AD carries in Europe think Caitlyn is at the moment, and how much they think they can do for her. And the Caitlyn thing is always, you're strong in the laning phase, then your mid game is kind of meh, but then your late game is very, very strong once again. So you have kind of this spike up and down here, and if Tabs locks in this Cockmore, I actually think it's a very strong pick in 4.10.
Indeed, and speaking of 4.10, over in Korea this morning, Cockmore was banned out heavily.
Yeah. So the thing is, he's one of the only AD carries who's not affected by the changes because he didn't build Bloodthirster anyway, and he swapped it around. So it's gonna be Lucian. Let's see how he decides to build him.
Soon. And again, Thresh available, and they're choosing to go around it. Thresh would have worked very well, but instead, Lucian, and let's not forget, Wicked's Aurelia is in there.
Yeah, so he did pick the Aurelia into Jax. Again, it was a matchup in favor of Jax. However, there was always room for outplay for Aurelia. If you dodge around the counter-strike from Jax, and then once it's actually down, you go towards him, you activate your W, and you just destroy him for a few seconds where he won't be able to hit back on you, and therefore Aurelia can actually outplay the Jax. And then, of course, with the sustain changes, benefits her.
Jankos may well be falling to the champion that's worked the best for him, honestly, during the spring split, which was Elise. And of course, Vander, with Thresh available, is choosing to go Leona. So Thresh really seems to have fallen away from favor for the supports.
Overall, I actually think there's just a lot of viable supports at the moment,
Yeah.
and it depends on the player itself, who he wants to play. This time around, Rocket are looking at their comp and saying, so we have Caitlyn, we have Jax, we have Lulu. So we already actually have some potential to dive in with Jax and Lulu with Wildgrove. Let's add in another champion who can join in and just jump on the lines, destroy them as soon as possible in these fights here. So they have Leona going in with Jax, with Wildgrove. You have multiple options now to engage fights for Rocket, but still, they really want to go to this late game point with both Jax and Caitlyn.
Well, it's been a long time since I saw Froggen playing Orianna. Faker played it this morning. Maybe he got inspired by that. No, I know for a fact Froggen watches just about every little bit of League of Legends he can, along with playing it. And of course, what do we think? Okay, take up the two team comps. Rocket actually have a pretty damn good one, but so do Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance doing the same thing here. They didn't want to risk having to win early on, so they picked very strong late game champions themselves. Irelia, often people will say she's actually better in late game teamfights than Jax, but Jax is better at one-on-one split pushing here. So teamfight wise, Alliance will look very strong for late game. Also with Orianna scaling up so well to the late game point. And also with a very good early game actually, Orianna should be able to outfarm Lulu in a one-on-one lane. Therefore, Alliance looking very good with the picks here and adapting to what Rocket were picking. Because Rocket showed very early on with both Jax, Caitlyn and Lulu, they were really looking for some late game points here.
And both of the top laners keeping that teleport on as well. So, which team had the best picks? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag RockWin or hashtag AllWin. And we'll check out the results from in the game. Overall, Alliance, of course, were 79% favored coming into this game. What do we think? Do you think they got a 79% advantage in that pick and ban phase?
Well, I definitely like the team fight setup for them late game. With Irelia, with Orianna, both so strong in team fights, and of course Lucian, who can be safe by himself. Add in Nami, double CC. I mean, there's a lot of options for them to both start fights here, but also overall just outplay Rocket in the team fights. And Rocket, of course, can split push with the Jax if they get to this late game point. If not, then I think Alliance definitely is in charge of the game.
Well, of course, we saw Rockat's win streak get taken down yesterday by SK Gaming. That was a 4-game win streak. Alliance are on I believe, a 5-game win streak of their own, of course, since they lost to Gambit a few weeks back and broke that record. We'll see if they can set any new ones, but at the moment, Roccat are in their way. They're 11-2 at the top of the table, but Roccat are desperate for victories. They said themselves they're really only aiming for 4th place in the table. They're going to have to keep getting some wins to try and sustain that spot that currently Millennium and Fnatic hold. So, Alliance setting out. No incredibly new stuff coming out from either team. No wards actually being picked up early on here. We'll see whether they do try and get those early wards in. Surprise, surprise, Shook and Jankos find each other and block the ward placement.
So both top laners actually starting with Doran's Blade, even though it was changed. So now it gives lifesteal instead of HP per hit. And it's a big deal for the top lane bruisers, because normally you got 5 HP back per hit. This is a lot early game compared to lifesteal. You need 167 AD before you get 5 HP back per hit. Which means Doran's Blade late game is good, but in the early stages you have a lot less sustain, and it should be in favor of Wicked because he's Irelia, he can heal by himself, where Xaxus will need to auto-attack a lot more than before to actually sustain himself.
5 gold advantage for Shook there as he smited down one of those little spiders. It was 5 gold that he picked up. Yes, it was.
It's about sending a message.
It's sending a message. I took out your little spider. So, will they go for an invade? That is the question. You can see Xaxus and Jankos up here in the top. They do have, of course, Wicked in there. And actually, there's movement from Shook. I'm wondering if he's going to stick around. No. I think he's trying to sell a dummy by walking past that ward and going down.
And we also need to see this bot lane matchup here, because Nami will automatically make your AD carry very strong in trades, because you put the E onto your AD carry, he gets the extra damage on auto attacks here. And of course, Vander and Leona, he needs to go all in if he wants to actually go in and poke or start a fight. He can't just sit back and poke like Nami can do, or like Taps can do with the E from Nami. So therefore, if Alliance can dodge around and make sure they don't get hit by Vander, they should be able to poke onto Selavar quite a lot.
So, Jankos is starting out. That red buff. Meanwhile, of course, you do see this bottom lane pairing. Selavar and Vander, they've had a good pairing, and honestly, Rocket used to be so nailed on at getting first blood. We'll see how Tabs and Nif deal with them on this Lucian-Nami combo. So far, it seems that Rocket are the ones to push forward, of course. trying to get that level 2 first, which is all important for AD carries.
Yeah, and we saw just Leona go down with her E as first spell and just use it through all the minions as soon as the wave arrived, so Caitlyn could just clear it and they could actually get the push going. However, it's going to be about the next few minions going down here who gets the early level 2.
And we'll see how Tabs builds, of course, on this Lucian setup. See whether that tower hit's going to take him down. One is going to finish off that, no problem. CSY is very even between these two. No differential. Big differential in the top lane, however, is between Xaxus and Wicked. It's 11 and 4 already. Wicked is going to clear out that wave on the tower, but he's already far behind against his Jax.
Yeah, so both top lane and bot lane here for Rocket pushing very hard early on. Xaxus went straight to the minions, did the same thing, just pushed it in, got the early level 2, so Wicked were forced to go back to his tower and just wait for the minions to arrive so he could pick them up here. Means he lost a few minions under the tower, and Xaxus with a very good start so far on Jax.
He's making sure he keeps himself even. We'll have to keep our eye on this as it develops and see how they're going to skill out. Wicked, of course, was fairly vocal when I believe it was Darian that played Aurelia up against a Jax before, and he said it's really a tricky matchup, so I'm interested to see how it develops. You also saw him in the video, of course, last week saying, I am very worried about this Jax pickup. And again, he's going to have to face it. We see both junglers in this mid lane, then looking to set up for ganks.
And we often see Shook go mid early on. He wants to get Froggen going as fast as possible, and Overpower pushing the lane very far up here again. Rocket playing very aggressive in the lanes, opening up for Shook to try and set up a gank if he wants to. Jankos, though, up in his top lane. Wicked is now the guy pushing.
Unseen in the tri-bush. Wicked actually heading down. Careful. Oh, he's well out of position now. Puts the ward down. Jankos is definitely going to force going towards it. Xaxus is playing this one very coy. That counter-strike will land. The stun comes in. The cocoon comes in. He's going to try and use the blade surge onto Jankos. Jankos comes through. Wicked's well down. No, he survived.
Suddenly back the wave.
Stuns him in tower range, and they didn't have the follow-up. Wicked should have gone down there. Great play.
Xaxus thought he was already dead. I actually think he thought Jankos could get the last hit, but then Wicked stuns Jankos. Xaxus already backed away, so didn't manage to get the first blood here. Now Wicked can teleport back to lane. Only lost a few minions, and a flash, of course.
And he's also got double Doran's Blade now in that top lane, so he can actually try and be a little bit more abusive to Xaxus and maybe try and bully and send him back. Shook comes in the mid lane, tries to go towards Overpower, doesn't quite get the lock on around him, and didn't really have the damage to follow through. Took a few too many tower hits. Bubble landing on towards Celiva, followed by a Zenith Blade from Vander going in towards it. The AD carries the trade him, and Nif is going down. First blood will come in. No! He gets the heal back on himself. Meanwhile, back to the AD carries. Taps on towards Vander. Celiva taken low as well. Back and forth action, but still nobody going down between the two teams.
So we saw it all in here for Rocket onto Nif. He managed to actually get away and instead taps. Just stood there, did damage to Celiva, switch over to Vander. But a lot of fights here early on. Mid lane, Flash is gone now from Overpower because Shook came in. Top lane, of course, Wicked without the Flash. But then bottom lane here, both support used every summoner.
So it's almost seen a SOAS build coming out of Overpower on that Lulu. You can see triple Doran's Blade. Meanwhile, Shook actually just taking down the large golem off the side, maybe looking to come down towards his bottom. There's no ward in this tri-bush, so I believe he's got in unseen so far. It's all about the Aqua Prism from Nif now. Can he land it? Doesn't look like it.
No, you actually see him put the E onto himself, want to auto tag onto Vander, slow him, then land the bubble, but he was very close to the tower. He knows, okay, I have no flash at the moment, I need to be careful. Nif needs to be the same though.
He's waiting a long time in this bush. Now he's going to step away. Now he's going to get spotted by the ward, and actually Jankos coming around here may try and go for a gank of himself because Alliance don't actually have any vision in that river area. It seems he will both step away. To past, of course, the golems realize that there could have been Shook nearby, so they're not going to risk it.
So mid lane matchup again. We just talked about the triple Dawn's ring onto Overpower here. It should mean he's going in for Morello Nomicon. Athene's, of course, was nerfed a bit here in 4.10. Less magic resist, 15 removed, and also some of the mana region is gone. Therefore, Morello Nomicon is a great option. It's cheaper, it gives more AP as well, and as long as you have the Dawn's rings, you should be able to sustain yourself. Froggen, though, on Orianna will need all the mana region from Athene's, therefore he will go towards
Wicked playing a little different on Xaxus there. Took a few too many tower stuns and hits there. Not too sure what the plan was, trying to bait him into something. I'm not sure what, but he did have the level advantage. However, this mid lane pair, Froggen, of course, on Orianna, up against a Lulu for Overpower. It's not a matchup we've seen for a while, honestly. Of course, this is going back to Toys when he used to play Orianna in the Season 2 World Championships. Froggen, how do we see this balance in this mid lane? Because, well, I mean, both of them kind of need to get a lot of farm, but Overpower kind of on Lulu is a bit of a lane bully.
Well, the thing is, she was a lane bully until it changes to her Q, where she couldn't get double Q onto her target any longer. Therefore, she actually now is more of a I need to just farm as much as possible in my lane and get to team fights where I'm very, very strong. Orianna, she's good in laning phase, therefore it is expected for Froggen to be slightly ahead in CS, and it's basically what we're seeing here. He's just farming pretty well, and Overpower trying to do his best of just picking up as much farm as possible.
We'll see how that one develops. Top laners have backed away, and well, I'd say Zaza's backed away and got himself a build towards the Phage, got himself the second Doran's in there as well. You can see Wicked's going the same route, so it looks like a potential Triforce opener for both of these top laners rather than a Blade of Rune King for Zazas.
So it's smart enough to go straight into Triforce, especially for Aurelia. We often see it again here. Jax, I mean, if you go Blade of Rune King first on 4.9, you had a lot more sustain, but now with the Triforce for him, he's gonna try and be able to duel Wicked for as long as possible. And again, he wants to just farm up, he wants to complete the Blade after the Triforce, and then just become this monster in one-on-one split push, where Wicked, of course, might look to build more tanky after the Triforce and focus on team fights where Aurelia is stronger than Jax.
Blue buff pick up for Overpower, blue buff spawning for Alliance. We'll see Froggen step off to the side in a moment. It doesn't look like anyone's going to try and interrupt that play either. So he's going to head over there. Both AD carriers, actually Sullivan did back off and get himself a second Doran's Blade, but hasn't built into a major item just yet. They're both storing up their gold. I can tell you there's 2,200 gold stacked out on tabs right now, 1,600 for Sullivan. So it seems, unless there's going to be a quick change to Blade of the Rune King, that actually tabs might go for Infinity Edge as well.
Yeah, looks like it for now. Otherwise, he would have preferred to come back earlier, picked up the Cutlass here and trying to bully Celavar a little bit. But of course, just waiting in the lane is not necessarily bad for him. If he can farm enough to actually get the Blade of the Rune King, it's going to be great because it's cheaper than the Infinity Edge, and he's going to have this time now until Infinity Edge will be completed on Celavar, where he's a lot stronger in one-on-ones. But we need to see what happens once they actually go back. And both junglers once again, Jankos once again, moving towards this bot lane here.
Well, they've got a pink ward in that bush, so they have clear vision. Jankos knows that he's safe, but it seems that with that wave push right up, they're not going to be coming out of that tower zone anytime soon. Jankos just deliberating and waiting a little bit of time in that bush right now. Now they're going to step forward, but look at that. They're already pinging it. They're saying, pretty sure someone's here.
Overpower moving towards this top lane. There was a pink ward from Rocket, so he wasn't spotted. I even used the sweeper lanes in the bush to see if there's any wards in this river point here. So all the way up to this top lane. Might want to dive onto Wicked.
It's tricky to
He's
die.
full HP though, yeah.
For Aurelia, and you can see he's already put a good turnaround of damage onto Zazas. That immediately was over. I was like, nope, no chance. Backing away. My tower's also being pressured. You can see the
It's a bit of a weird move.
Wave had been pushed in by Froggen. He didn't. Well, unless he loses CS in that mid lane, he didn't lose too much by making that move and making potential play.
True, so he lost a little bit here, but still diving a full HP Aurelia, even without your jungler. Oh, Vander going in!
This has been a long, hard-waited battle. For Nif will catch on towards him. He's going to go down. First blood will come in from Jankos. They made it count, but Jankos was there for a full minute.
He was waiting around for a long time. He even moved away a little bit, then moved back to this lane here, just waiting to set up a kill. And Shook has actually just been farming. He was running from base, but just way too late, so they could pick up the kill here. Jankos also getting the first blood.
Well, it was a ulti used. That's going to be the solar flare down. Celavar getting caught out. Shook goes in for this one. What in the hell was that? Teleport being used by Wicked, but that was crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
This just about sums it up. Now Jankos may be in trouble. Wicked jumps on towards him, has got that Sheen completed. It does stop the dragon for now. That is about all I can say about it.
Did stop the dragon. Wicked did use the teleport, didn't actually cancel it in the very end. So yeah, I guess worth it for Shook to actually stop the dragon by sacrificing himself. Unless, of course, Rocket can just pick up the dragon later on, and then it would just been a free kill over to Rocket.
Well, I mean, unless he was just like, yeah, I'll come and I'll teleport in. And then
it was
Shook maybe went in.
It was always the plan.
There's nothing for me to teleport. You need to put a ward down. I can't jump onto nothing.
Froggen was moving from the mid lane. Nif was moving from the bot lane once he actually jumped in, and then they waited for teleport here. But as you just said, there was no ward for Wicked to teleport to, so he came in too late. Had to put down the ward instantly. Wicked had started teleport instantly. Could have potentially set up a kill or two, and maybe the dragon, which probably was the idea for Alliance.
Well, speaking of dragon, it's a fairly delayed one. We saw some fast ones yesterday. At the moment, though, 12 minutes in, and with the teleport down for Wicked, this would be a fine time for Rocket to start this one out because Zazas has his teleport. There is a ward, there is vision for Alliance, but I'm not sure Rocket can go for it just yet. Send his blade, not catch it.
You also see the position from Zazas. He actually moved all the way down into his own tower, waiting to see, am I going to teleport in? For now, he's just going to go back because they actually stopped the dragon again. Alliance staying around Tabs can quickly join in from this bottom lane, Frog the same, and Wicked actually moving from this top lane now because there's no teleport.
He's going to get spotted, he sees the wards, they know he's going for it, but Solar Flare catches on Shook once again, Aqua Prison locks him up, the jungler goes down, that's the dragon for Rocket.
And it's such a good comp they're using here, Rocket. They have Vander starting the fights every single time. Jankos then follows up with Cocoon, you have a lot of CC, and you just kill the first target you can actually land. And now on to Nif.
Oh, Nif got out now, puts out the wave, both lands the Aqua Prison, but you can see Overpower catching on towards him, there's enough damage there. They're going to try and turn this fight back around. Now Froggen's getting focused on. The Cocoon does not land from Jankos, Shockwave pulls him in, not enough damage. Ace in the hole comes out from Russelva, and again they force him away, but still, the dragon is not taking it yet.
Yeah, Alliance, they keep going in to try and stop Rocket and Vander every single time. He's the guy engaging onto them. You see here 1 kill and also picked up multiple assists. He's been part of every kill so far. Always him going in, landing the CC, followed up by the rest of Rocket, and they get another kill here. And Alliance, every time they spread out, they just get punished.
Well, the delay on that Blade of the Rune King from Tabs has finally come through. Good culling coming out, actually putting a lot of damage back down on towards Sullivan. Sullivan himself going for that Infinity Edge, of course, as you would do on Caitlyn. We'll see who has the stronger power right now. You can see Tabs, of course, bullying Sullivan out of lane.
Yeah, so Tabs should be stronger now, and if he decides to go Ghost Blade as the second item, then he's gonna have some minutes where he's a lot stronger than Caitlyn in fights until Caitlyn completes the Static Shift or Phantom Dance and can then start doing some damage back here. But also up in this top lane, both of them trading, but they're farming. Very equal.
Well, Wicked's ultimate is up any second now, so he will be able to clear out that entire wave, no problem. That's just come off cooldown, but again, now the Alliance are moving in, and Rocket are way too late to respond to this one. Teleport coming in. Xaxus is going to join the party, but that dragon has gone down already. Can they try and turn it into kills? Shook tries to get away, Safeguard's out, he's going to get locked in, so it's 1 kill down. Now Nif in trouble. He's trying to get it out of the danger, but he's going to get taken down. 1 more hit should do it. Sullivan closes that out. It's 2 kills or a dragon.
And now Xaxus needs to get back to this top lane here. Wicked is pushing. No teleport, of course. He stayed in this top lane. Blue buff should go over to Rocket and got 2 kills. Alliance, though, managed to pick up the dragon.
Well, that tower doesn't look like it's going to go down anytime soon, so that will stand its ground for now. There is a wave of minions coming in. Xaxus should be back in time to defend it. So in terms of gold, you can see it's still fairly even, despite the fact it's 6-0 to Rocket. This tower's going down in the bottom lane.
And the big difference is really in the mid lane here. 167 CS onto Frog, and now up to 170. Really farming well, destroying actually Overpower in terms of farm, and therefore also keeping the gold fairly even, and also with the dragon as well. Now tower went down, Rocket picked up some gold.
So cast your mind back to the last time these teams played. 20 minutes in, Rocket had a fine advantage. They were 4-0 in that game as well, and also had taken the dragon. They had good map coverage, but they went a little too deep, a little too aggressive, and it backfired on them, so they have to really keep that in their mind right now. And as you mentioned, in his mid lane, Froggen is being fairly quiet. That's all he's got to do. He's got his Athenes already. He's just farming up right now to make sure he gets that power spike. Overpower, by the way, he's gone towards an needlessly large rod, so maybe despite the fact, because of course he got them kills, he decided to change his build. Morellonomicon not getting picked up. Shockwave pulls him in. The Aqua Prison does manage to land. Overpower goes down. Shock comes in, and it's a kill for Froggen.
Yeah, kill for Froggen here. Really, really good for Alliance at least. Overpower just staying fairly confident in the lane, keeps pushing it up, keeps clearing the wave and go towards the tower. This time around he got punished because the rest of Alliance were there. And yeah, he picked up the death cap early on. He got some farm, he got some early kills, and therefore he could actually go straight towards it. Or he could just be because he doesn't feel like he needs the mana regen yet, and therefore just went straight for death cap. Because I actually do believe he picked up the large rod some time ago, maybe even before he picked up any kills.
Interesting between the top laner and jungler there, Wicked and Shook. They went both to the golems there, despite the fact they're level 11. Either of them could have probably soloed that one, no problem at all. Shared the gold, shared the experience. So is that Wicked in the top lane saying, if you want me to keep up with Xaxus, you're going to need to give me a little bit of gold?
Could definitely be. I mean, he wants to complete the 24s. If he completes it now, it could be the reason he just... Yeah. So he just needs a little bit of gold, gets the 24s, instant teleports back to lane, just denies the cannon minion as well, and we'll jump him.
He knows he has this slight advantage. He's got that Trinity Force complete, wants to put some pressure back down on, and you can see that Blade Surge taking half the hit points off Xaxus. Xaxus himself will back away. I think...
He can't bite yet. He needs more.
He's just too short. He's too short. He can't get the Triforce
going
coming back.
towards the jungle here. He just needs 200 gold or something more before he can actually complete the Trinity Force.
See if Larry White can give him enough gold to take him back. He's going to take that one down off the side there. So, first kill for Alliance was on Overpower. We'll see whether they can continue that one. Zaz is already he's showing he actually can't go back yet. He doesn't want to go back before that Triforce is ready.
And also his teleport isn't ready yet. Remember, 40 seconds longer cooldown on teleport here in 4.10. So if he wants to wait for the teleport, he has to stay in lane for quite a while before he can actually go back, buy his item and teleport back to lane. Otherwise he's forced to run the entire way back.
Wicked is holding that lane now, making sure, knows that potentially Zazas is nearby. Shook clearing out the wards. Immediately Vander gets replacing ward straight on there, gets himself a red buff.
Look here, Rocket is sending Jankos up to help Zazas get the needed farm. Otherwise he will be zoned away by Wicked because he has the Trinity Force completed. So Jankos now has to go up, babysit Zazas, maybe try and pick up a kill onto Wicked, and then you can get Trinity Force onto Jax.
Wicked's actually showing some signs of aggression, and Gain puts a good hit down on Zazas there, quickly gets the stun down on him, gets caught with a counter-strike, but it wasn't followed up, sidesteps that Cocoon, and Rocket are not going to get themselves a killer here unless they go way too deep and overextend onto the tower. They're just about on the borderline of that tower range.
Just want to push the wave out here. Overpower won't be able to come up and help them because he's in this mid lane, Froggen putting a lot of pressure, so we'll pick up the tower. Very good move by Rocket, and also getting the Trinity Force, of course, onto Zazas. But Alliance responding. Shook is in the bot lane instead, taking the tower.
Taking the mid tower and the bottom tower at the same time. Alliance knocking 2 down with 1 stone. So let's have a quick look through the items. As you can see, Wicked holding out Rocket. I don't think they're going to push much further. If they do, they're in trouble because Froggen was making his way up there. He's going to clear up the raids instead. Alliance in the bottom lane. They're still pushing. They know they have a 3-on-2 numbers advantage.
Yeah, and they knew there would be quite some time before Jankos could even join in case a fight would happen, and also Froggen with all the pressure in his mid lane, so Overpower couldn't join either. So we do see now Infinity Edge completed for Celaver, but we do see Taps going towards the Ghost Blade, so he's really looking to be very strong here in this mid game point and trying to punish Celaver for going this slower build, which of course you have to do on Caitlyn, where you want to get to late game points and then you become really strong.
Well, speaking of slower game punishment, Froggen is currently 2 levels ahead of Overpower. Overpower went for that Death Cap. You can see Death Cap's almost complete. There it is.
Yeah.
Now complete.
So far ahead.
And he's got the Athenes and the Mercury Treads. And you look at Overpower, triple Dorans in a single play. He is struggling right now. He's got 1,200 gold on him, but he's hurting and he's being falling way behind. 240 to 160 CS. Big difference.
And that's of course one of the issues about stacking Doran's rings for mana regen, because again, it doesn't count as a full item in that case, and you're gonna have to sell it in late game anyway. Froggen doesn't, he already has Athenes and Death Cap. Shook going in though.
Good blue steel coming out from Rocket, but you can see Overpower having to use his ultimate to save his life against Shook. They do take the tower down, gives them an advantage. Dragon up in 15 seconds. Are they going to stick around? It looks like they're already backing away. They don't have the timer, remember, because Alliance took it down last time.
And Overpower's recalling now, so you won't be able to join in for the fight. Alliance already here with Wicked as well. Can just go straight for the Dragon with 5 members. Top tower even went down to the minions now. And Overpower, he needs to hurry if he wants to join in for a fight here.
Well, he's got that speed boost that he gets from Lulu. We'll see whether it works out for him. You can see Wicked already in there. There's going to be I can't remember the damn name of it.
Scrying Orb.
The Scrying Orb coming out from Celaver. It does give them vision. They have the timer, but Shook secures the second Dragon for Alliance.
So because Shook went into Overpower, he actually kicked him into the tower again, so he took a lot of damage, forced him to recall. Free Dragon for Alliance. He didn't stay, and therefore Alliance full advantage of it. Getting slightly ahead in gold now, and still, the big thing, it is in this mid lane here, almost 100 CS ahead.
And that works out. So blue buff is completely taken away from Froggen now, because if you saw Jankos had stolen away before, Overpower secures his own. So that's a problem. Shockwave off cooldown, it's a big deal. We'll see how it works out for them. Bottom lane pushing in. Tabs is going to follow that wave in. With Ghost Blade now completed, culling through there, and Celaver himself is chasing on towards it. He's got the start of potentially either a Phantom Dancer or a Static Shift.
Yeah, and if you sit at home now and wonder, Ghost Blade, on a range champion, what's going on here? I wasn't used to seeing it. 4.10 is now 6 seconds for range to active. You get 40% attack speed, 20% movement speed, so you can kite easily, and you also do a lot more damage. At the same time, you get 10% CDR from the item itself, which is very good for an AD carry, and something you normally don't get. You also get 20 armor penetration. Of course, you get some crit, you get some attack damage. Overall, it gives all the stats you want as an AD carry. It's fairly cheap early on, and it synergizes really well with your players of the King, which is now 8% current health you do on the passive every time you hit. So the more attack speed, the more damage you're of course going to do. And on Lucian, it's now all about dashing forward, get your double tap with your passive as many times as possible. It's no longer just about your abilities doing damage, which it was with the old Bloodthirster build early on from Lucian. It's now more about the auto attacks. And as long as you can get everything off in the 6 seconds he activates the Ghost Blade, he's going to do so much damage. Also, the calling, of course, is affected by attack speed, so if you use it while the Ghost Blade is up, you're going to hit even more. Or hit more callings, I guess.
Alliance making strides to make sure they took away all of the vision Roccat had placed in and around the Baron area river. They're actually putting a lot of vision in and around that Baron, so we'll see how that goes out. Tab's got to be careful. He's going to go on towards Xazas, but he fancies this one. Counter-Strike will block those basic attacks from Tabs, but you can see Xazas, he does not want this fight. He's got no vision, does not know what's nearby. Probably expecting Aurelia to pop out, but now he sees Wicked in the bot lane.
Nif was nearby to join in as well for Tabs here in case he needed it. So wisely enough by Xazas backing away. Just look at this goal difference. Froggen been ahead the entire time now. Almost 2,000 goals ahead.
Yeah, dominating that mid lane battle right now between the two. Alliance in 3 members against Roccat. 3 members. Overpower going aggressive. Nif was singled out there. Didn't choose to capitalize on it. It does give them an advantage to push the mid lane turret though. They could try and get some tactical positioning. Shook is going to come around and try and block them away.
And we do see Wicked also on Aurelia, deciding to go tank now after 24. So gonna focus more on team fighting. If you build a second damage item, you could focus on trying to split push, but you don't really want to one-on-one the Jax. We keep talking about it. So he's going to build tank, go towards the team fights instead, get the ball on from Froggen and just jump into the back line, use the ulti from Froggen, and you have an insane engage combo already, followed up by Nami, hitting 1 or 2 members with the bubble tidal wave, and you have some good CC, some good damage from Alliance in these team fights. And we need to see if they want to start forcing something, because Selva at the moment, he's just farming up here. Now he completed Static Shift and Infinity Edge, so that's his power spike, and now he just needs to scale up into late game. He needs, of course, the Last Whisper. Might go towards something like a Bloodthirster if he wants the shield here in late game. We're going to see what he actually wants to build. But still, this is the time where Alliance with Lucian should be able to punish Roccat a little bit, or at least punish Silver in one-on-ones.
Well, the 2 side laners, Wicked and Xazas, are playing a game of cat and mouse. One pushes the top, splits across, pushes the bottom. They're doing vice versa constantly. At the moment, though, they are keeping each other guessing. Let's talk about supports, though, because we were mentioning this yesterday, how supports now have, again, yet another itemization change because the Mikaels is now a lot more expensive. And you can see Aegis Legion being picked up by Nif.
So I would still say Mikaels is worth it on champion like Nami, where the cooldown reduction actually works really well. Still, it's a lot more gold. It's 850 extra gold, I believe, to complete the Mikaels, which is a lot for support, and why you still see it sometimes, but then they delay some other items. And it seems for now Nif doesn't want to build the Mikaels, even though he's against a Leona and Elise, where it would be very helpful. Even a Jax, to be honest.
Yeah, it would make complete sense, but not going to go that route. We'll see how it develops as these item builds keep on stacking out. 25 minutes gone in this game. Still very tight between the two. You can see the gold advantage is mainly just between the 2 mid laners, Froggen and Overpower. Pressure on, Cocoon lands on Nif, not going to get followed up. That spider will skitter its way through. There was a wave pushed up on towards the mid lane. Tabs is going to try and get the remnants of that, cleaning himself up around about 50 gold. As it stands, Dragon's up in 52 minutes time. This is going to be a long posture over a simple Dragon.
Yeah, and both teams really showed they're just waiting for this Dragon fight. I mean, nothing happened the last few minutes. They've just been waiting around for the timer here, farming the lanes, completing some very important items. I mean, Froggen now with Void Staff, he's a whole item ahead of Overpower at the moment here. It's going to mean a lot in team fights, unless Roccat manages to land all the CC onto Froggen and kill him instantly, so he won't be able to do anything. Otherwise, he's going to do so much damage.
But
and even Wicked now.
What I would say from Alliance's point of view is that the build-up to this last 20-30 seconds, they've been off at the sides farming both middle, top, and bottom lanes, whereas Xazas was only pushing the top, whereas all 4 members from Roccat, they were defending that middle ground. They were trying to hold the Dragon area.
And you can see it as well. Selva slightly behind in CS, of course. Overpower been behind pretty much the entire game, but also Xazas now. They were even in CS earlier. Now, falling slightly behind because Alliance are better at finding farm around the map here and also pressuring other lanes while someone is farming. And now they're moving towards the Dragon. It is up. Selva down this bottom lane here. He should really be with his team. Shouldn't be split up now.
Overpower trying to get around the back there. He thought he'd singled out Tabs. Instead, it's going to be Jankos taking the first bit of poke. Pinkwood will get cleared out by Alliance as they keep the vision away. They've got to be careful. Roccat could turn in towards that middle turret. That's exactly what they're doing.
Smart.
They're going to go rush in there. Selva's going to get caught out though. Wicked jumping on towards him. He's not getting out of that one alive. And he goes down. The Dragon's going to get picked up by Alliance. And now they're rushing towards their mid lane. The middle turret, inner turret goes down though. Roccat now they need to make the escape.
And this was a mistake by Selva, but still we need to see what happens here. A lot of members from Roccat trying to just recall. Alliance, they give up, don't want to chase. Instead, Are they moving towards Baron?
They're going for Baron instead. They're going to
They are.
force. They know the Roccat are backing
He's
away,
recalling.
desperately out of position. It's a recall from Zazas. He's
Yeah,
got teleport available. Overpower now realizing something is up.
Genghis
They are
so far
not
away.
visible. Overpower's going to run in. He's got a ward I think he can throw in towards that pit area. But look at this Baron. It's going down so quickly. There's going to be the solar flare catching on towards him. It doesn't matter. Alliance have secured that Baron. Quick wave comes out, catches Jankos. Shook should be able to follow that one through, kicks him in back to his team. And Alliance are just on cleanup duty right now.
So one kill onto Celabar here from Alliance, and then Rocket, they tried to escape. They ran into the jungle of Alliance and started recalling. And Alliance were like, we're not going to chase. We're just going to go straight towards Baron. Rocket completely out of position. That's a Baron, Dragon, and also a mid tower.
Last time they fought, it was a 20-minute mistake. This time they made it to 25 minutes, and a tactical error. Alliance just catched them out of position, and the inhibitor turret now will fall down. Vander goes in, Zenith Blade, they don't care, they're still hitting the turret. Now Shook's in low trouble, he's going to get taken low. Zazas is going to get caught out, he gets dropped down. Froggen picks himself up a kill off the side, and the inhibitor turret goes down. Now Overpower, he's juking, Wicked jumping all over him, having to use everything he can to escape this one. He's going to get stun locked up there. The ultimate from Wicked going to catch him low. Is it quite enough? One more tick. Froggen comes in. He's going to secure the kill. Vander's on there now. Vander's taking low. Froggen gets on towards him. Tabs picks himself up a kill. They're going to ace the Roccat right here, right now. They take him down. He repels. He's got nowhere to go. It's a double for Tabs. And just like that, Alliance turn on the juice and take down an inhib.
And Alliance took full advantage of the fact their mid-game is so strong with this comp here. Jack still needs time, Caitlyn still needs time to build up, and Alliance, they were ready to teamfight. They're really so good in the mid-game. The Blade of the Rune King and Ghostblade build for Taps on Lucian here as well, so they were so much stronger in these mid-game fights. And also, mistakes from Roccat.
Well, they're going for a Nexus turret. They're going to get one down. Can they get the second? The rest of Roccat are only just respawning. You can see Zazas trying to stop this one. Tabs is continuing to hit on that turret. It's almost taken down. It looks like they're going to get away from this one. Zazas taking low. There's the second Nexus turret. They can try and finish the game right here. They're going to back away Cullen. Solar Flare lands onto Tabs. Ace and a hole blocked off. Shook jumps in front of it. And Alliance will disengage and take themselves almost everything from the base. Can they turn it around? There's the wave's going to stop them. Vander gets locked up by a Aqua Prison. And Jankos, he may got to be careful. He could get kicked into Alliance here.
There was ulti on Shook. He decided not to go for it. Alliance back away. So both Nexus towers are now gone. Mid inhibitor as well. It's been some crazy 5 minutes for Alliance, picking up pretty much everything on the map they could actually get. And just looking so strong. I mean, now they can buy us. Look here, there was almost 4,000 gold on Froggen. Look, he doesn't even need money anymore. He's so rich. They can just buy items, move down, force a team fight, and go straight towards the Nexus if they want.
Alliance's decision making is so crisp, it seems right now. A little bit of a high five between Froggen and Tabs there.
Shook all alone. The rest of the members coming out towards him will try and take the red buff. We'll get it. Jump out here. But everything actually starts around the Dragon, where Rocket, they were split up. Celabar was down this bot lane pushing by himself. The rest of the members were around the mid lane. So once Celabar actually moved up to join his team, Wicked just found him. Now Celabar needs to be careful as well.
You can see Nif's going to try and speed on towards him. He will back away there. Dangerous game as he was just strolling up blindly in towards all 5 members of Alliance who now make their way along this bottom lane. What a turnaround this game has been. Roccat, as we mentioned, they had a good start.
Yeah.
It really was only Froggen that had a big lead over them. But just one little error has caught them out. And again, Jankos, he's repelled. He's got nowhere to fall this time around. He's going to drop straight in there. You can see Shook's gone deep on this one. Maybe a little too deep. Zazas is going to catch on towards him. Tower hits on Shook still, which means the rest of the team are going unhindered under that tower. You can see Froggen comes in, pulls a shockwave, pulls them straight back in. Vander does not go down. Wicked dives on towards him. There's going to be one. There's two. Celabar going down. Zazas going to get right the wave on towards it. And they just move on in. It's a double for Froggen as he collects some points. The Aqua Prison bouncing Jankos in the air. And the Nexus will fall down. Alliance continue their win streak in the top. They want to get that point. And Wicked dives on the fountain and secures the kill on Overpower. Fantastic performance by Alliance once again. They are now 12-2 at the top of the table.
So a bit of a slow start from Alliance, just farming in the lanes here, waiting till they got a few items before they even wanted to start team fighting. And then just one mistake by Rocket, Celabar out of position, Alliance kills him. And from there, it was just a series of mistakes from Rocket, giving up the Baron for free, even though there was 4 members still alive from Rocket here. And then Alliance is pushing down towards this mid lane here, winning another team fight, getting both Nexus towers, going back here, just picked up so much gold. And then the last fight, it was just a matter of time before they would win.
Well, I said at the start of the game, I don't remember the last time I saw Orianna for Froggen. It's been a while ago, that's for sure, but 6-0-6 performance, nearly 100 CS ahead of Overpower towards the end of that. Fantastic once again, pulls out yet another champion, and we talked about it at the start of the show, you know, how versatile this team really is and how well they perform. Even though they get different pick and ban phases, different times around, they get taken out of the comfort zone, but they react again perfectly.
And it's often built around whatever Froggen decides to pick in his mid lane. I mean, there was a Nivea. We've seen Lulu when they went with the whole Lulu Shyvana comp and they had taps on a hyper carry and just protected taps in team fights in the start of the season. Then we have seen Twisted Fate, now Orianna coming in, such a strong team fight comp here from Alliance. And once again, they know how to play all these champions. They have a lot of comfort picks, and that's why it's so hard to play against them. And that's also why the rest of the team can expect everyone to know how to play exactly like they should in the lane. They know exactly what they want to build here in 4.10. We see Taps against Caitlyn this time around, just going straight Blade Rune King, Ghost Blade, very strong in the mid game, stronger than Caitlyn in the mid game, and also where the rest of Alliance was stronger, and they could just win the game.
Laying down the damage, and of course, he was that strong, he went back and bought an Infinity Edge flat out.
True.
Crazy, crazy stuff. That's how much gold he managed to build up there. Let's talk about the top lane as well, quickly. Jax versus Aurelia once again. Wicked, we see him back on his signature champion and doing a fine job.
Yeah, very even matchup now with the sustained advantage for Aurelia, where Jax is getting hit a bit by the Dawn's Blade. Normally, you're actually going to see either Dawn's Shield or Flask now on Jax to sustain himself early on. But they were very even in farm until in the very, or let's say the mid-game part, where Sasus were delaying his Trinity Force a little bit. He didn't have enough gold, and he tried to find some farm, but Wicked just kept sitting in his top lane, kept picking up farm, while the rest of the team were pressuring elsewhere on the map here. So he got ahead, further ahead, we could say, in gold, and therefore also were stronger in these fights, like Aurelia should be.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Let's get some words of wisdom over on the stage as Shox is standing by with Nif.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eva Shox supporter, as you said, joined here by Nif for some words of wisdom. Let's start at the beginning of the game. At any point did you panic when you were down actually 6 kills, or did it all stay calm?
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating. The matchup was really bad for our favor on bot lane, so if you give up the first kill, it would just snowball pretty hard. But we kept in the game farming really well, and Froggen did a really good job as well with getting all the camps. And I think we weren't that far behind, and we said it as well that we could fight for it. And then we got a good pick on the Lulu, and that kept us back in the game because we could get the first strike for that, and then the next one, and we just could snowball. And then we have a really, really strong team fight with that comp.
So at what point do you decide, now we can go back and now we can go all in? Is it a certain someone getting a certain item? Is it a certain thing that happens? Or when do you decide, okay, we got this now?
It's a mix of both. If you pick someone like the Lulu, then you know, okay, we are stronger. Or when you finish certain items like the Death Cap on Orianna, it's like a huge power spike. And then you know you're just stronger than the enemies.
All right, now 12-2 Alliance, and in all the recent patches, actually, you seem to have found your form. What for you stands out about this patch for support? What's your favorite change?
You could actually see that it changed a lot, and you see that healing supports might come back, but then on the other side, you have like hard counters like Leona with Ignite. When they kill you once, you die. So if you manage to survive it, then it's actually cool, and maybe Sona will come back, one of my favorite champions.
All right, well, maybe she will. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And we're going to leave Summoner's Rift behind us for just a second, but when we come back, we're going to break down this game, and SK takes on Millennium. Don't go anywhere.
I need to shower. I mean, I need to shave. I'm getting a neck beard, dude.
How are you getting a neck beard? You don't even have any beard.
No, look, there's like...
Damn. Oh my god, Jeff. No, that's pretty much nothing. There's just like 3 hairs sticking out.
Exactly, I need to shave those 3 hairs.
Even if I be jungler. Oh, Vander going in.
This has been a long, hard-waited battle. The Nif will catch on towards him. He's going to go down. First blood will come in from Jankos. They made it count. Having to use everything he can to escape this one. He's going to get stun locked up there. The ultimate from Wicked going to catch him low. Is it quite enough? One more hit. Froggen comes in. He's going to secure the kill. Vander's on there now. Vander's taking low. Froggen gets on towards him. Taps picks himself a kill. They're going to ace the rock out right here, right now, under that tower. You can see Froggen comes in, pulls a shockwave, pulls him straight back in. Vander does not go down. Wicked dives on towards him. There's going to be 1, there's 2. Sullivan going down.
A base race is when two teams in an intense moment decide the only way for us to win now is to go for the Nexus.
It's pretty much when a team is so far behind that they just have to try something randomly.
You're not on the same lane, just go for the towers and don't fight each other.
It's a lot about judging how fast you can clear towers and how fast the enemies can clear it.
It should be like pretty obvious who's going to win it, but it's often like indecisiveness that loses you the base race.
So making the call in all of these base races that happens is really tough for any team.
But Candy Panda took down Soaz. That means there's going to be a 70-second spawn timer. Fnatic have to get back and deal with them.
I totally enjoyed the Fnatic one. That was great, where Pig is backdoor on Nexus.
Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another X. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus to his second. I do not believe it.
No, I'm joking, it was terrible.
I'm just happy I had the experience like that, but I hope it never happens again.
It's really cool because it was the first great move that everyone recognized from me. I still look at it sometimes and people still message me about it.
I remember the CLG versus SK base race in Season 2.
Everyone teleporting in. The second teleport comes in. Big penalty. The boy grabs the back. And it's won it. I do not believe.
Who plays with teleport on the AD carry? I thought it was really exciting.
We secured our spot in the summer split by winning a base race against Denial in our final game of the relegations.
The Copenhagen Wolves are on towards the inhibitor. They're now onto the Nexus turrets. Denial are going for it as well. The Wolves are faster here. The Wolves are going to win it. And a base race puts the Copenhagen Wolves into the summer split.
We re-qualified into LCS with a base race. That feels pretty damn good.
You have no idea what emotion comes up in the moment you feel, oh god, we won this game just by that.
They're definitely exciting. Everyone is shouting during the base race like, finish, finish, finish.
Let's go, finish again, finish again, finish again.
I think I get excited because it doesn't happen too often.
I think it's a lot more exciting for the fans than it is for the players.
It's fun if you're in the winning team for that.
They're the most exciting thing in League, the best way to finish a game.
Welcome back, everyone. If you missed our first match of the day, spoiler alert, Alliance beat Roccat without a base race, and Joe and Quickshot are here with me to break down things a little bit further. Trevor, I'd like to start by taking a look at the picks event from Roccat, because yesterday Veggie said, we just pick what we're comfortable with. We don't yet know what to pick yet on the patch. What do you think they picked today?
So I don't think they did too bad of a job in terms of the champions they locked in and how well they perform on the patch. Leona, Elise, there's a lot of hard engage. You've got Jax that's got a stun as well. And considering how much more expensive the Mikhail's Crucible is, that sort of engage pick style of champion can work very well. And Roccat got off to a good start. They were 6-0 up in terms of kills. The problem was they spent so much emphasis on trying to get champions, they fell very hard behind in terms of CS.
Totally agree with that. I actually really like Rockat's combo coming into this one. We've seen already how effective Caitlyn Leona can be. The disengage from Nami is always going to be a problem for them, though, and we saw that time and time again. And also the Orianna for Froggen, not one of his big played champions. In fact, one that he's not played so far in summer and was, let's just say, terrible on in spring. He actually got more kills and assists in this game alone than he did in 3 games on it in the spring split. Sorry, so good performance from Froggen. Really liked his Orianna. And just see it again, maybe.
Very quickly before we move on, he also hit 300 CS at 23 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock exactly. That is a massive farming advantage. It's taking his Wraith camp and taking his opponent's Wraith camp completely uncontested. Nobody bothered him at all the entire game.
Yeah, when we look at the power spikes, then do you think that Alliance, I asked Nif, and he said, we actually did panic a little, but I don't really think they had ground to panic that much. The goal difference wasn't all that big.
It wasn't. I mean, Nif was 0-3, Shook was 0-3. They'd thrown some bodies at defending the Dragon, and Alliance did successfully negate Roccat getting the first Dragon, which they ended up securing. And with the goal difference, it actually kept them, fairly far ahead. I was looking at it, at 20 minutes on the clock, every single one of the carries was ahead in CS. They had a 2,000 gold lead. They were even on towers, but they were down 5 kills. And they didn't care, because as soon as they hit those item points, they were just like, now let's flick the switch and let's just go win.
It felt in that way somewhat like a kind of standard Alliance game that the kills they're not really focused on. This time they were against them. Sometimes they'll be ahead in kills, but it's really the fact that they're focusing on farming really well in their lanes, making sure that they get those objectives. And well, with a lineup like they had, they got to the right point when they needed to. And we all know that Alliance are a team that, as you mentioned, flicking the switch, they can do like no other, I think, in the LCS.
Just very quickly, Alliance, while they do play very patient, the moment they have items in their inventory, that's when they say, now let's force objectives, now let's try and sneak towers away. But until they get to that point, nobody's willing to move. Nobody's willing to force objectives until they're comfortable in their power.
Yeah, Nif said it as well. We saw that Rabadon's on Frog and said, it is go time. Very good performance again from Alliance. And now we're going to rejoin D&D at the desk for our next match.
Thank you very much, guys and girl, I should say. Our next match, of course, is Millennium. They're going to be facing off against SK Gaming, and the record between these teams currently stands at 1-0 to SK Gaming. And if you were to look at Millennium, well, they've been playing a very similar playstyle for the last few weeks, which has been doing okay, but also makes them very predictable. Their match yesterday against Alliance, well, it was once again Kerp on LeBlanc, trying to find a target to blow them up and force an advantage off the back of it. The problem is, they are very easy to read, and teams are quickly figuring them out.
Yeah, so I'm happy they found a playstyle they're happy with, but I think they need to mix it up a little bit, because it's too easy, as you just said, for teams to predict it. It's the thing about Alliance. You never know how they're going to play. It's very hard for teams to prepare. Millennium, they know, okay, there's a high chance of a pick comp here. And again, we saw it yesterday. We saw the same comp they actually used in London in week 5 against Fnatic, just Leona for Jerry and Kerb on LeBlanc, and you just had full focus on engaging whenever you had the chance. Kerb jumped in with DFG, picked up a kill or forced someone back, and then you took an objective from it. And yes, he did get a good start yesterday. Kirby on LeBlanc picked up a few kills early on. It just wasn't enough.
Kirby, is that like a...
Did I say Kirby?
He did say Kirby. Is that a nickname you got for him? That you guys
we are
share?
pretty close.
I know you're pretty close. I know you like to talk a lot. So, well, never know. You're getting the intimate details of Deficio. SK Gaming, of course, were back to winning ways yesterday with a dominant victory over Roccat. They got over their struggles in past weeks of a weak early game. And while having a late game team comp, they took control from early on.
Yeah, they basically looked like they were in full control the entire game against Roccat. The combo they used, or the comp they used, was very good. It was going to outscale Roccat, and was also very strong in the laning phase. So overall, SK looked very good. They won team fights, and yes, as I said, outscaled them. And they actually managed to pick up. There was only one dragon they lost in the entire game. They got the Baron. They picked up 11 towers as well, and every single inhib against Roccat. So took down pretty much the entire base, full control of the whole game. One player I wanted to talk about is actually Jessis and his champion pool, because teams keep giving him Kayle. It's his most played champion here in the summer split. He's played it 4 times and won 4 games. And yet teams keep leaving it open. SK Gaming will first pick it, and he's happy on it. A bit weird though, he used to play Ziggs a lot in the last split. This time around, he's actually been losing on it. It's not been working out too well for him. It's been more about Kayle, casted in a few times as well. And of course, with Nidalee now being reworked and out of the picture, which was one of the big champions, I feel like teams should target towards Jessis, try and get him something where he's not very comfortable.
We'll see how it works out for them. We're going to check out those starting lineups so for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it's Millennium. That means Kevin, who you just saw in that video, being tormented by Peke in the top lane. Kotnex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton as the AD carry, and Jerry on support.
And on the red side with SK Gaming, we do have Freddy in the top lane, Svenskan in the jungle, Jesus as the mid laner, Candy Panda as the AD carry, and Enrated on support.
So before the players choose their champions, let's see how you guys called this game. Go to LOLesports.com. It's a 68% vote for SK Gaming. Kind of expected, but not a big vote. I mean, Millennium are, what, 3rd, 4th place that they're chasing?
Yeah, but the thing is, you never know what to vote when it's Millennium.
Yeah.
Because again, one day they come in, destroy everyone in 20 minutes. The next day, they do nothing for 40 minutes and just end up losing the game here. If they can punish SK Gaming early on, where SK Gaming normally are weak, I definitely see Millennium being able to take the game.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Pick and banner will be getting underway in just a moment's time. We'll see whether they're ready and waiting for that action. Of course, we just saw the previous matchup. Just should point out that there was, as Trevor said, the fast 300 CS. I know everybody loves the records. He was actually 3rd overall worldwide. second to only himself. He's second and third now.
Pretty cool.
Zhao Weizhao is at the top, though, setting with Gragas, of course. So he's chasing. I think the second place was Karthus back in Season 2 World Championships, when you used to be able to take rates and everything. And that's really what sets you off, where you can go for those rates and everything.
And even the Wolf camp back then, you would just take every single camp. Your jungler, Snoopy, was just left without anything, and Froggen took everything.
Well, for this time around, Shook didn't really get much, but it didn't matter. He was setting up the plays. So here we go. Pick and ban getting underway. First ban comes in is the Orianna ban, taken away from Jesus.
So like this, early on, straight towards Jesus, take away one of his comfort champions. We just saw Froggen play Orianna. Very strong in the laning phase. You can pick up a lot of farm, and then of course use it in the team fights. And now, thank you Millennium, Kayle coming in as the second ban. 2 bans towards Jesus, really trying to put him on something where Kerp should be able to punish him.
Did you share your thoughts with Kirby?
I didn't actually do it with Kirby, and I like the fact we're going to use the name now.
That's going to maybe become a thing. Kayle, as you mentioned, ban out, 100% win rate for Jesus on that one. Overall,
did you know, by the way, we always talk about how Kirby only has 1 trackball. He actually showed me he has like 4 now in his back. So he's bringing loads of trackball.
Good, so the Millennium management have been listening, that's what that is. Ziggs banned out, Jez is actually crippling himself now. What's he going to go with?
So for Jesus, I mean, he's been playing Yasuo, he's played Zed a few times, Kassadin now even. That's the thing about Millennium.
Blue side ban.
Yes, Millennium, Kerp, he doesn't play Kassadin, he didn't do it last split either. They keep banning it away on blue side. So again, very predictable for the other team, saying we don't have to ban Kassadin.
Well, if they don't go for LeBlanc, it will get picked, I feel, for Kerp. Froggen
5 mid lane bans.
Has been banned out, yeah. All of the mid lane. Final choice. Not sure about the tabs. I suppose it is. Kerp has played it a few times, but it does leave LeBlanc on the table, which I feel Millennium are going to be like, they baited us into this one. Do they want us to take this champion?
So, okay, we have to remember her Q no longer silent, so she's slightly weaker than before. Still a good pick, but not the same kind of lane dominance we've seen from LeBlanc early on.
Twisted Fate is available.
TF is open, exactly. Could be the option.
Both of these.
Caitlyn, Lucian open as AD carries in case they want to go for one of them early on. Supports, actually. Every single support is open at the moment. And of course Lee Sin. Predicted.
Gonna go for the Lee Sin in there. There's Evelynn and Lulu actually for Jez instead of that TF. We talk about it, of course. You know, we've shown the LeBlanc TF matchup that Millennium faced Alliance yesterday, and it didn't work out very well. But with Lulu being locked in, we'll see how it works out. There is TF potentially being picked up by Millennium.
And if they do lock it in, then with Lee Sin, you can set up some early gangs, some skirmishes, some fights where you're going to be very, very strong with both Lee Sin and Twisted Fate. Still though on the side of SK Gaming, early picking Lulu, of course he can still go to the top lane. Don't expect to see Freddy actually playing Lulu, he normally prefers the bruisers, so expect it to be Jesus in the mid lane, and SK Gaming saying early on, we want to make sure we get a pick. Jesus really can play in his mid lane here, we don't want to risk anything with 5 mid lane bans.
Well, Svenskeren been playing Jarvan a few times lately, so he's back on to Evelynn. Morgana, of course, left available, been banned out so heavily in 4.10, but it seems it's snuck through the cracks because of the focus on the mid lane.
So a cool thing you can do when you have Morgana Twisted Fate is, first of all, you have a lot of CC to set up a gank, and also, once Twisted Fate teleports down, it's always the risk that people are going to turn around and just blow you up because you are fairly squishy. Black Shield instantly as you joins in, won't get crowd controlled, and can therefore move around like you want to. So overall, good early picks here from Millennium, good teamfight potential, good pick potential, especially land the binding, land the stun from Kerb, and you have a lot of CC combined here. And SK Gaming, with Lulu of course to disengage, with the Wild Growth, which is going to work really well against whatever target Millennium decides to land all the single target CC they have on.
Well, Zyra was chosen yesterday. I think it was Rated actually played it then as well. It was. And this Kog'Maw has been locked in. Okay, so this is an interesting one because there was a choice of all of the AD carries out there. Anything he could have gone for, went for Kog, who has, as we mentioned, been banned quite heavily in Korea, of course. Looking back at 4.9 as well, Kog'Maw was coming into his own.
He was a very strong pick, and the thing is, you used to build Blade of the Ruined King into Trinity Force, into Last Whisper and Vintage, whatever you wanted as your late game items. He never really built Bloodthirster. So he doesn't get affected by the fact it's now changed. He can do his same build as before, either go Blade first into Trinity Force or go Trinity Force and then Blade afterwards, and be very strong actually already in the mid-game points of the game, and then of course scale into late game as well and be this monster we always know he can be. And then when you put Zyra next to him, when you put a Lulu, you have so much protection for him, you have so much disengage, that if Candy Panda gets a good start here, if he gets going, he can really carry teamfights for SK Gaming.
Well, I think he's expecting to get going. I know for a fact I talked to him yesterday about obviously Caitlyn being viable. He was so excited about this patch. He said, I love this patch. I absolutely love it. It really goes to my playstyle. So Candy Panda feeling confident in this one. Of course, Lucian and Aatrox was picked up. We saw Freddy playing Aatrox yesterday. This time he's going to be up against it in that top lane with the Trundle.
And notice what we see here for both top laners. They have sustain. They can get health back, don't even need a Dawn's Blade to do it, and therefore they fit into now the current state of 4.10 where lifesteal of course is reduced. So overall, both top laners looking for the same thing, want to be able to sustain in the lane, want to be able to stay in the lane for as long as possible, and don't get too affected by the 40 seconds longer teleport cooldown. But overall, if you look at just the team fights, I mean, SK Gaming is all about Candy Panda. We're gonna make sure you stay alive and you just melt everyone from Millennium, and then you have Freddy and Sven going to try and go towards the backline of Millennium here, where Millennium is gonna look for small fights, not necessarily big team fights. They wanna have Aatrox split pushing. You can even put Lucian with Ghostblade and Blade of the Ruined King to split push as well, and then TF just joins in. Or you put Lucian in the mid lane instead to farm with Infinity Edge, with whatever late game item you want, and then TF is the guy split pushing. So they have multiple options to try and spread out the map and look for picks here and look for small fights. There's a lot of stuff.
You're excited about this one, aren't you? I can tell. You're a little excited. So the team comps have been picked. Which one do you think has come out ahead? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag MILWin or hashtag SKWin. And check out the results in just a few moments. And of course, you know, talking about how the builds are going to go, what do we expect then? So we just saw, of course, a Lucian, Blade of the Ruined King, Ghostblade.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Creaton, I think he played Lucian as well.
He did
Infinity Edge Triforce.
He did. Went for the late game build here. It cost a lot
against the Cogmore, who will 100% be building Blade of the Ruined King first.
Yeah, or Trinity Force, but still, then afterwards we'll build it. So he will go towards the items.
Reckless does say sometimes he goes Triforce.
You can mix it up a little bit.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this game underway. Game 2 of the day. SK Gaming in second place, chasing hard. They've just seen, of course, Alliance winning. They know they need another victory to try and keep in check with them to chase for that top spot. So, Millennium starting out as the blue team. Can they prevent SK from picking up a win here as the red team?
And again, Millennium, they're really looking to just fight in this mid-game point here as much as possible. Gang around with TF. Creaton can set up fights here. Jerry can land a binding. Of course, Aatrox can split push one-on-one, and then TF joins in, and you turn it around to 2v1 very fast, where SK Gaming can look for late-game team fights instead and just protect Candy Panda as much as possible. Freddy scales really well into the late game. Evelynn is a good jungler in late game as well. You build very tanky, you go in there, you just take as much damage as possible. So overall, SK Gaming, late game team fights, Millennium, picks everywhere, and don't really want to go too late game in this game here, because then they're going to get outscaled.
Oh, we'll see how it works out for the Millennium. Generally don't do quick games. SK absolutely do. They hold the fastest games, I believe, currently in the European LCS. They've had a couple of 25-minute matches in the previous 2 splits. At the moment, they are not looking to go for an invade, I don't think. You can see Kurt was roaming. He went up towards the top there, but he's quickly moving back into position.
And the AD carries here, especially Creaton, how he decides to build Lucian. It's going to be a big thing. If he goes for the Blade of the Ruined King Ghostblade, he's definitely looking for the mid-game fights here, looking to close out the game. If he instead goes for Infinity Edge as the first item, goes towards the late-game build, it could be to try and prevent Candy Panda outscaling him too hard, at least until we hit the real late-game point. Millennium now, moving in towards this red buff here. Freddy's waiting for him.
They've got 4 members at the top here. Freddy's going to have to back away. Dark Binding possibilities from Jerry, not going to go too aggressive. SK responding to this. You can see Candy Panda and Enrated already moving in, and Svensko, he's making tracks. He's heading straight down towards that red buff over on Millennium side of the map. So it's going to be a trade in buffs.
Yeah, trade buff and also lane swap here. Millennium up in his top lane, SK down his bottom lane. So normally, you want to see SK Gaming, because they're in the bottom lane with their dual lane, go for an early dragon. But if Millennium send down Jerry, if they send down Kevin and Codnext, there's multiple members to try and stop this dragon, and it should be enough to actually prevent SK Gaming from going dragon early. So we need to see how they want to play with Jerry, and if they want to try and stop an early dragon, or if SK even wants to start it.
Well, with both top laners with the Doran Shield, it suits them well to be in a 2v1. Of course, they have that regen health gen. They don't have to get the lifesteal on there, which has been changed. Kerb taking some big abuse from Jez's early on here. Couldn't pull that card quick enough to land it on Jez's. Was slightly out of range. So blue buff rotation. You can see Kotnex in there, along with the buddy system that they have with Kevin, and it seems they're going to go maybe a 4-on-1 dive on this top lane.
And SK like to do this where they actually keep Freddy in this 1v2, just trying to get as much XP as possible. Won't necessarily get any CS, but he's trying to get XP. Already put down a ward here, expected Millennium to move multiple members up to try and dive him, which was the old style of lane swaps where you would always try and go for the dive, force the top lane away. That's why they started jungling instead, because it was too risky to stay under the tower here. But something SK likes to do, it also means Svenskeren is farming by himself, and you actually see Millennium with an early ward on Dragon as well. So they see this one, but because they're 4 top, it's going to be a Dragon for SK.
They will have the timer on it. It's going to take some doing for SK, but it's a 3.5-minute Dragon start. That will get taken down, as you mentioned. They'll have the timer on it. Oh, Dark Binding just slightly off, not quite catching out Freddy. So Dragon goes down. Good start for SK Gaming. They are possibly going to lose that tower at the moment.
Should
it's
lose
not
the top tower.
Being pressured too hard, and Freddy is actually back in play.
It's okay. Millennium backed away with both Kevin and Kotnex. Didn't want to try and go for the tower here, just waiting for Kreaton to poke it down, and Kevin actually teleported to this bot lane. Svenskeren is nearby though.
We'll see whether he goes for this one. He's taking the golems down first. That wave
Remember,
will
he
come
has
in.
his passive.
Candy Panda holding that one there. Kotnex is backing off. Shook's just won the last game on Lee Sin. He's not going to get involved in this one unless Kotnex needs a substitute quickly. As it is, Freddy in that top lane is holding off. Still hasn't got a single CS right now, but is absorbing the experience as the tower takes down those minions.
We could actually see Millennium try and go for kill the tower up top and then swap down his bottom lane here and don't give a tower to SK, and therefore trade tower for Dragon early on. Curb though needs to be a little bit careful in here. Svenskeren is staying around.
Freddy caught with a Dark Binding, not a lot of damage following through. Svenskeren with that double buff, waiting for Curb to step out.
So both Ghost and Flash are going to be very hard for SK to kill him so close to the tower as well. Not sure if Svenskeren was waiting around for a counter gank instead, in case Kotnex was in there to try and get a kill. Now he's down this bottom lane and will actually be able to get the counter gank.
And they know Kotnex is there, and actually he's going to hope that he pulls in towards him. Kotnex maybe stepping out. Look at him, he's edging, he's tweeting. He's desperate to go for this one. He talks about how he loves to get those kills, but he's not quite edge enough. He's lost the red buff. The red buff's timed out. Now Kotnex has gone deep on this one. Svenskeren couldn't come around the back of the side of them. They're going to try and lock on towards him. They need to land that grasping root. Oh, it's just off the side. Does not land. And Kotnex will be safe for now. Hasn't parked off yet, though.
They're simply waiting for Millennium to push even further out. Otherwise, Candy Panda can just freeze the lane if Millennium doesn't push it all the way. So that's why Svenskeren is still staying around here, hoping they will keep pushing up.
Well, mid lane's been pressured. They've put the damage down and forced Curb away so far. With Jesus is backing off there. Meanwhile,
he's in behind him.
Svenskeren is around the backside. It's Freddy. Kevin, they're going to go for. Can they pop that blood? Well, it doesn't seem that they will. And he just pounces out of range. Didn't even need to burn the flash.
But this means now Candy Panda can freeze this lane if he wants to and deny a lot of farm away from Kevin, while Freddy, once this tower actually goes down, will try and pick up some farm in case Kreaton Andrew leaves the lane. But now they did a very good job actually resetting the entire wave. The tower got to kill it, and therefore lost a lot of minions for Freddy. He couldn't pick up the CS, just only got the experience. And now's the time where he needs this minion wave to come down to him so he can start getting some farm, while Candy Panda in this bottom lane, you see him now, is gonna freeze it by himself and force Kevin away, so he won't be able to pick up any CS.
Toying with the emotions of Freddy there, trying to get them last hits on the CS, and just keeps bullying him away. Now he feels he's comfortable. He knows in a one-on-one, so he feels he can actually get some experience, and more importantly, that siege minion was there, so he gets him that vital gold.
And this is one of the things SK Gaming as a team does really well. They know exactly where they need to have Svenskeren early on. The reason he stayed in bot lane for such a long time, even though it's very hard to get a kill on either Lee Sin or Aatrox, was simply to prevent him from pushing out the wave, forcing Kevin away, and giving Candy Panda some free time to farm.
Well, it gives Freddy some free time to farm in this top lane. There's a big wave though coming in for Kevin, so he's going to be happy once that goes on towards him. They're happy to trade as well, back and forward. They're both feeling a lot more confident. So Candy Panda going back, 1200 gold on him. We'll see what he comes out with. It is going to be a Blade of the Rune King he's heading towards. Bilgewater Cutlass already picked up by Kreaton though.
Yeah, so this is one of the good things about Blade of the Rune King as the first item, is you can actually build these long swords and a dagger without completing the Cutlass and still be very strong in the lane, because you get all these early items which you then upgrade into the Blade later on. So Cutlass now for Kreaton on Lucian. Not Cutlass yet for Candy Panda, so slight advantage now to Kreaton in the lane.
Well, we just saw in the previous matchup Curb with, Overpower with the triple Doran's. Now we're seeing Curb with the triple Doran's ring as well. Saw how far it set him back against Froggen. not really being punished as hard by Jezz, but he's got a long way towards that Athenes already.
And Froggen yesterday in Twisted Fate did the same thing. Triple Dorns into Morello Normicon, then he started building towards the Death Cap, and so on. I actually believe maybe he went Outlast in the game, but still, we could see the same thing for Curb here. Doesn't want to build the Athenes because again, it is changed a little bit. He doesn't feel like he needs it because of blue card. Jirito taking some damage here, and Zyra against Morgana is a very good matchup for Zyra because you can really poke her a lot.
There's a good trade back and forward between the two. Candy Panda taking some abuse back in the top lane. You can see they're just clobbing each other. I keep mentioning the fat lads from Grimsby, and that's exactly what's going on here. I don't think Freddy is from Grimsby, and I know for a fact Kevin isn't, but anyone from Grimsby knows exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm lost.
Think of a fishing town in your beautiful, beloved Denmark.
Esbjerg.
There you go, Esbjerg, yeah.
It was actually one
is
you
that how
went
you pronounce
to.
it? I said Esbjerg. I do, Esbjerg.
Esbjerg.
Esbjerg, there we go. Today I learned.
Well, come back to Denmark. I can show you around.
Show me the sights.
Sadly, it is actually a pretty boring country. We don't really have anything.
Okay, that's not really advertising the country how they probably would imagine it. Nevertheless, back to League of Legends, because right now the farming session in this bottom lane is about to hit level 6. You can see Candy Panda was already firing off those rockets. J-Ree's going to catch on, puts the shackles down, and Wraith is going to get stunned down here. He's going to go down. Of course, the plant passive, he's not gone down yet. There he is. J-Ree now in trouble. Can he land the shot? He does, and it's going to get followed. Candy Panda gets the revenge kill.
So it was actually not level 6 on to N-rated yet. He got it as he died here. Maybe with the kill he managed to pick up. Curb though, down his bottom lane.
Gonna come in, lands the gold guard onto Candy Panda. The damage from the culling from Kratos as he flashes in, gets one down. Svenskeren turns it back around, gets one. Can he get two? Yes, he does. Captain Surprise is not gonna catch on. Well, it doesn't matter. Candy Panda already got in there and got the kill with the Captain Surprise.
And Kevin now teleported down, too late for the fight here, so his teleport is gone. Freddy's farming the top lane. Kreaton now, of course, will return to the lane a little bit late, so should be some farm for Kevin, but what a fight here. Early level 6 for J-Ree, so he went all in onto Enrated here, followed him even after the flash, got the stun onto him, he went down, but then a beautiful passive from Enrated, got J-Ree so low, one more hit from Candy Panda, it was a kill, and overall, I mean, SK Gaming coming out ahead of everything.
Equal in gold still between these two teams. Remember, Dragon was picked up by SK early on. That is back up and alive. First tower, of course, was taken by Millennium in the top lane. J-Ree gonna just get a little spiteful on Svenskeren, I feel there, landing the
good damage though.
The Tormented Soil and the binding, letting the white do the damage on Svenskeren. Blue buff will be spawning. Telelight's already been taken, I think. I can see it already on him. Yes, that's the Svenskeren's blue buff, which he took off Curb, and Jezz already has his own. And speaking of Dragon, I did say they took it only on 3.5 minutes. Looks like they're going to go for it again.
So Kevin was recalled without teleport, but he's already moving towards the Dragon in case SK started it. So they're backing away here. They know they're not really in a position to just straight up force the Dragon. You have to tank it. But then on the other hand, they feel very confident actually starting it, so they're going straight forward.
Freddy isn't that top lane. He's got teleport available if he's needed. But
Jezz is completely out of
backing off.
here.
This is going to get taken, and Rated's coming up. He sees the ward down there, but, well, Jezz is gone.
Yeah, very surprising here by SK Gaming. I mean, Jezz was recalling the mid lane, kept recalling. Svenska moved away from the Dragon, and of course Freddy was just freezing the top lane with teleport, however. Millennium just went straight for Dragon. Didn't even care. SK completely out of position. Easy Dragon for Millennium.
So, even lane still between these teams. We'll see how that progresses. Bilgewater Cutlass was picked up by Candy Panda when he died last time around. Berserker Greaves were completed by Kratos, so he got towards those boots early on. So these AD carries, it's a tight fight between them, honestly. You can see 87 to 87 CS between the two. They are very much evenly matched. Two very good AD carries here in Europe. So let's go and clearing out Pink Ward, giving him coverage. Should mention this top lane, actually. Freddy's been freezing this one for a very long time, actually, back at his
We'll
tower.
start pushing now, though. We'll slowly start pushing towards the top lane here today. Kevin needs to make sure he goes up there, wants to wave back to hits and get it. J-Ree going very aggressive.
Soul Shackles straight away. Candy Panda will go down. He's going to take a lot of damage before he does. He's turning.
Coming in.
Curb's going to join in, and Rated's in trouble. Stun card catches on. It's a double, but at the cost of J-Ree.
And Millennium really invest everything into this bot lane here. Every single ulti from Curb down to the bot lane. Cotnex as well, always staying around here. Kevin needs to go in and try and clear this wave here to stop it from going down. Svenskeren is nearby, however.
Yeah, it may cost them this turret. That will drop down. You can see Kevin's trying to keep them at bay. Top lane, of course, still being left available. So, first turret of the game for SK. Second one should go to Millennium, those minions. Well,
just making sure.
Kratos like just double checking he does go down. He's not confident, is he? There we
Get
go.
it down, however. So once again, Jerry setting up the fight in the bot lane. Curb joins in. Codnex is there. This time around, Svenskeren wasn't nearby to turn things around. Freddy, of course, was just pushing his top lane, so didn't teleport down to try and counter gank. And Millennium managed to pick up some kills. And we talked about how, with this pick comp here, Millennium, they need to get kills early on. They need to be aggressive. And it's what we see. Every time they have the chance, they go towards these kills here. And we also see Blade of the Ruined King on Kratos. So looking for the early power, looking for these early fights.
Kevin keeping those minions cleared out. Freddy. And actually, both of these, it seems that it may be a Sunfire Cape start. I'm not too sure. It's either going to be Blade of the Ruined King or Sunfire Cape. Which way are they going to go? Kevin, you would assume, would go for the Blade of the Ruined King, but you can see he's already got that Chain Vest on him just to prevent the damage.
So yeah, both of them gonna go for the Blade. Question is, will they complete the tank item first or not? I don't think Freddy will. Just straight towards Blade. Focus on pushing the lane here, building up towards his tank and his later on then, when he can join in for team fights. Again, SK Gaming, they just want to scale up to the late game. They're not looking for any big fights here early on. They just want to farm as much as possible and make sure Millennium don't get any easy kills.
Candy Panda takes himself the white blue buff to Jezzas, locking and securing that one. And of course, with that mid lane turret going down, it has opened up a little bit here for SK. We'll see whether they do manage to move into an objective. Blue buff, of course, for Curb. Red card did not take it. Codnex got it.
So this mid tower being gone is actually a big deal because it means SK can move a bit further in and get some wards to try and spot Curb when he moves to either gank a side lane or whatever he decides to do. And now SK Gaming as well. 4 members together going in towards the tower because Kratos was left in his bottom lane. They'll know they can go in and get some damage.
Half the hit points taken off that, and Raiden's going to get caught out. They go for Candy Panda, but then no damage to follow up, and Codnex just gets blown up where he stands. Svenskeren actually caught with the gold card. He may go down. Kratos comes in just in time to pulling down the damage, but Wild Growth will keep him alive, and SK back off.
We saw Candy Panda here. As soon as he spotted the Q from Codnex, he actually flashed because he knew he was going to be the target here, so he had to flash even before Codnex arrived. And therefore he only got kicked into the wall. They could just turn around, and now they want to go for Kevin up in his top lane.
Yeah, they're going to react quickly to this one. SK making a move straight in towards there. Jezus comes around the corner. Kevin already making tracks. Svenskeren was ready and waiting to pounce. Meanwhile, Millennium, they're pushing the mid lane. It's actually Candy Panda and Rated, the only two defending it. Kurt making his way up towards the top. They need to go defensive duties. They realize SK are pushing for their second turret of the game.
They also realized that both Zyra and Kog'Maw was staying to defend. Curb coming in though for the gank.
Candy Panda does manage to get the slowdown. He's going to get caught up. It's actually the Dark Binding comes in and Kratos finally finishing off. Freddy teleports into the mid lane. They save the tower, but they lose their AD carry.
Lost the top tower as well here. Didn't manage to get the mid tower. Only managed to pick up a kill, and then SK quickly moves in there to try and defend it. Dragon, 1 minute and about 25 seconds. So for now, they can't really use the kill for much more than just getting some gold in the bank.
So despite the fact they did lose a kill, they got themselves a tower. SK Gaming come out slightly ahead, but in terms of gold, you can see very even between the two, farm-wise across the board. 2-2 in towers, 5-5 in kills.
Dragon for Millennium.
Working out well. Dragon back and forth for SK and Millennium. Next Dragon up in a minute's time. Who is likely to go for it? Really, at this time, you talk about SK, how they're happy to farm, happy to keep going. Should they be trying to go for these 5v5 fights at the Dragon?
So the thing is, because they have Lulu and Zyra, they can really protect whoever Millennium decides to engage on. So they should be able to teamfight pretty well, but they still want to go towards this late game point. It's the big deal for them, especially now also with AD carries, where you're going to see the Ghost Blade on Kratos. He's going to be so strong for the next team fight here. And Millennium, of course, will try and look for a pick in this fight, while the members from SK are still fairly squishy, and they can just lock down the target and go straight for the kill. If they can get it, even before the Dragon spawns, they're going to use it to get objectives.
They're in trouble, caught out by the Dark Binding. The rest of the Millennium going to collapse on towards this one. The Cullen, not quite enough to catch him out. He's saved off by his paid team. 12 seconds until the Dragon comes up. Freddy runs in a little too deep. Wild Growth saves his life. Then the Stranglethorns go down. Kevin pounces in. He gets scored out. Bloodwell pods. But SK are all so low on health. Kratos come through. They could wipe out and pick themselves up an ace here. And Rated in there. But Candy Panda still free farming off the side. You can see throwing out his ultimate, trying to catch on towards him. Kratos is singled out a little bit. Glitter Lance from Jez is not quite landing. And SK, they're going to start the Dragon off. This is a risky start.
And they're very low already. Oh, the binding hit onto Jez as well. Kratos coming in.
Kratos going big. He doesn't get the double tap. He gets locked up and straight away taken down and Rated with a great grasping root to lock him in with his place.
And Reddit really been playing well in the Zyra here, landing the roots, putting down his ultis to disengage every time, and Dragon to SK Gaming here. They're very low after the fight. Managed to actually get Kevin out of his passive. Teleport as well on cooldown. Such a back and forth fight. I mean, first they actually, Millennium went on to Svenskeren, had to back away. Then we saw the ulti coming in, they went on to Freddy, who was very squishy in the start, got the wild growth from Jesus, who is level 12 at the moment. Just overall, everyone was so low in the end.
Definitely a tricky, close match right now between these two teams, but SK Gaming have always come out on top when it hits that late game. They are so strong at clean objectives. You can see Jesus rushing down that mid lane, trying to protect it.
We really saw the disengage potential for SK as well. First the ulti from Enraided, everyone backed away from Millennium. Then we had Jesus with the wild growth onto Freddy, so he stayed alive, and they could just slow everyone, force Millennium to back away from the Dragon here. And once they actually started the Dragon, and the binding landed onto Jesus, quickly shielded himself. Creaton thought he could get an easy kill, instead just turned around, root once again from Enraided onto Creaton, and he was dead. And Dragon for SK.
So SK Gaming with a minute lead, 2,000 gold overall between the two teams. Will they start to focus on objective? Of course, top laners are starting to get a little bit stronger now. You can see Blade of the Ruined King was completed by Freddy. He's also picked himself up by that Giant Spell, while Kevin looks like he's rushing towards a Randians rather than a Sunfire Cape. Instead, he's of course had that build to cut this for a while.
And we really saw Freddy here in the last fight, how squishy he actually is early on. He definitely needs some tanky items as fast as possible. It was hard for him to pick up any farm now that the wave is actually pushing towards Kevin over in his top lane.
Well, blue buff for Kerp. V comes around there. SK actually still groups. Remember, they've already taken half the hit points off that middle inner turret. So Millennium have got to be careful they don't get caught out of position. Don't give Candy Panda some free time, because that max range W from Candy Panda can do a lot of damage. And Rated caught out, locked up by a Dark Binding, and a good wild card from Kerp there.
It is scary for SK Gaming. Every single time Jureed fires away the binding, if you get hit by it, you're going to take a lot of damage. Might even be followed up by a gold card from Kerb, and you just lock down a target for multiple seconds and possibly kill it. We saw how much damage Enraided already took. He's now out of position.
Oh, he's separated. Twisted Fate going to go for this one. Kerp too slow. Not going to get in there in time. The problem is for SK, more for Millennium, is SK have got some great wave clear. You can have the vomit coming out from Candy Panda, the Bio Arcane Barrage as well, firing out.
Yeah, Lulu,
waves
Zyra.
Lulu with the Glitterlance, as you mentioned, the Zyra in there. It's really hard for them to get in there if they don't get a pick. And this is what we talked about Millennium. They all about picks, and they're doing the exact same thing again here.
It's the playstyle they love to play, and also it's the reason you see SK Gaming early picking Lulu to try and counter this whole pick style here, and then also Enraided with Zyra just to disengage these fights. And also it makes it very hard for Millennium to even dive onto SK, because there's so much CC and so many members who can either get knocked off or slowed down, and therefore they won't be able to do anything. And now Candy Panda getting this tower down the bottom lane, lose the mid lane one now.
And they lost Jesus in the process. I was just thinking, 1 man versus 4 does not compute. And Millennium, they could keep on going here. They're going to push on towards that inner turret. This is going to be a problem, and SK Gaming have caught out a little bit of tactical surprise there. Teleport from Freddy, he's going to come in there. That's a great ultimate from Svenskeren, and tries to catch up the 3 of them. Kerb's going to get taken low, but it's not enough. You can see Candy Panda is rushing into this fight. SK are running towards him right now. Teleport was cancelled. I think it may have been interrupted by Kevin in the top lane. You can see they're going back and forward. Kevin's also taken very low up here. He's going to jump away from it, and the tower is safe for now, but SK, that was a close moment.
So Kevin, he saw Freddy move away from him here, so he could teleport in for the team fight and just interrupted him, took a lot of damage for it and had to back away, but still managed to save the tower, at least from SK's side with Freddy, and Kevin managed to save his teammates because he stopped Freddy from actually joining the fight. So overall, both top laners can actually be fairly happy here. We just see the interrupt. Freddy didn't even have time to move into the bush, just had to straight away teleport. He actually kills Kevin here, so his passive is going to be procced, and then he escapes afterwards.
Bloodwell popped out, he will be able to get up and get away from that one. Didn't use the flash, actually, got away without using that one. So, SK Gaming still with the slightest, the smallest of leads over Millennium. This is not over by a long shot.
Keep thinking late game.
If they keep catching people out, if Kerb can get out there, get them gold cards, land it onto Candy Panda, who is the main damage dealer for SK Gaming, it could cause problems for SK.
Yeah, and of course for Millennium, it's a bit of a ticking time bomb as well. They know they need to make plays, they know they need to get some kills here. Because SK Gaming, despite the fact they're hit now, and the fact they can now farm even though we're only 22 minutes in. are actually looking fairly good. Still, Millennium looking to make some plays. Dragon come up in about a minute.
So difference in item build right now. Candy Panda are actually going for the Infinity Edge as the second item on Cockmore.
So normally you see Trinity Force on Cockmore. It's very good if you want to kite around in team fights. You get some mobility, you can try and stay alive. But because he has Zyra and Lulu, he feels like he can go more damage. He doesn't need the kiting abilities from Trinity Force and can therefore go straight for the Infinity Edge and do as much damage as possible now.
Yeah, I like the fact that obviously in 4.10, a lot of these AD carries, the top pros, still all undecided about the perfect build. Of course, sometimes it can be very much down to exactly who you are facing in lane or in the game itself, so they're going to itemize especially for it. While this is all happening, of course, Freddy and Kevin still going at it in this top lane. We saw how well that worked out for him last time around. Kevin did get taken down, so he's got to be careful he doesn't get too far away from that tower.
Freddy's definitely the stronger top laner at the moment in this one-on-one here. We just see him every time there is a fight actually. Kevin has to go, he has to back away, even pop the passive before when he actually stopped Freddy from teleporting in. So things are looking good for him. He's just farming away as much as possible as well.
We'll see how these supports build out. Haunting Guys was picked up by Enrated. All J-Re spotted out that this dragon is being taken. Cotnex is going to come in. Is he going to fight it? He gets it. Hit gets out safe. Hit and run.
Very, very nice play, and it's very important you get these steals as well, especially for Millennium. They don't want to fall too far behind, so they can't make any plays. So very good steal by him, making sure you get some global gold. And we actually do see J-Re here building towards the Mikaels, which generally you want to have against something with a lot of CC. I mean, on the side of SK Gaming, we could definitely see a Mikaels from Enrated later on, but SK's lineup is more about slows here than actually stuns.
We'll see whether that works out. Aegis also being picked up by Cotnex as well, so the first time we've seen a jungler pick that one up for a while. Randy and Zabone picked up by both Freddy and Sven Skeren. They're going to stack in towards them. Lich Banes by both of the mid laners. Millennium, are they going to manage to find themselves a pick? It doesn't really matter when they can just go in and steal a dragon like that away from SK. I guess it's kept them within shooting distance of SK. Still only 1,000 gold between them this game, as you mentioned at the start. Possibly going to go long. Millennium, though, they have to try and finish this one earlier than SK.
And it's the issue for them now, and it's why we see them move so much around the map. They don't just group 4 members and move up the mid lane, because they know the wave clear from SK is so strong. So they keep spreading out, keep trying to find openings. Dragon is one of them, which Cotnex managed to steal. And now Kerb going towards Freddy in this top lane.
Catching on towards him, stun card goes in. Oh, he actually avoided the wild card coming through there. He's going to try and delay this one. He's got no support, so I'm not sure where exactly he's running to. He's delaying. I see. He's delaying the mid lane. You can see they're rushing in towards teleport coming out. Kevin's going to get on towards that. They should hold this turret.
Will be able to hold it. Not even taking any damage for it actually. Yes, so Millennium, they got a kill. Might look for a fight as well.
They're rushing down the mid lane. You can see Cotnex tries to get onto them. They're slowing them down. Kerb's about to come out the side there. They jump on towards Sven Skeren. Candy Panda's going to be targeted. He's going to be the focus. Soul Shackles from J-Re locks on towards him. Dark Binding catching on Candy Panda. Wild Growth saving Candy Panda, but now he's trying to get away. He can't manage to get the damage down. Cathian Surprise may actually explode on Kevin the moment he respawns. It will do, but it doesn't matter because Millennium, they got the picks. It's a 3-for-1.
So first to get a kill in top lane here, Kevin instantly teleports down to mid lane, and then Kerb runs down. They start a fight Millennium here. J-Re, once again, he gets into the back line, he gets onto Candy Panda, locks him down with Binding and his ulti, and then the rest of Millennium comes in and kills him. Even though everything from Jesus was used to try and save Candy Panda, it wasn't enough. If he gets locked down, Millennium will be able to get a kill onto him, and that's the big issue because he's the main damage dealer for SK Gaming.
Great read by Millennium there to spot the situation
and
knew exactly what the delay was, and Nick mentioned they got the picks. They managed to lock out Candy Panda, and you can see the protection. Everything was thrown at Candy Panda. Save this AD carry. When he goes down, everybody has to scatter like the wind, and this time around, Millennium find themselves the picks, and you can see it's actually dragged them. Well, they were, what, 1.5k behind, and now 500 gold in the lead. And of course, with that tower advantage, that middle inner turret, it's a big one to take down. It takes away a lot of the vision that SK can afford without those minions.
We also saw the power of Crescent once he actually joined in. Glittering King Ghostblade, he does so much damage with his 6 seconds. Now building towards Infinity Edge. Another reason why Ghostblade is a good item, because it gives you 15% crit already, synergizes really well with your Infinity Edge. And therefore he's really looking for the next fight here to just destroy people if he can. and of course Millennium are looking to try and lock down Candy Panda.
Kerp was Creaton showing himself down that bottom lane. There's a big wave coming up here. Millennium making SK making a big move on this inner turret, and honestly, they may well be able to get to it. They've got a lot of damage down towards. They can see Millennium. They've actually moved into position. Candy Panda can get himself a free wave, but he doesn't fancy it. They don't fancy it. They realize they've not got there quick enough. There's another minion wave coming in. Candy Panda out of position.
What are you doing?
Kick and bounce. That is it. Millennium can rush and turn onto this one. You can see the culling coming out. Freddy's having to tackle that one off. They're going to chase back on towards it. Where is Kerp going to go?
It's going to be Baron
side expected. Stun guard on towards Svenskeren. Oh, follow back down. Finding beautiful, beautiful play from Millennium. And they turn this game on its head and get themselves another 3 picks.
Such a big mistake by Candy Panda. He didn't have flash. He used it in the last fight and he stayed in the front. So as soon as Connex went in, landed a Sonic Wave onto Freddy, he knew I can get Candy Panda easy peasy. Kicks him back. He's instantly dead here. And now onto the Baron here. 2 members for SK trying to defend.
Soul Shackle still available for Jerry if he wants to go for it. He may well. Jez has actually taken very low from this one. He gets caught out. Connex lands the Sonic Wave. They go back in and start the Baron once again. It's still only down to half health. And Rated the only man off the side. He's already used the Stranglethorns. He's going to have to try and pull some miracle move here. Teleport available for Freddy. They're trying to delay it. It's not enough. Millennium get Baron.
Millennium gets the Baron and a lot of kills here. Everything about Candy Panda, once we actually get the replay rolling, just look here. Candy Panda in the front by himself. Connex, this is an easy kick for him. No chance to even wild growth Candy Panda because Jess is so far back here and Candy Panda was kicked into the team. And then Millennium can just chase. Pops the ulti from Kerp. He goes in, doesn't even stun Freddy because he's so low already. Goes for the next target flash. And this is what we talk about with the single target stun. Followed in by binding. Doesn't matter which way you do it, you lock down a target for multiple seconds and Millennium picks up another kill.
Fantastic stuff. And you know, we talked about how easy it is to read Millennium. We know what they're going to do, but they do it very well. And when it works out beautifully. It's given themselves a 4,000 gold lead now. And of course, with that Baron buff, they can try and push an advantage. SK have regrouped. They're going back in that mid lane once again.
Candy Panda was actually up in his top lane here, just trying to pick up every single bit of farm he can, because again, it's all about him. His flash should be up for the next team fight, but he might look for some defensive items because he's the target every single time. Maybe it isn't enough for him just with Zyra and Lulu to defend him in these fights.
The problem is you can see how far he's actually fell behind Creaton. Creaton now, of course, had that Yomo's Ghost Blade and the Blade of the Rune King. A little bit ahead of yourselves there, guys. They do manage to get the Dragon down. Infinity Edge, though, was bought outright on that last fight. Meanwhile, of course, Candy Panda, he got that Infinity Edge on the Blade of the Rune King. Now he's going to try and get some attack speed. Maybe, potentially, the Phantom Dancer going to come out there. But as you mentioned, he now needs something defensive. He needs to get out of those scary positions that he keeps putting himself into.
We, of course, have to give credit to Connex. I mean, saw the opportunity, landed a Q on the Fred, and just saw, okay, Candy Panda, you're out of position. Instantly jumped him, flash kicked him back to the rest of the team. So we need to see what happens here in the next team fights. I don't feel like Millennium can actually dive onto SK Gaming with all the CC, with all the AoE from SK Gaming here to knock up targets, to slow multiple targets. It becomes very risky to dive. They might try and go for it with Kerp here. No Hourglass, however, so he can't really go in first. You need him to jump in with the passive.
Well, SK a 5-man defending this one. Of course, Kevin is pushing that top wave. He's just getting himself a gigantic chunk of farm, pushing it all the way around. And let's not forget, an Aatrox, if he's left free on the tower, will do a hell of a lot of damage on towards him.
Definitely, and they could even put Kerp in the mid lane now, and then he pushes up the mid lane. We have top lane being pushed up by Kevin, and then they just stay safe in his bot lane, clear the wave every single time, make sure it's around the tower of SK, and in case something happens, Kerp just teleports in. If it's up in the top lane, they could dive onto onto Freddy, kill him, 2v1, and then take the tower. But for now, Kerp is staying with the team in his bottom lane here, so Kevin is all alone against Freddy.
Going to try and get around the side there. Look at Cotnex, he's sneaking. He hasn't got flash available this time. He'll be off cooldown. He wants to get on towards Candy Panda once again. He was dangerously putting him close out there. Ward going down off the side. Yep, they know that Cotnex is trying to sneak around. He's going to sweep both of those lenses. There's going to be the culling coming out. Didn't really catch a great deal on anyone, but it does buy them time to catch on. Svenskeren caught out with the Dark Binding. Sonic Wave catches. They don't follow through on that one. Candy Panda does get that wave cleared down, but SK is slowly being chipped down here by Millennium.
Move Kerp to the mid lane. There's no hard engage on the side of SK, so he will always be able to join in. There's even Black Shield on Jerry to disengage, and he's moving towards the top lane. He might go for the dive here for the 2v1. Should be able to kill Freddy and then take the tower, and then they can just back away down this bottom lane. And finally, Kerp behind the mid lane.
You clear out that mid lane. Candy Panda's the one that's going to rotate around and try and deal with that defensive duties, but that takes a lot away. Of course, they still have Jezzes on Lulu. Look at the goal, switching back and forward between Creaton and Candy Panda. You can see Candy Panda had snuck himself an advantage, but clearly that big fight, that turned it around for Creaton.
And look at the way Freddy plays on this top lane. He knows there's a chance Curb is nearby, so he had to back away from the tower. As soon as he saw Curb in the mid lane, he actually backed away and let Kevin just go crazy on the tower, kill it now. So at least Millennium got a tower from the Baron so far.
It was a Baron of opportunity, and a Baron well-worked opportunity it was for Millennium instead. They are now with a 5-3 advantage. You can see SK Mink can try and make a play.
There's their teleport top.
Spotted out. Destiny comes in. It's not close enough, and Freddy does get out alive, but they're going to put some damage down on towards it. Remember, this is a Lich Bane as well on Kirby. They could try to take that tower down. Freddy doing a good job at clearing those minions, making Curb tank out the hits.
So Freddy, he instantly flashed away as soon as he saw Curb here. Had to use ulti as well to try and defend the wave, but he managed to hold Millennium off the tower for now. Bot lane still taking some damage though every single time Millennium has a chance.
Destiny also actually uncovered Svenskeren, as you mentioned, because he was trying to sneak around the side of Millennium, uncovered him. This time he's going to try it again. Destiny is not available. They are 3-on-4 on this bottom lane pairing.
There's actually a pink ward from SK Gaming. They did it for a long time, just making sure they can see if Millennium moves towards the mid lane. Didn't get spotted out, so Millennium backs away. They got one tower with the Baron, and also forced away a flash from Freddy, and a lot of gold now to spend, of course.
Yeah, by both teams actually, so everybody's going to step back from this one, take a breather. Baron will be up in just shy of 2 minutes. Dragon will shortly follow. Millennium, of course, have the timers on everything because they cleared it all out. Kevin coming in is going to try and sweep everything clear. Quicksilver Sash being picked up by Candy Panda.
Okay.
Wise use on that one, going to make sure it's locked up by those gold cards or binding.
Yeah.
Jesus. And the rest of SK actually shoved very well on these lanes. They're making sure they're getting pushed out of their base.
Just very smart by Candy Panda saying, I'm clearly the target. I need a defensive item. Even though I have a lot of protection, it's not enough here. There's no Black Shield to stop a stun. No Mikhails, or now actually it is Mikhail, sorry, onto Enraged as well. So yeah, Quicksilver Sash, he can upgrade into Scimitar, which of course is a great item now in 4.10. And also cleanse from their Mikhails from Enraged here. So everything invested into trying to keep Candy Panda alive.
Yeah, they're going to make sure he doesn't get stepping out in front there. So the flashback available on Cotnex as well, we should point out. Of course, he managed to catch on last time. So, Dark Binding on Freddy, not going to do a great deal, not going to follow up on that one. Keeps him at bay, and it's SK that are back pushing again. They're now feeling confident enough with that Baron, warn off Millennium, that they can still win team fights.
There's still 2 pink wards from Millennium around the Baron here, which SK didn't actually manage to clear. So Millennium already with some ward control for the next Baron spawning here. And if SK is out of position, or if one of them get picked off, it could be the next Baron again for Millennium. And this time around, I think they're going to be more aggressive with it and not keep Curb in the bottom lane with the rest of the members if they feel like they have a chance to actually dive onto Freddy up in his top lane 2v1. Took them some time before. They did it in the very end. Managed to pick up one tower.
So Blue Wolf Steel coming out from here. It's going to be done. Binding Quetchen on Freddy once again. Can't get close to it. Dragon will be up in 25 seconds time. Baron in 3 seconds. That spawn right out there. Can they catch off some from Millennium? We saw a little attempt at flanking there from Svenskeren. Cornex is in the pit ready and waiting. Remember, he stole on with a smite early on as SK were trying to grab the lead. Let's have a quick recap actually about how this game has flowed out, because we're at the 36-minute mark now. Dragon is going to be potentially the target, but it looks like Millennium may try and trade this straight to Baron.
If they run to Baron now, there's a ward though in the mid lane spotting them move towards the Baron. You see even the ping here from SK Gaming, so they know, and they have to run to stop Millennium from starting the Baron here.
Yeah, they give up on the Dragon. They're running straight up towards there. This Baron will go down very quickly, so the rest of SK are going to have to react quickly. They can see it's down to half hit points already. Dropping down, 3,000 hit points. It's going to go before they get close. There it is. There's the Baron. And now SK engaged. J-Re calls out. J-Re goes down. Well, they're going to drive up towards it. Kevin's doing the front-loaded damage, but he's going to get out the Bloodwell. He's going to pop back out there. Where is Destiny going to go? Curb comes out the side, catches on towards Svenskeren. Candy Panda, though, off the side. Wield the Wild Growth doing the damage. Kicked in. Straight away exploded. Curb and Kevin piled the damage down, and it's an ace for Millennium.
And SK Gaming, they had so much time to go in and clear these pink wards away, put their own ward at the Baron, but they didn't. So Millennium, with full control here, fight actually starts. Notice Curb up here in the top of your screen. He's gonna teleport behind the rest of SK. Instantly, Candy Panda was the target, gets Wild Growth, everything. Stun onto Enraged, so for now, Curb is just walking around. Nobody touches him. He doesn't take a single point of damage at this in this fight here. can just do whatever he wants, and he just comes in the end.
Only
late game TF destroys people.
Only at the end they catch on towards him. Millennium are going to push on through on this one. They can finish the game right here. They've taken down the turrets. They had a minion wave in the top there. Nexus drops, and SK Gaming have been taken down by Millennium. That will absolutely put a dent in their charge to chase Alliance.
And Millennium were just the team who kept looking for fights here with the pick-up, and they kept getting the right fights, going towards the Baron here. As soon as they saw SK start up the Dragon, they're like, we already have pick wards here, we know there's no wards on the Baron itself, we're just gonna rush it straight away. And SK Gaming were late to the party, and then the team fight itself. Curb teleporting in behind SK Gaming, and nobody was even looking at him. He could just do whatever he wants. Even the calling us also from Kratos did a lot of damage to the team.
So, again, I hate to say it, but Blade of the Ruined King Youmuu's has won again on Lucio.
It works!
It works!
There's a reason people build it, there's a reason they win, because it makes you so strong. In this mid-game, even in the start of the late-game phase, you are very, very strong with Blade of the Ruined King and Ghostblade. You can then sell the Ghostblade in late game, once you have 5 items completed, and you have had this entire time as a power spike because you're so strong for these 6 seconds. And overall, it's a good item. I'm glad to see the European AD carriers are building it on Lucian today. Only Rexus did it yesterday, and he was the only one who won.
A fantastic quick turnaround, and just like that, Millennium, they get the Baron, they win the ace, and they take the game. And it's a very quick turnaround, and honestly, SK Gaming, they thought they got out of position, they thought they got in a great fight, but again, as you mentioned, in that fight, Curb, untouched, not even focused on. A Twisted Fate throwing out wildcards. I think he must have threw out at least 3 wildcards off cooldown in that fight.
And no hourglass. Full damage, full glass cannon here. Could just turn to him, instantly destroy him. Nope, nobody touched him. Bit of an uncoordinated team fight by SK Gaming, but everything actually started in this game from their one pick. Millennium got up in his top lane, where they kill Freddy, and then they run all the way down to the mid lane, start the fight. Every summoner was blown by Candy Panda in this fight. So the next fight, where he overextended, he was the target for Cotnex, kicked him and he died, first Baron, and Millennium got so far ahead. So just by 2 team fights in a row, one without summoners from Candy Panda, and one with summoners, wasn't enough to help him. Millennium got so far ahead they could win the game.
And talking about LCS big plays, that kick from Cotnex was
beautiful.
Tremendous. That really was one of the things that turned this game on its head for Millennium.
Exactly, just kicking him in away from Jesse. Couldn't wild growth him again. No flash, of course. Nothing Candy Panda could do once he was out of position, which was, of course, the main mistake for him. He was simply playing a little bit too aggressive. I think maybe he listened to you because you were saying hit the tower, hit the tower. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to hit the tower. No, I'm dead.
I've not said hit the
Almost.
tower.
You wanted him to go forward.
I've not said that since season 2.
Lies.
I think you're secretly my stalker, that's for sure. So where does this put them in the league, of course? Millennium now chasing hard. They're actually not far behind SK Gaming themselves. This puts them in a very good position.
Especially also because Fnatic won yesterday. So they're kind of fighting with Fnatic for this 3rd spot. We talked about it, of course, the Twitter question of the day, who's going to be the top 3 here in Europe. For now, Millennium looking good. Fnatic also looked good yesterday. We need to see what they can do today. If they can manage to get a win here, keep Millennium behind them.
And of course, Alliance, they're now top of the table. They're going to be looking at this game smiling, thinking, man, our position is secured right now.
Yeah, it's perfect. When you're the #1 team and everyone just under you just keeps beating each other left and right. I mean, couldn't be better. The further they get ahead, they secure the #1 spot, get a good seed into the playoff here, and of course, looking towards Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff, of course. A few more games to go yet. The game is not yet over. We're going to go over to Millennium's Cotnex, who is standing by with Shox and Quickshot. Let's check in with them.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, we are joined by Cotnex. A great game on, Lee Sin, from you. Talk me through the mindset going into this game, because it seemed like you, Creaton, Curb, you all had something to prove, because you all went very, very hard from the beginning.
Yeah, so we lost yesterday. We had to rethink what we will do in the game. So this time we went in with a plan, and we executed it.
Well, it definitely worked out. I got a question for you regarding Millennium's play style, because it does seem that you guys work the best when you're playing pick compositions, looking for those kills and objectives. Can you guys play other styles? And if you can, why are you not?
So pick compositions are really good for us because we have a really good mechanical play, and we like to catch people a lot. I still think we can play like other comps, but like if this is open, then we prefer it.
If it works, absolutely. And you pick people off with that Lee Sin, which was actually instrumental in this game as well. And we actually have a replay to take a look at one of the team fights in the game where that was very important. So let's pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, so this is a team fight that happened early on. You can see even on kills, even on gold, even on towers. Let's roll this clip out and talk me through the decision making, because it takes a very long time. And after you've engaged, what's the communication like? Next.
So Kreaton was pretty fed, and he gets a good cooling off. So we just we went in, and then we disengaged, and then we killed the closest target to us.
So the next question for me is, after you end up killing Freddy, you guys end up sort of backing out and going back in. Who's the call-out? Who's the captain in this regard? Because you're going to have this dance for another 20-odd seconds.
So Kreaton and Curve were really strong at that point, so we kind of follow their calls. Like they told us that Freddy was coming in, so we just turned instantly on him.
Okay, so we're about to see Kreaton go in. If you were to give yourself a scorecard, 1 being bad, 10 being good, what do you think of this play and the fact that you gave up 2 kills? How would you rate it?
Well, 3 maybe at max. It was kind of sloppy.
What would you have done better?
We should just disengage and regroup. Now we have 2 went in and 2 went back. So indecisiveness.
Well, you did redeem yourself with that Dragon Seal later, and actually a very good game. We also have an LCS big play from this game, which comes from @TheOddBlueJay, who says, Cottonex's kick on Candy Panda. That was so good, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I do actually think we've got a replay of that. So let's pull it what's on your screen and just go in super slow-mo as we pull off a Cottonex, not an insect. Let's actually just roll this clip out. We're going to roll it at half speed. And Cottonex, did you know that Candy Panda was a juicy target as you came around the corner?
Yeah, and I also knew he had no flash, so I just kind of went for it.
Well, congratulations, dude. It was absolutely well played. Ended up securing you guys the Baron. Definitely helped you carry on to finish the game out. We can get that clip off your screens right now. I do also want to give a little bit of props to Mr. Crepo, who chimed in. He says, Cogmore doesn't have a gap closer, but good guy Cottonex gives him one. Millennium playing really well this game. Congratulations, dude. What do you think when you see your name on the LCS big play?
Oh, great that people think I play good and that they won.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we also checked in with you guys at home, and earlier today we asked you to toss your tweets at us and let us know which teams will finish top 3 in the European LCS and why. And here are some of your choices. The first one is from @JarNoman. Alliance will be on place 1, SK Gaming in 2nd, and Gambit will do what they always do, sprint in the end.
We'll have to see if that works out. Gambit are looking a little shaky, but they do have another game later today, so we'll keep a close eye on them as the weeks go on.
Yep. The second one is from @Seorin. Alliance, SK, Super Hot Crew, unstoppable. Alliance looks unstoppable. SK and the Super Hot Crew coaches are keeping them improving. Cottonex, what do you think of those 3 choices? Of course, Millennium is not yet in them.
So I think these teams actually play really good. I think the top 4 will be really close. I think we should be in there as well. But yeah.
Well, we wouldn't do this segment without mentioning you, of course. The last tweet is from @AlexFab4, Alliance Fnatic.
As well. Definitely a turnaround performance since you've joined the team, so well played on picking up Millennium's level.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you guys for sending those in, and we'll see how all of our teams perform on the road to the Summoners Cup. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to be a part of the action. Now we need to take a quick break with throw down some vision wards and prepare yourself for Fnatic versus the Super Hot Crew when we come back.
Hey, Freddy. Can you hear me higher now? What? Am I loud or no? What?
I just want to play the game.
Gonna come in, lands the gold guard onto the Candy Panda. The damage from the culling from Kreaton as he flashes in, gets one down. Svenska turns it back around, gets one. Can he get 2? Yes, he does. Candy Panda's gonna be targeted. He's gonna be the focus. Soul shackles from Jeremy, locks on towards him. Dark Binding catching on Candy Panda. Wild Ghost saving Candy Panda, but now he's trying to get away. He can't damage to get the damage down. They realise they've not got there quick enough. There's another minion wave coming in. Candy Panda out of position. What do you do? Hits and bounce. That is it. Where is Destiny gonna go? Curve comes out the side, catches on towards Svenska. Candy Panda though off the side, wheels the Wild Growth doing the damage, kicks in, straight away exploding.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European LCS. I'm Joe Miller, along with Trevor Quickshot Henry, as we head into the second half of today's matches. And up next is Fnatic versus the Super Hot Crew. Yesterday, Fnatic started off the 6th week of the European LCS with a bang as they took on the Copenhagen Wolves. It was a fairly one-sided game, though, with Fnatic really never looking back once they got rolling.
I completely agree. And with the changes to the game in 4.10, it really looked like Fnatic have adapted a little more than most to the patch. Soaz appeared to be building towards that Ardent Sense in the top lane towards the end of the game. Rekkles and Yellowstar absolutely destroyed the Wolves with their Wifesteal duo lane, being Lucian and Thresh, of course. They absolutely decimated their opponents with constant picks, and Rekkles in particular really showed a willingness to force objectives once he was ahead, and it was refreshing to see such a confident performance out of Fnatic. But you can't deny the fact it was against the weakest team in the European LCS, so they may have a tougher time here today against the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, and for the Super Hot Crew, they ended up losing versus Gambit in a game that was very back and forth and full of kills at the start, but honestly, as things went on, the Super Hot Crew started to win more and more team fights. That was up until a woeful decision to start a fight and engage all on the tanky Darien.
Yeah, so the Super Hot Crew, they had this team composition that always needed time to scale and always had the ability to split push. I was actually relatively impressed with how well they managed to continually find ways to push the minion waves out while constantly under pressure from Gambit. It was clear that the later the game was going, the better their team fights became. And I do want to highlight just how well Mima was playing once more. Last week it was Kayle, this week's his Jax was strong. He found openings, ways into the backline of Gambit, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to actually help them win because his team made that monumental error to engage in the 50th minute, but only onto Darien. It ended up costing them the whole game. Just very quickly before we move on, don't forget the last time that these two teams met, Fnatic and Super Hot Crew, the game went to 64 minutes. And the Super Hot Crew controlled Fnatic very, very well. They struggled to finish, but it was all about the Super Hot Crew pushing Fnatic back the entire game.
And coming into this game, Mr. Ralls feels that Fnatic's AD carry is a better player than he is on paper, but Rekkles sees a lot of similarities between them and feels honored to play against Mr. Ralls.
Fnatic's style is naturally good against ours. They play like a very global kind of style, often going 2 TPs or whatever, 1 TP, 1 global. And naturally we're not that good against that, so it's kind of hard for us.
Last game we had a pretty tough game actually, where it went to like 64 minutes or something. And I don't hope it's going to be like that again, because that was very nerve-wracking.
The Nexus itself will be focused, and the Super Hot Crew win a 64-minute epic here against Fnatic.
Through the seasons, we've been at the top, then we fall down, and then we always manage to come back. But obviously, I'm not sure about this time because every team is improving so much.
You need to be able to play from behind to know how to get ahead, because you need to be able to know what puts you behind, and also you need to know what they will do to get back in the game.
I don't really care who I'm playing against. I only care which champion I'm playing against. I know Rekkles is better than me, so to beat him would be pretty nice.
Playing against him every time is like an honor for me. I really think he's like the new generation, kind of coming up with me. We have the same age, the same play style, the same champion pool, and we share so much information. So it's gonna be cool to like develop my career aside of his, because I think he will be around for a long time with his motivation, because he's really good at the game.
If you want to aim for the best, you have to put a lot of efforts to succeed.
Kind of interesting to see the whole difference of opinion on that one, with Mr. All saying he's just a better player than me, and Rekkles saying, you know what, we're the same age, same generation, if you like, of upcoming AD carries. Really cool to see that.
I love hearing Mr. All say, I don't care who he is. Yeah, I think he's better, but I only care about the matchup. It's only the champion in game that really matters. And it shows, because he's performing so well against these tried and tested sort of old guard players that are on stage.
Great to see new talent coming through, that's for sure. Let's get checking out the team lineups, though, for this game. On the blue side, we have Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid, Rekkles, of course, the AD carry, and Yellowstar, the support.
And on the red side, for the Super Hot Crew, it is Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing the mid lane role, with Mr. Ralls and Kasing, formerly Yarrow, in that support role.
And that brings us on to our featured matchup, as we do take a deeper look at the supports, with Fnatic's Yellowstar taking on the new man on the crew, Kasing.
So Yellowstar was incredible on Thresh yesterday. He hit all of the important hooks, especially in the last minutes of the game. And if you compare their kills, deaths, and assists, you can really see how much Yellowstar hard carried. Kasing, while on the losing end of the match against Gambit, still had a brilliant showing. He landed multiple Nami bubbles on multiple members during the course of the game, and it's not the first time that his Nami was fantastic. Last week in London, he had a very high level. I do want to highlight that Kasing currently has more assists per game on average than Yellowstar, and in terms of the vision, Yellowstar currently leads the European LCS for total number of wards placed. In terms of per game averages, Kasing is on par with Yellowstar at the top in terms of those placements per game. So we'll see how Kasing does in the Vision matchup and the Vision meta as it was in this battle.
Well, before we get to the game, let's take a look at your votes for this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, Fnatic leads, who would have thought it, with 81% of the vote.
Very interesting, because Fnatic are only 7 wins and 6 losses, while the Super Hot Crew are 6 wins and 7 losses.
Yeah.
This game, very realistically, could be the evening up of 7 and 7 for both of these teams.
Going to be a very interesting one. And as we move towards Champions, let's talk a little bit about it and what we expect to see. Yesterday, as we already mentioned, the Super Hot Crew lost, but they didn't actually play all that badly.
No, they really didn't. They fended off the early game aggression from Gambit. They stalled the game long enough until their team comp was arguably much more powerful, but a bad decision cost them the game. I do feel that Morgana is going to be banned out by one of these teams. It was done so yesterday, and I imagine Twisted Fate may be a contested pick. The question for me is, do Fnatic allow Yasuo through picks and bans? It's something Selfie has done very well with in the past.
I was going to say also a question, do they let Kayle through? And well, that was answered straight away by Fnatic. They took that out as the first ban, and Jax as well. So really targeting what's been strong for Mima in these last couple of weeks. On the other side, the Super Hot Crew taking away 6, and the Morgana, as you expected there from Yellowstar. What will Fnatic go for here as their third and final ban?
Kassadin is up. Twisted Fate is up. In terms of junglers, all of the junglers are up. So there's a lot of priority picks. I think Twisted Fate, and seeing how well Peke and Froggen, I think, have played in recent weeks, I wonder what they're going to go for. I wonder if one of those champions is a consideration to be banned.
Well, we see Evelynn banned out there and Kassadin taken away. Red side ban. Fnatic now having a strong first pick, I'd say, in this game. The likes of Twisted Fate, we saw it already in OGN this morning. Actually, we saw Froggen first pick in the likes of Twisted Fate. However, Fnatic really putting a lot of importance here on first picking their AD carry, taking Twitch as the first choice.
Now, this is the first European Twitch of 4.10. I'm going back in my notes, and I'm 99% sure on that one. And it's going to be in the hands of Rekkles. Arguably, the itemization choices in 4.10 make Twitch stronger, thanks to the sort of buff to Ghostblade and the buff to the damage on Blade of the Ruined King. But on the other side of the coin, he's been nerfed in this patch. His lower damage from his passive, as well as the ambush taking a longer time to charge up. So we need to keep an eye on how Rekkles plays this game, because he's going to have a weaker laning phase thanks to the patch.
Did see it this morning though for Deft for Samsung Galaxy Blue in their first game victory over SK Telecom T1K. So we'll see if Rekkles can bring that kind of level. On the other side, the Super Hot Crew also going to be taking an AD carry as they pick up Lucian and also Braum as a support.
Stuns for days. Thanks to the Lightslinger passive on Lucian, as well as those concussive blows, I believe it is from Braum, the combo is just so good at locking people down. So if Fnatic are ever in a 2v2 situation and they don't have the likes of Thresh maybe as a support to try and punish Braum early on, they could be in trouble. Yellowstar and Thresh has been playing significantly better, but we have also been seeing the Twitch-Nami combination in recent weeks. The disengage and the movement speed plus the damage that Nami offers Twitch can be very beneficial. You'll notice both of these teams are ticking these timers down. Junglers, with Elise and Lee still available, they're not been locked in yet, and as I say, it does look like Cyanide is going to pick at least one of them.
Yeah, we'll see Elise for Cyanide here in the jungle, and Peke sporting a new haircut, cut a little bit shorter than he wanted, apparently, according to Twitter, will be taking the Twisted Fate in that mid lane. Now for the Super Hot Crew. Bottom lane is locked in with the Braum and the Lucian lane. Question then is, where did he go next? We've seen Selfie earlier on in the split, actually, when Yasuo was allowed through to get to him. In fact, that first game that we saw, that was against Alliance, I believe, in the first week. And he was incredibly, incredibly good with it.
And yesterday, his Yasuo was still good most of the time. But it was his engage onto Darius Renekton that you could argue cost the game. He was the one that jumped in. Impaler, you know, he was trying to bait, he was trying to pull people away. The interesting hover for me is the Rengar. And the reason I think it's an interesting hover is it's most likely going to be in the jungle. We've seen it first pick today, I think 2 out of the 4 OGN games, if memory serves. Bengi ran it, we've seen a bunch of players going, and you can build it either damage or tank. And the only reason I'm saying so much about the jungle options is Mima is the Rengar god in Europe, or was. But I don't expect this to be a top lane pick. If it does, it's definitely catching me by surprise.
Yeah, as you said, was played by Bengi, then banned out afterwards in game number 2. So we'll see if that goes to Impaler as we're expecting and what he can really bring to the table with it. We also saw that Kha'Zix Rengar matchup earlier on, which we've not seen, well, I can't really remember when we have ever seen that, to be honest with you. But that's obviously not going to be the case here. Elise already locked in for Cyanide. Fnatic looking for support. And top laner for Soaz. Bear in mind here that Lulu is available. A champion that he actually played better yesterday, I think, than we've ever seen him play it before.
I completely agree. I also think there could be an argument put forward for the likes of a Trundle. Add more to some disengaged power if they wanted to go that route. But it is going to be the expected. What I do like is the Thresh lock-in for Yellowstar, because Twitch and Thresh can actually deal with a Lucian and Braum in the early stages of the game. The range from Thresh allows him to poke and harass Braum down, and if Braum goes for a heavy engage, Twitch prior to 4.10 could sort of trade, thanks to his passive, thanks to the expunge, I believe it's Contaminate now, onto Lucian. But we need to see if they're going to go for those 2v2s, if they want to look for the straight-up matchups. I think they would, because the Destiny from Xpeke will also allow them to help counter that stealth initiation that Rengar brings to the table.
So the Superhot crew then on their final choice, expecting the Rengar to go in the jungle and then leave us with a top lane choice for Mima in this game. A player who, to be honest, has really come into his own. I think when we saw him in last year, even in Season 3, and the start of this year in the Spring Split, he was fairly quiet, but he's been getting stronger and stronger as things go on. It's going to be a Shyvana this time around for him, champion that he's well versed with.
This is all about Selfie. You have knockups from Braum, you have knockup from Shyvana, you have knockup from Yasuo. If Superhot crew are ever able to put Fnatic in a team fight scenario or a team fight situation, that 5-man wombo combo is terrifying. What is also good for the Superhot crew is because you've got a Shyvana and a Rengar as well as a Yasuo, they can also play the split push game. The difficulty for them is how do they deal with the wave clear and the pick power that Twitch, Twisted Fate, and Elise offer. So Superhot crew have to maintain very good vision and arguably need to get ahead early because all of their damage is physical. There will be a point where Fnatic has enough armor to reduce Shyvana, Rengar, Yasuo, and Lucian's damage, and at that point, it becomes next to impossible for Superhot crew to win. Ticking time bomb, full AD comps seldom are successful at this level of play.
And also seeing a new champion in the jungle for Impaler. He's had his fair share of champions which we've not been impressed with, and on the other hand, champions that we've been very impressed with. So we'll see what he does here with Rengar today. But now that those champions are locked in, who do you guys think has the advantage in our featured matchup? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag Yellowstar or Kha'Zix.
And it's interesting to see both Thresh and Braum feature, because Morgana was banned out yesterday. We've seen them both foregone in favor of different picks. The Zyra, the Nami are growing in popularity, which I'm ecstatic to see, because the more champions we start seeing, the more diverse the playstyle is. But I do think the early game, the laning phase, is really where the Superhot crew have to get ahead. Once those Randians or Frozen Hearts or Thornmails get completed, well, I mean, what are you going to do? You can't burn through all that armor when everyone's physical.
We're going to find out here. We are going to get into game for our third game here in Week 6, Day 2 of the European LCS. It's Fnatic take on the Superhot crew. New champions coming to the table this week already. And we're going to see another one here in this game with Rengar in the jungle for Impaler.
First thing I want to highlight, Yellowstar is once again playing Thresh. Yesterday, he had great death sentences. He also rushed a Talisman of Ascension after his Sightstone. It looks to be a similar case as he's grabbed himself that ancient coin. And the only reason I highlight that, none of the other Threshers have adjusted their GP10 focus. They've still been going for that Relic Shield to face the mountain route. So let's see how that plays out. It also means if a fight were to break out in the lane, Yellowstar has less combat stats than Kha'Zix on Braum.
Also, I'd like to see a gold per hook item come in there because Yellowstar would have been really raking that in yesterday. Played amazingly well, and we'll see if he can continue that trend today. If we look at the start of this game, a minute in and already Fnatic up by the Super Hot Crew red buff, and almost a mirror image on the bottom side of the map where the Super Hot Crew have sent 2 men down to put wards in early on and make sure that they've got vision of that one. Mima is a little bit isolated from the rest of his team here. Will be spotting Rekkles early on, but he's quick enough to get back to his turret. No real problem. And it looks like Fnatic just going to back away completely of the Super Hot Crew jungle.
Super deep vision from Fnatic. This is going to give them so much information to work with regarding the first clear of Impaler. So if Fnatic want to go for some sort of invade or some sort of cheeky play, and Super Hot Crew back away from their red buff, they will have the opportunity to do that. As it stands, we may end up just seeing a straight-up trade. It doesn't look like either team is really looking for any sort of engage, and it's Fnatic that appear to be starting off the lane swap. Somewhat expected with an Ancient Coin start because Yellowstar loses those stats, but we have seen Threshers really punish Browns in previous weeks.
Yeah, we see Selfie going very aggressive, and his passive shield there actually blocking all the damage that comes out of those cards at the start. So see how Selfie decides to play this one in the end. Peke losing out on quite a lot of CS there from that first wave thanks to the pressure.
Yeah, very smart play by Selfie, but it is, it is his most, it is the champion that is most banned against Selfie. I do want to say that yesterday under pressure from ganks of Gambit, Selfie had a few dodgy sweeping blades with his E, sort of going into the middle of 3 and then forcing himself to flash out. So you could argue that sometimes his under pressure decisions cause him a little bit of trouble, but he's off to a strong enough start, and he's trying to punish Peke with obviously the advantage of the shield and the mobility gains from his flow.
Also want to talk about the pressure while we're kind of on that topic here for Kasing. Obviously he's been brought in here now to replace WeWolfAiler, and he's obviously going to be feeling some pressure to get some wins on the board. I mean, the Super Hot Crew, they've not had a lot of time to really gel in this one, especially with the duo ladies, Yellowstar, Cyanide, and Soaz are now coming around, but Selfie going on towards Peke there. I don't think he's got the damage. There is a flash out away from the hook. Can they catch up with him though? 3 man coming in. We've got Mima that's looped around through the enemy jungle there to stop them, and actually he will go towards that top lane, and he does in the end manage to get away. Peke also blowing both summoners there.
In addition to the summoner spells blown for Peke, Yellowstar used his flash as well. So if you just count summoner spells in terms of the bottom half of the map, advantage to Super Hot Crew. Mima was forced to teleport though to the top lane because there was a lot of pressure from Rekkles. He got some auto attacks down, he had a minion wave pushing it up. But it is the risk you run. On 4.10, low-level Dragon is worth more gold, and if you lane swap to put your numbers in the top half of the map, you open up the Dragon to be secured early, and Super Hot Crew with that relatively safe, actually incredibly safe early pickup.
Yeah, no one really going to be even dropping low, I think, from this one. Kasing the one that's just been tanking it up for those last few attacks, but that will be a Dragon taken away for the Super Hot Crew. 1,000 gold lead.
That was actually incredible damage juking from Kasing as well as Impaler. They avoided probably 4 or 5 of those Dragon auto attacks. You can see they came away from the objective with more HP than previous, thanks to the juggle. There is a rotation time between auto attacks on Dragon, and he managed to cancel them. So well played by Super Hot Crew. Mima's going to be forced out of lane. I don't know if they've got enough damage to kill him. We'll find out.
Already a lot coming down onto him. Flash is available though, so he could have taken that if he'd have been really forced to. Didn't quite work out for him though, and we see that Fnatic now have free reign on this top turret. Soaz and Cyanide actually chilling in the jungle. They'll allow both Rekkles and Yellowstar to finish off that turret on their own. Meanwhile, Selfie and Peke goes back into this mid lane. Selfie up to level 5, actually going for that Vamp Scepter first of all, so he's going to have a bit more sustain added into his lane.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. We just caught a glimpse of Rekkles using that ambush to get the bonus attack speed. That is a very big change to him on this patch. After he's initiated the Q, it can take up to 6 seconds to actually stealth up, and this is a 3v2. Super Hot Crew in trouble.
Oh, and Paler, the one that's going to be focused, and there is a jump in. Peke actually getting the last shot off, and will get the first blood as well. Not calculating there, I think, that the 2 men from Fnatic were going to come running face first out of their own jungle.
Yeah, unfortunate for Impaler. Just got surrounded from the sideline. Probably wasted that flash, I think. Maybe didn't need to do it. Nevertheless, Fnatic landed all of the skill shots they needed to, and there's definitely a focus to unlock this top half of the map. They really want to get that tower down.
And there is the vote from Twitter. 88% of you thinking that Yellow Star gonna have the better time here. The supporters of Max Range looks like the Jemima. Will they follow through? That flash, as I said, wasn't used in the last encounter. Won't need it to be used here by Mima.
My word, has Yellow Star improved his Thresh play? If you go back in the spring splits at the beginning of this year, Yellow Star was an average Thresh at best. And in recent weeks, he is landing so many good death sentences, and very importantly, I think his Lantern ganks with the rest of his team have also synergized and continued to upgrade. That was just a great example of, judging his skill shots, angling it through the wall sort of on the right-hand side to land it on Mima, and it was just very well played by Yellow Star.
That himself is going to have the wave pushed up against his own turret. Shouldn't have too much problem with that. Just want to touch on the AD carry CS at this point. 52 to 45. Both of them pretty much had a free reign on farm. Not really been pressured at all in these bottom and top lanes. So we see that Rekkles having the better time of that one. We actually saw Mr. Ralls going for the Vamp Scepter first.
Keeping in mind the play from Fnatic. They have been invading and trying to control Super Hot Crew's jungle the entirety of this game. From level 1, they had deep vision. This is the first time Red Buff is respawning, and Fnatic are once again laying claim to this objective. They, of course, have the support of Rekkles and Yellow Star in the top half of the map, which is why they can afford to make these plays, but it is also a focused, concerted denial of Impaler on Redguard. They really want to try reduce the amount of time before he gets access to his ultimate, and then can start setting up those stealth ganks, because there is very good pick potential on the side of Super Hot Crew as well, thanks to the fact they've got Rengar in the jungle.
Well, up until now, he's only been surprised himself, really, as he came out of the jungle, ended up dying. As Mima again, gonna be pushed back towards his tower. A Cocoon not quite landing onto him, and was already in range of that turret itself.
Look at Peke.
Impaler is gonna be coming around. Do they have vision?
They're going on.
Peke does go around in there, has got his gold card pull, but will it be enough to get away? Uses his flash as well. They're gonna go underneath the tower onto him as the slow comes down. The red card thrown back in there, and Peke surviving the 2v1, having to use his flash.
Yeah, Kasing actually used Exhaust and Flash, but once again, they have forced Peke to blow his summoner spells. Selfie has continued to get a CS lead in this middle lane, and knowing that Peke has no summoners available, that has to be a go signal for Selfie. He's got access to his ultimate. He's still got to work maybe a little more attack damage or crit into his build to get the kill, but nevertheless, it's the first sort of strong play from the Super Hot Crew onto Fnatic.
And speaking of Fnatic, they've just taken their first turret of the game, finally finishing off that one on the top lane, because it was Mr. Ralls who finished off the first turret for the Super Hot Crew down on the bottom side. And with that all said and done, the slight lead, which it really is at this stage for the Super Hot Crew, still remains mostly there from that mid lane, where Self is having a good time of farm over Peke.
So we need to see if Fnatic are going to challenge for this next dragon. They won't have the exact timer, well, they probably have since they probably walked through the area, but Peke's got Destiny. You see Selfie's return to lane with his Zeal. Impaler got the Madrids. It is pretty standard on jungle Rengars to go for a Feral Flare, in fact, as one of his items, and just continue scaling up the damage. As you can see, Feral Flare has just been completed for Impaler, the Wriggles Lantern rather. Needs to get himself up to those 25 stacks, then it'll level up. But I want to know where Impaler goes next. With the tank in Shyvana, and knowing that he needs to get ahead in the sort of mid-game, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a more of a damage build, much like Nocturne from a few months ago. Go for that Ghost Blade, or maybe even a Blade of the Ruined King. So we need to see what Impaler decides to itemize.
So with 30 seconds until the Dragon, we are seeing the teams moving towards the Dragon Pit, starting there, clearing out duties as well. It's mostly Yellow Star and Cyanide that were off on that bottom side of the river, doing a good job of that. In fact, the Super Hot Crew don't have any vision of the pit itself, so it's something that they're going to have to be figuring out here shortly. Although Soaz recalling from that bottom lane will leave them one man down, at least for now. He, of course, though, does have teleport available if he should need to be called in for a dragon fight.
And we've seen that Mr. Ralls is still falling further and further behind in CS. It is a small amount right now, but in terms of the lane matchups, Rekkles is just doing a better job at getting his CS available. Impaler, that's his ultimate throwdown. They want Rekkles.
Gonna try and get in there on top of him. Can they actually lock him down? And there is half HP already taken away from Rekkles. Here comes Kasing as well. Money is gonna be going their way, surely. No, Rekkles gets a stealth in, and there's the rest of the Fnatic team closing in. Impaler is now low. Fnatic take the Lantern over. There's a hook onto Impaler as well, and they're trying their best to get it away. But here comes Selfie. He'll get himself one. Can he find any more Yellow Star? Got half HP still, and what a turnaround there from the Super Hot crew.
That should open them up for a Dragon as well. Rekkles was able to get that ambush stealth off. While under damage, it can take up to 6 seconds to stealth up, but it was enough time for Rekkles to actually deny vision from his opponents and get out safely. I really like the aggressive play from Super Hot Crew. Impaler started that engagement, ran all the way into Fnatic's jungle, and the support from the rest of the team was there. They get the kill, they get the Dragon, and they get Destiny out of PK.
I'm not sure really why I called it a turnaround, because it was, of course, the Super Hot Crew starting things off, but after seeing Fnatic close in onto them, didn't look good, but good reactions on both sides, and the Super Hot Crew now looking very strong. 2,000 gold lead, give or take. See Soaz head back up onto his top lane and get back into the farm. Actually is bang level really with Mima at this stage of things. Got himself that Fiendish Codex as his first item of the game. So we'll see how this one all develops. In terms of the AD carries though that we touched on earlier on, that lead in CS is still with Rekkles. Both of them headed up towards the Blade of the Ruined King first.
Yeah, even though the CS is in favor of Rekkles, if you actually look at the total gold, thanks to the Dragons and obviously the assist from Mr. R's side, he is a few hundred gold ahead. It hasn't equated to, a massive amount yet, but it will be, it is interesting to see that even though Mr. R's has been on the back foot in CS, the map play and the objective play is working in his favor, and Impaler does have his ultimate available again. They might want to go for Soaz here.
See if he can actually speed away from this one. There was no ward inside of that brush as far as I could tell there. And I think that was just a case of Soaz having the feeling that Impaler was going to head on towards this top side of the map and was able to saunter off. Meanwhile, the Super Hot Crew are finally going to get one of their own red buffs.
Yeah, so this is the first time since... Actually, this is the first red buff they've secured on their half of the map. Super Hot Crew have been invading Fnatic to steal their first and I believe second as well. And that is obviously a testament to the fact that Fnatic no longer have resources in the top half of the map. Fnatic invested a fair amount of time and a lot of vision into controlling the first 10 minutes of the game, which did work out. That whole top half was theirs. They secured the first tower. They secured the first blood. But Super Hot Crew, with a great counterplay and movement on the bottom half of the map, have allowed them to get the Dragons. And we touched on the extra gold that Mr. Riles has. Because he didn't invest that gold into Berserker's Greaves, he's finished his Blade of the Ruined King first. So, gonna most likely go for that Blade of the Ruined King into Ghostblade build that we are seeing from Lucians on 4.10.
Let's have a see. And it's, as you said, behind in CS, but still ahead in gold, which has really helped him out as well. Impaler, meanwhile, headed down towards this bottom side of the map. Is the focus here on towards Rekkles? It makes sense when we hear what they both had to say in that video.
So, Super Hot Crew need to try and find opportunities for the Yasuo plus Rengar combo to look for kills. If the Super Hot Crew can sort of pull Fnatic into the lanes and use the power of that Thrill of the Hunt from Rengar to come in stealth, land the stun from the E, and get kills, that's how they can open up objectives. But in terms of like wave clear, it's relatively unsafe wave clear from Super Hot Crew, and they don't want to put themselves in a siege situation because Lulu can wave clear effectively, because Twisted Fate can wave clear effectively, and even Elise has got the ranged explosive damage from a volatile Spiderlings. So Super Hot Crew are really going to be looking to push waves and play the waves to actually find picks.
Mid lane being pushed out by all people of Kasing. And up against PK, I mean, he is already pretty damn tanky. Not going to be too scared of what PK can throw at him there. Also had Mr. Riles coming around to help him out there as well. Let's have a look down some of the other items. As you mentioned earlier on, we already saw that Wriggles Lantern coming out for Impaler and actually being left those big jungle camps so he can get that stacking up.
Now, I do want to quickly mention, in team fights, if Kasing can position himself correctly with that Unbreakable Shield, he will completely and utterly negate Rekkles' damage. Rekkles, with his Rat-a-tat-tat, that damage, that projectile will not go through the shield. So Kasing can really increase his team's chances in terms of these team fights. And that's before you even bring into consideration the likes of the Wind Wall from Selfie.
Yep.
So Fnatic do not want to put themselves in a bigger team fight, 4v4s, 5v5s. They want to be looking for Twisted Fate and Twitch to surprise people around either Elise and Lulu and use the smaller numbers to their advantage where their smaller group of champions can outplay and get through those shields.
Which is funny, really, because we've not seen Peke really using that Destiny up until now. Not exactly putting a big focus on this one. Maybe a testament to the Super Hot crew, making sure that their squishier, more vulnerable targets have been grouped up here. Kasing and Mr. Rals pretty much sticking to each other this entire time. Rengar, of course, going about his business, getting that Feral Flare stacked up and leaving then the highly mobile Yasuo down bottom and Mima on Shyvana up top.
So Peke hasn't been able to because his team initiated the lane swap, and because the laning phase has been accelerated. We've had 2 dragons. Oh, Reckless is going in.
Coming in behind them on this one. Will they be able to lock anyone up, though? Kasing going to block out all the damage. Does take the cocoon, but look at that. They throw as much as they can at him, and both of them end up surviving.
That is exactly what we talked about 2 minutes ago. The Unbreakable Shield comes up, and Reckless is not able to break through it. What it does allow them to do, though, is get some damage on the inner turret, but thanks, of course, to some defense from Super Crew, they hold off for the time being. Super Crew are split, and Mima, he wants to force this fight.
Force it in there. There's 8 seconds, actually, until the dragon comes up, so this could be a big one as Peke is going to be using the Destiny. They've already got the 1 kill onto Kasing. The hook comes on Impaler with the flare afterwards. It's Cyanide that gets that, and that's going to be the turret going down, and Fnatic can simply back away and take a dragon.
Grab themselves 2 kills, 1 onto Impaler, 1 on Kasing, and that's just a very good play. Even though Fnatic seem to be chasing Mima and Selfie, because of the mobility on their side of the map and obviously the power of Destiny, they just instantly catch Super Hot Crew. With the tower, the kills, and the dragon, they are now going to take the gold lead, and that was a very big swing in control, considering they were down 2k.
Could be bad news for the Super Hot Crew. We've seen time and time again teams like Fnatic, these more experienced teams. I say time and time again. We have also seen them losing leads, but it's often an anomaly, I think we can safely say, in the grand scheme. See, the Morellonomicon's actually been completed there as well for both Soaz on Lulu and Xpeke on Twisted Fate.
Yeah, there's even less likelihood of them going Athenes and Holy Grail in this game, because Athenes already had its MR reduced in this patch, and there's no magic damage threat. There's such a tiny amount of magic damage from Shyvana and from Braum. It's not enough to necessarily itemize against. So once Soaz and Peke eventually start working towards the Zhonya's Hourglasses, they're already going to be much more difficult to kill. Mima is going to have the support of Impaler fairly soon. And Soaz is actually just going to spot him out there a moment ago. So trying to pull Soaz in. Super Crew haven't been able to force Fnatic's hands yet this game.
What Impaler can do, though, he's going to be waiting around on that top side of the map, has his ultimate available. Soaz does have wild growth as well, though, which may be able to keep him alive. Also with a flash in there, and his turret is still up. And there we go. Soaz going to actually face check straight into this one. He's going to be forced to use the wild growth, trying to turn a bit of damage back around onto Impaler. Still has the flash available. Here comes Peke, though. Destiny up to the top lane, and they get the kill onto Impaler. They'll probably back away from this one with Mima's ultimate running, but a great turnaround from Fnatic. Soaz face checking, but knowing that he had the backup, and now Cyanide's coming in. The Cocoon going straight down the middle. Bit of a turnaround on this one as well. We're going to have Thresh joining the top lane in a second, but I think that's the end of that one.
It does look to be the end of it. Soaz, I think, a little lucky to have the support of Peke. Because he was running through the bushes, had that just been a 2-on-1, obviously Rengar can just keep hopping, skipping, and jumping to his target. Nevertheless, Peke lands, he pulls the red card, and he sends Impaler back to the base. Very well played by Peke.
Look at this. Mr. Ross looking for a go on this turret. Actually saw that the lantern was thrown back in the lane there and thought, okay, who's going to be coming following that one through? I'm going to back away, don't want to risk it. In the meantime, Selfie playing the split push game here for the Super Hot Crew this entire time.
With Shyvana and with Yasuo, once again, you can expect Super Hot Crew to play the split push game. They do have access to the map play, the strategic play, and when you factor in that Impaler could gank either of those lanes if anyone's defending solo, it's a powerful combo. The problem that Super Hot Crew are running into is the wave clear from Fnatic is very good. So as long as Peke or Soaz are on those side lanes, which you can see them doing right now, they're actually mitigating a lot of the presence and a lot of the threat that Super Hot Crew are putting down.
And we'll see if they can break down this middle lane then. Now we can actually see Ghostblade is done for Mr. Rals. Brutalizer only just picked up for Reckless, so he's slightly behind on that front, on the itemization.
Yeah, and Impaler's just hit his Feral Flare not 20 or 30 seconds ago. So keep in mind that Feral Flare was adjusted a few patches ago, where it is 30 stacks, not 25, and hitting it at the 20-minute mark is definitely not bad. It's a decent enough time. And as we talked about, he's going damage. Brutalizer, Hex Drinker, as well as Feral is going to keep stacking up that Feral Flare. When you've got a frontline in Shyvana, who is building full tank, it does make sense. But it also means if Impaler picks the wrong engage or gets counter-engaged by Twisted Fate, he just gets shredded like you see in the top lane.
Already seen that one happening. He went down for the first time in this game for First Blood, which went over to Peke. He's now got his Zhonya's Hourglass finish, so a bit more protection for Peke, and we'll see if that kind of opens some doors for them, whether they'll feel a little bit more comfortable to go in for and test how much damage he's going to have onto one of these split push lanes. Although you've got to say, Blade of the Ruined King and Static Shiv now done for Selfie, that's still a risky fight to take.
It really is. There is a very powerful ability in that Hourglass to avoid this somewhat wombo combo team that Super Hot Crew put together. They can do a lot of different things with their comp, but let's see, where's Destiny going? I think they want Selfie, and there's so many members of Fnatic here.
Yep, in fact, they're all going down there. Blade of the Ruined King was used. Here comes the hook, and it's blocked out by the wind wall. Expertly done there by Selfie, and look at this, the Super Hot Crew going to go straight towards that middle turret. They're going to be able to take this one away. Peke will put down some decent damage. Soaz is now coming in as well. Soaz needs to be careful. Actually, flash from Peke. They're going to go on towards Kasing. Oh, they'll flash against the wall. Peke gets himself his third of the game.
So they end up getting the Destiny from Peke, and they do get the mid turret. I think that's not too bad for the Super Hot Crew, but they just took too much damage from the turrets once they were underneath there, and it just allowed Soaz to zone them away. Now look at the defense from Super Hot Crew. Culling forced to be used, which will at least hold it off for this minion wave, but once Peke gets here, they are going to have some even more threat on this inner turret.
Can't underestimate the poke to come through as well when you're trying to hold on to those turrets that have been sieged. Let's not forget the Dragon as well. That's coming up in less than 40 seconds time, so big pickup here for whichever team will be able to get it in there, and the Super Hot Crew will have Kasing coming back down into the lane in time for that Dragon fight as well.
So for Fnatic, this could be a very important Dragon if they rush it. They should know that the Culling is down, that the Glacial Fissure is down. But the thing you need to note, a lot of Fnatic's damage comes from skill shots, comes from Glitzer Lancers, comes from Wild Cards and Rat-a-tat-tat. And if the Wind Wall or the Unbreakable prevent that damage, it will reduce Fnatic's overall effectiveness in team fights. So timing on those abilities is so key as that objective has respawned.
Well, let's see, Dragon already started off by Fnatic. Super Hot Crew going to be closing in slowly and not even remotely quick enough to even challenge for that one. Fnatic take it, the second of 4. Meanwhile, we do have Maimer pushing the top lane, and there is Peke actually going in aggressive on towards Kasing. Definitely not something that he was ever going to win, and Maimer took down the turret in the top lane as well.
So they trade Dragon for Tower. We do see that Kasing gets away thanks to that 100% damage reduction on first projectile, but Fnatic are going to secure this inner turret. They're going to be... Oh, they've even hooked Kasing!
Oh, they've hooked Kasing. Can they take him down, though? He's pretty tanky by now. The damage seems to be there, though. It's Cyanide that will actually get that one. Wild Growth was used onto Yellowstar. They've managed to hook Ralph at the back. He flashed away. Miner's right in the middle. Here comes Selfie from the side. Can they take down anyone from Fnatic? Selfie trying his best to get on them. There's going to be a gold card any second. Actually, he threw it onto Maimer here, and now they turn towards Peke. Soaz has got a shield. That's not going to be enough with the knock-up, though, and they get one back.
They end up trading 1 for 1. It's not over yet!
It's not over yet. Cocoon comes in, another hook. Impaler's full HP. He could be doing damage here as the rest of the Super Hot Crew come in the knock-up. The ultimate, he absolutely destroys them. And now Cyanide, the last man left up for Fnatic, just got away from it. But what a turnaround fight for the Super Hot Crew there after Fnatic went aggressive with that first Destiny.
They chased so far down the line. Kasing was taken out before he could even get his ultimate available. And the reason I highlight that, it is still available if Fnatic look to challenge any more objectives. Now, thanks to the extended chase, Super Hot Crew just ran everybody down. It was a little bit of a comedy of errors because no knockups landed. None of the Steel Tempest, the Maimer Dragon's Descent didn't connect, but thanks to that sweeping blade on Selfie as well as his flash, he just kept running everybody down. And initially, this team fight looked bad for Super Hot Crew, but the tankiness on Maimer and the fact that Rekkles, while he's strong, he needs the active from Ghostblade to be super terrifying. he just got shredded. Very good ultimate from Selfie, unlike yesterday against Darien. The strongest fight.
Windwall also blocked out that final gold card that Peke tried to get down. He probably would have been better just leaving the rest of his team to go down and leaving it alone. But in the end, that actually gives Selfie now a 4-0-1 scoreline. BF Sword and Pickaxe in there. That Infinity Edge is coming next. That is one scary Yasuo.
Now, I want to highlight the weaknesses that we've seen from Super Hot Crew. Yes, they got 4 kills. Yes, they got the turret, which was great. But they had to run the entire length of the map to make that happen because nobody really landed their combo correctly. In addition to that, Fnatic are still stacking up armor. You can see the makings of Arandian's Omen completed on the side of Cyanide. There is no armor for Soaz yet, only the Hourglass for Peke. As that armor count begins to go higher and higher, it becomes even more imperative for Super Hot Crew to land the combo and very importantly focus the right targets because they have to get through a lot of defensive statistics. They're not there yet, which means this window of opportunity is still available.
Right, yeah, and be far enough ahead when that does happen. They're going to jump on Peke. He's going to pop his Zhonya's. Will that be enough to get him out? No, it won't. And just caught out there, and again, Impaler showing the beauty of the Rengar, just dived on them to start the fight off.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt from the Wolfcamp just ran all the way through and comboing the stun from Rengar into the stun from Braum. The pick power of those two is very, very good. But what does it give Super Hot Crew? 20-second death timer. They've got a minion wave working towards this inner turret, and we'll see how effectively they deal with this wave clear. A good wind wall will mitigate all of that Glitter Lance damage, so there should be another tower for the crew.
Well, that's the thing. We talked about the wave clear, but the wind wall gets rid of it all if you put it in the right position. And just, you see it there at the backside of that turret. Nothing that Fnatic could really do about that one. The Super Hot Crew waltz on in and take their 5th turret of the game. And that leaves them with a healthy 3,000 gold lead. But look at Fnatic, they're actually moving out here. Okay, forget that one. We saw the scrying orb used by Rekkles just to try and keep tabs on them, but they'd already left.
And Destiny was available for Peke, so they were trying to set something up and obviously decide to back away. So Super Hot Crew regain control. They've got the tower lead, they've got the map control, but now they need to defend. And this is where it becomes difficult for them. Their wave clear is somewhat reliant on short-range spells from Lucian and Yasuo on their Qs, or on Lucian's cooldown of the culling. Luckily, he does have some CDR from that Ghost Blade, so it will help them out, but we'll see how they invest it. There goes Peke.
Oh, Peke has gone super deep on this one. The Lantern coming out will actually save them. The culling focusing on towards Cyanide, who goes down below half HP. And look at Selfie there. He was thinking about looping around from the back. Funnily enough, Mima wasn't involved. He'd gone towards that top lane and didn't have a teleport available, although that will be coming up soon. Soaz is off cooldown at this point. Fnatic, I was going to say, seem to be happy with what they've got. Are they going to tank this one up? It looks like they are. The Super Hot Crew have completely left it.
Yeah, very, very smart play from Fnatic, but it's not going down as quickly as Fnatic will want. It doesn't matter. Thrill of the Hunt is available for Impaler if he wants to go in. Now, what I liked about Fnatic, the previous push, they were going to that inner turret while they had waves pushing top and middle. And I think the reason Super Hot Crew didn't go for that fight was to deal with that very large minion wave in middle, which Selfie went to go clear out. It's got him his Infinity Edge. And a smart call from Fnatic to realize no one from Super Hot Crew is there. The risk of being caught by multi-man ultimates is lower. So just tank it up and face check it. Yellow Star has got himself a Giant's Belt. He was sitting on a Giant's Belt and a Chain Vest towards the end of the game yesterday because he couldn't complete his item. But I really do believe that's going to be another Randuin's Omen, despite the reduction in its effectiveness.
So 10 seconds for the next Dragon in this game. If you look down the CS totals as well, the Super Hot Crew really have pulled ahead in that one with the pressure that they've been putting down on the map. Yellow Star playing it a little bit dangerously, I thought, but the rest of Fnatic were actually in there behind him as well. They want this Dragon, knowing that an extra bit of gold into their total would really help them come these next engagements. They start that one off. The Super Hot Crew, of course, gave this one off for basically free earlier, and they're already coming around the side. There's the knock-up from the ultimate, but they've not got Selfie in range. He's doing the Dragon pretty much solo right now, and that Dragon is going to go the way of the Super Hot Crew. Mr. Ralph being hooked in, but there's the knock-up across the team, and Fnatic dropping like flies on this one. Rekkles is going to do some good damage back to Selfie, but it's Yellow Star that they want to focus on. Blade of the Ruined King used by Reckless to keep him up. And where is Peke going to go? He's being caught at the back, trying to get away, but Impaler does the damage. Selfie gets another one on Reckless, and now Yellowstar is running for his life to try and stop the ace coming in for the Super Hot Crew. I think they don't care about about Yellowstar. They want the Baron.
Such a good flank. Mima comes in from the sidelines, and Selfie just insta-gives Soaz. He jumped in there, managed to just melt through Soaz before the wild growth even happened. Pay very careful attention to how the Super Hot Crew prioritize. Dragon first, Mima's on the sideline, and he's going to jump in. I believe the knockup was just onto Soaz. You can see him getting caught up by that last breath, and he just gets melted by the Super Hot Crew. Once they get rid of the wild growth and that zoning power of the Glitter Lance, and obviously the slowing from wild growth, they stick together, they clump up, and that mid-game sort of power damage from physical comps works out. There's not enough armor for Fnatic to survive, and that was a strong fight, which should have got them Baron as well.
Start pretty much dragging a dead rat with him there as Reckless went down just after hitting the Lantern itself. And third Dragon, first Baron for the Super Hot Crew, and a very healthy lead. Let's not forget, we already touched on it in the pre-game, 64 minutes was the last encounter between these two teams, where the Super Hot Crew were doing incredibly well, controlling Fnatic, had a big gold lead, but they really struggled to close the game out. Let's see if they've improved that in the weeks that they've had since then.
We're theoretically in a similar situation. You know, previously Fnatic had the makings of a pick comp. They had a Trundle top lane and Nidalee, a poke comp rather. Trundle top lane with Nidalee middle, and they were just buying time for spears to land. For Fnatic now, they'll be buying time with the wave clear of Twisted Fate and Lulu. And if Super Hot Crew can start the side lane management game effectively, they can buy time. Thrill of the Hunt, Impaler's looking for someone, and we'll have to see how quickly he can find anyone. Something we also haven't mentioned or talked about is the stacks on his Bone Tooth necklace. It's currently only at 6, because he's at 3, 3, and 3. So bonus stats, his movement speed while out of combat, and his leap range, very importantly, is increased. So he's going to be able to initiate safer and securer from a longer distance.
We already saw pretty much Peke falling by the way, was trying to do damage from the side. As we are going to see Destiny pop once again. They're going to go for Impaler and Mima this time around. The Super Hot Crew not really in a position to be fighting this one. They are finally coming around, but it might just be too late. Colleen coming in from the side. Ulti's not going to get the knockup. Selfie won't get that either, as they manage to hook in Kasing. And the Super Hot Crew going to chase here. They're the ones with Baron on, but they've lost their jungler already. It's a good chunk of damage down. Let's see if they stick around and try and get the tower.
And that is the strength of Twisted Fate. He manages to come from the sidelines. With the Hourglass and the Death Cap, he does have a lot of burst. And he was able to just melt Impaler, who has still not built up defensive itemization. Yes, more of Malmortius is completed, but that's not going to make you survive against a Morella Nomicon and a Death Cap. So Impaler, shredded. That's going to put a big stall factor on Super Hot Crew's push, and Fnatic playing catch-up. Now they need to be careful because they've lost access to Destiny for a little while longer.
Although that ward scanned out, you saw Yellowstar waiting off to the side. He was trying to have a go on that one, and we can see there the goal difference between the teams over time. A small period where Fnatic had a slight lead, but that has dropped to over a 6,000 gold lead now for the Super Hot Crew, just showing you what those few kills the Dragon and the Baron really can do for a team.
Yeah, we need to see how Super Hot Crew break these inhibitor turrets. There's only one outer turret left standing, but it was the inhibitor turrets that stalled them out. That was the point where it took them 20-odd minutes to break through a couple weeks ago. And you'll notice that Mima is just so tanky. In that previous fight, it was 4v2, and yes, they popped Impaler quickly, but Mima survived for an incredible amount of time. He's got a lot of HP thanks to Randians and Sunfire. He's got ammo, he's got armor. So Fnatic, if they spend any time trying to get rid of him, it just allows all of the damage from Super Hot Crew in, and we need to see Mima has got the opportunity to sort of flash over the wall or go for a Dragon's Descent, but he needs to hit knockups. We haven't seen a good multi-man knockup combo yet from the crew.
Well, we talked about the wave clear maybe being a problem for the Super Hot Crew to break through when it comes to sieging up these turrets, and so far Fnatic have done a good job of that. The knockup, Selfie dives in, good wild growth for the Super Hot Crew, gonna focus on Reckless, Cyanide's the next one down, Peke off to the side, can only gold card one man, and they lose 3 instantly. The Super Hot Crew might be able to push for the win.
Absolutely no hesitation from the Super Hot Crew. They grab 2 two members, both Pekka and Reckless, and even though Yellowstar mitigated all of the damage with Exhaust, it wasn't enough. They kept running down. The Super Hard Crew, they're looking to finish.
They're looking to get more kills. I don't know about finish. They managed to get one. Soaz gets knocked up at the back. They're going to take the first Nexus turret down. There is Selfie. Ultis onto Soaz. Kasing did go down, but the first Nexus turret falls. Next man up is in 15 seconds. This game is going over to the Super Hot Crew, showing us that they really can close out games decisively when they're in the lead.
That was an incredible finish to an incredibly well-executed team composition. The timer, the ticking time bomb of the armor was completely negated because as they got their items, as they have Infinity Edges and the Blades of the Rune King, they found the picks, they found the targets, and you've got to give props to Selfie for this game. He found Pekka or he found Reckless in a lot of those team fights, and that was a great, great victory.
And patience there really paying off for them. Wondering when they'd finally get through, and you saw the ultimate out of Kasing, just catching Xpeke right at the end there to get that knock-up, and that was the start of the fight. They had to use a wild growth on him instantaneously. They would have probably lost him if they'd have not done that. Reckless, however, was right there on top of them. He went down quickly, and from there, once you lose that big AD carry in Twitch, you're just going to kind of topple over like a house of cards.
In this particular composition, for Fnatic, I would argue that maybe the tidal wave of Nami may have been more disruptive. Yes, there's a lot of peel and a lot of protection that Thresh can offer, but the moment Super Hard Crew got through Thresh or dashed over it, the box wasn't a problem because Rengar can leap, Shyvana can leap, Lucian can dash. All of them can move around. Had that been a tidal wave that could interrupt some of those abilities, maybe it would have worked out better, but that's hindsight. And I was nervous for Super Hard Crew. I felt that their composition needed to land multi-man hits. They didn't even need that because they just had so much chase potential and they caught and punished Fnatic's positional errors.
And we said yesterday, the thing that, come on, let's be honest, lost them the game was that they made a bad call. They engaged onto Darien, the tankiest man in the team. They ended up losing that team fight and therefore the game after winning 3 or 4, maybe even 5 team fights before that. But there was none of that inconsistency, none of that indecision from the Super Hot Crew here today.
And once again, they also play the early to mid-game minion waves very effectively. Super Hot Crew have got a very clear understanding of how and when they want to move around the map, and they're seldom dragging their feet. So very solid performance that evens them up 7-7 for both of these teams.
Well, brilliant win for the Super Hot Crew, and it looks like Shox is standing by on stage with the Super Hot Crew's Mr. Rals. So let's send things over to her.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, Mr. Raleigh, as Trevor said, you didn't drag your feet. You just close out the game in 1 split second. I want to ask you how yesterday's loss, which was also decided in 1 split second, influenced the way you decided to finish this game today.
I don't know if it's influenced that much. Yesterday, it was kind of a long game, and we were not really sure how the game will go because we were so far behind. And today we were pretty confident because we got pretty far ahead, and yeah, Selfie was going nuts this game, so we were pretty confident.
Yeah, Selfie was absolutely huge. Talk to me about your bottom lane matchup versus Reckless, what you talked about in the video before. You said, I know he's better, it depends on what champions we play. And then they first lock in Twitch. How did your confidence level go from there?
I didn't really expect him to pick Twitch. I thought he didn't really like the champion anymore, and I actually expect him to pick Lucian, and I expected myself to play Kog'Maw. But yeah, it didn't really change that much that he picked Twitch.
And finally, in a very beautiful victory here and a great working together with your new support, even in that short period of time. How has it been? How does he compare to Weevil Failure in his playstyle, Kasing?
I think the difference between Yero and Failure is that Yero is a little bit better in lane. We obviously couldn't see that because the lane swap, but he's more confident in the early levels, so the early levels for me is fairly easy.
All right, well, congratulations and thank you very much.
No problem.
Now, we're going to step off the Rift for just a moment, but when we come back, we're going to break down this game, and the Copenhagen Wolves take on Gambit. Don't go anywhere.
Storm said he likes your haircut, Pekka.
I don't know. I don't think it looks too short, honestly. I think it looks fine. It looks really, like we usually say fresh in Sweden. Like,
can you get a room, you two, please? Like,
It's not over yet!
It's not over yet! Cocoon comes in, another hook. Impaler's full HP. He could be doing damage here as the rest of the Super Hot Crew come in the knock-up. The ultimate, he absolutely destroys them. So far, Fnatic have done a good job of this. The knockup, Selfie dives in. Good wild growth for the Super Hot crew. Gonna focus on Sir Reckless. Cyanide's the next one down. Peke off to the side. Can only gold card one man.
Welcome back, everyone. In our last match, the Super Hot crew took down Fnatic, and I'm here to take a closer look at that game with Demon and the Fisho, starting with picks and bans, and coming out of all things and all the ADCs on the table, Reckless decided to go for Twitch in the very first rotation.
Very surprised, and also meant Super Hot crew could easily make a comp around it to, okay, how are we going to kill this Twitch here? Remember, it takes 6 seconds now to stealth if you get hit during your Q, really, which basically means Twitch is such an easy target to shut down. So a bit surprised about their first pick. Really showed also that Fnatic wanted to use one of their standard pick comps.
It was also interesting just to hear from Mr. Rales as well, talking about how he was planning to go Kog'Maw, switched it to Lucian. Lucian again working out well, going with the standard build.
Yeah.
It's the right build to go, and everybody's, I think, finally catching on.
Yeah, absolutely. Then talk about the beginning of the game, because Fnatic, as you said, their beloved pick comp, and it was working out in the beginning.
I mean, sure, yeah, they got ahead before the real crucial team fights actually started. They managed to play well with it. However, Reckless never really got going in this game here. Twitch, I believe, actually was the first game since he joined DLCS where he didn't pick up a kill.
So for him, it wasn't a good game. It was very easy for Super Hawk also to shut him down. And Fnatic in team fights never really had the damage they needed to take down all these bruisers here from Super Hawk Crew.
Yeah, and if you look at the team comp, it's the exact same one they took down SK Gaming with. It was, everything in there. They almost took down Alliance. Of course, that was the base raise fight. The pick comes from 4.9 with the Twisted Fate, with the Reckless on Twitch, as you mentioned. It just didn't work in this one because, frankly, there was no one to pick off in Super Hawk Crew. They were always together in groups.
Also, maybe to Fisho, is there something related to the fact that it took him a little longer to get going the Twitch, and that was the window they had initially, and they just didn't have enough damage because of it?
Well, all in all, I actually just think Super Hawk Crew's teamfight comp was so good against Twitch because he has no jumps. He's an easy target. If you look at the rest of the lineup from Fnatic, Twisted Fate, no jumps. Yeah, okay, you run Ghost Flash. Still, once you get locked down, you're not going anywhere. Lulu, same deal as well. I mean, there's every single target or every single champion from Fnatic could be shut down or could be locked down by Super Hawk Crew. And once they actually got onto them or landed a knock-up, Yasuo would jump them, and the whole fight would just start. So overall, I just think Super Hawk Crew had a better teamfight comp. And once it got them to teamfights, Fnatic weren't far enough ahead to actually do anything.
Yeah, let's actually... Oh, excuse me.
So I just wanted to say, despite in 4.10, obviously talking about potential AP top lanes, it's the first all AD damage team that I think there's one in 4.10 so far. And honestly, they didn't look too bad.
No, absolutely not. Let's actually take a look at one of the team fights where it's very well illustrated that they could pick off people. Let's pull that up on your screen.
So Fnatic is actually ahead. We can just roll the clip here. It's a fairly long one. Fnatic group up in this mid lane. They take down the mid tower, and then they turn their attention on to Kazing here on Braum afterwards. Get a kill onto him. He dies. Yeah. But after he's dead here, the rest of Super Crew are like, we can still fight this one and actually re-engage. Mima goes in. Selphie's out of position at this moment, so he's not able to jump anyone yet. He actually delays his ulti by such a long time in this fight. But because they're so tanky, all these bruisers here from Super Hawk Crew, because they have so much mobility, they can constantly get onto Fnatic. Again and again, look Selphie here. First he jumped onto Source, then he turns it over to Xpeke, and now back to Source, gets the kill here. Still has ulti at this point. Goes back in. And now Reckless is gonna be the target. The Twitch immobile, it's very easy. Once the knockup actually comes in from Selphie, nothing he can do. Pop him, he's dead now as well. So overall, Super Hawk Crew, they were so tanky with all these bruisers here, and they could so easily get to the backline of Fnatic whenever they wanted to.
And do you feel if they hadn't have just gone back in for that second time, I mean, there was 6-1 up in kills just before that fight, and then Yellowstar came out, made that call, went for the hook. Do you feel if they hadn't gone for that, they could have gone on to win the game? Because they were ahead. They were ahead in kills. They were ahead in gold. They were equal in towers, but they were looking stronger.
So it's very hard to say, but often when you see these disengage or re-engage, once you land the hook, you're like, oh, let's go, we can kill this target very easily, and you kind of get a bit too overconfident. So yes, they got punished for it, and in men's Super Hawk Crew got pretty much back in the game 100%. If they hadn't gone in second time, they would end up trading 1-for-1, I believe, which would have been fine for Fnatic. They could have gone back to trying to pick up targets, so definitely it was a big mistake. However, credit to Super Hawk Crew for taking full advantage of it.
It may just be another shot calling problem that, of course, we saw against Alliance the other week.
Yeah, absolutely. Very quickly before we go over to the caster again, Rengar, the first one we've seen in the LCS. Quickly wrap up, what did you think of his play right here? The first time we've seen him here, of course, in OGN just this morning.
So a bit of a slow start from Impaler, but once he actually got some items going and got to team fights, he was very, very strong. He built a lot of damage, but there was a Ghost Blade for him as well, so he tried to just focus on being somewhat of an assassin jungle. You can obviously also build him tank if you need it, but this time around they just wanted more damage.
Yeah, it's something we saw from the career, obviously, this morning. We saw the tanky build, and we've also seen the damage build. Impaler went full damage on this one, that's for sure. He wanted to get the damage down. And you saw, when he got caught out, he went down very quickly, but if he could catch on someone like Reckless, which started a lot of things off, destroy them.
Yep, absolutely. Solid play here from the Super Hawk Crew. Now, changing players in the middle of a season can be difficult for a team to adjust to, and the Copenhagen Wolves' Unlimited tells us that his team is ready to start climbing the standings.
I'm kind of where I expect it to be, because changing members in the team is a hard thing and we have to adapt. So I expected us to not do so well in the beginning, but then step up towards the end. I think we already started changing. We did create a schedule where we wake up early, we practice more, we play solo queue before scrims, and we try much more. So I think this is the first stone, and then we're gonna build on it.
First stone and then build on it. The Copenhagen Wolves certainly need to be building on things right now because it's not looking all that great for them in the table. And that, of course, brings us into our last match of Week 6 as Gambit take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Gambit currently hold the 1-0 lead in the head-to-head after Genja, of course, carried them to a big victory in Week 3. And yesterday, Gambit took on the Super Hot Crew and started off really well early and into the mid-game too. Then the later it went on, it became quite clear that the Super Hot Crew were really scaling up and coming back into that one of 3 or 4 team fights in a row. We also, again, have to say that Gambit were somewhat fortunate, I think, to get the win after the Super Hot Crew focused on the tankiest member in the team. Gambit won the fight and then just closed out the game straight after.
Yeah, you know, Gambit came out of the gates really swinging hard yesterday. They pushed the Super Hot Crew to the limits. At 30 minutes, they had Super Hot Crew on their inhibited turrets. But the problem is they couldn't crack that final line of defense from the crew. Gambit then began struggling, and the Jax Yasuo combo just became too scary to deal with. Now, while all of that action was happening, Nick really stepped up his game. His Karthus was incredible. He found a lot of last hits, and with a strong early start, he continued to make Super Hot Crew's life very difficult. But I do want to say that I think the Super Hot Crew would have won the game yesterday if they did not make that bad call to engage on Gambit at 50 minutes. You can argue who deserved the win based on how they played, but you can't deny that without the misplay, Gambit were not looking like they were going to close that game out.
And on the other side, the Wolves' woeful record continued yesterday as they were picked apart against Fnatic. After their great performance against Alliance in the London final game, I actually expected a little bit more for them, but they showed that they're still really struggling. They went into the game with a late-game comp featuring the Kayle and the Ashe for the first time in the LCS that really needed time to get going, but they took the fights too early on, which then set them behind even further in their scale into the late game.
Yeah, so the Wolves actually had a solid team composition, but they just didn't play it well enough. This was the first Ashe that we've seen all year in Europe. Woolite missed a lot of ultimates. In addition to joining his team in those early trades and those team fights, they all backfired. They lost out in a 3v2. They gave Rekkles a double kill in the process. Then the Wolves started a dragon fight, which, yeah, they got the dragon, but they lost 4 more kills while doing it. I'm not trying to put all the blame on Woolite because it was a team decision to make those plays, but they just did nothing to help their team's chances at securing a win. And for the Wolves, things really need to change. There's no more room for error because their record on the split is 2 wins and 11 losses. And it's starting to become very scary because the prospect of climbing from the bottom summer promotion tournament zone to playoffs is getting significantly larger.
Still a lot of work to do for the Wolves. We'll see if they can start that stepping stone adventure up the table. We're going to find out soon. But first of all, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side today is Gambit with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, the AD carry Genja, and Edward the support.
And of course, on the red side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves, with Youngbuck up top, Airwax in the jungle, Countard playing the mid lane, Woolite on AD carry, and Unlimited playing the support role.
So, as the players then prepare to head into Champion Select, let's check out your votes. According to the numbers, you picked Gambit, not surprisingly, by 77%.
They looked pretty good yesterday. Their early and mid game was solid, and unfortunately, the composition against the Super Hot Crew just got somewhat outscaled. I want to see if Nick is going to be allowed to play Karthus again, because he did a great job yesterday. And Nidalee's not available in 4.10, which was Nick's go-to champion. So that's where my focus should be. Also, whether or not we're going to see Darian getting his hands back on the likes of Aatrox. It is a champion he likes to play, has played numerous times in the past. So some interesting picks that can come from the side of Gambit.
Also looking forward to seeing what the AD carries go for. Of course, I mean, it's Genja, possibly the weirdest AD carry in the world if you look at how he decides to build. And even we come back into 4.10 now, makes it even more interesting to look at it against Woolite, who himself yesterday, as you mentioned already, picking up the Ashe. Well, let's have a look here where the bans come down. Actually, an Irelia ban aimed at Youngbuck. His fantastic performance against Alliance in London, obviously earning him that one. First ban for the red side will be Kassadin. No real shocks on that one. And it looks like Gambit actually going to focus towards Airwax, who's played brilliant on Lee Sin.
And yesterday, Edward returned to Thresh once again, and he had a very good game. I would argue it was the second best Thresh of the day. Yellowstar really took home the honors of the best, in my opinion, but you can't deny the fact that Edward was playing a very good support role. And it's champion that he's somewhat avoided. You know, he hasn't gone back to it for whatever reason. But definitely both of these teams taking their time. Lucian is still up and available, as is Caitlyn, which is something Genja has also was trending towards in the past, and I just noticed has been banned out. Thank you for pointing that out, Joe.
To be fair, it is a 0% ban rate so far, so you could be forgiven for expecting maybe Caitlyn wouldn't be banned in
I'm
this
blaming
game.
my notebook. It was covered by my notebook, Joe.
That's going to be taken away then from Genja. And now it's funny because when the AD carries of the LCS basically stopped playing Caitlyn, that's when Genja said, you know what, I'm going to start playing Caitlyn now. And now that she's come back into Fortunes, that's going to be banned away. Ziggs also removed from Kaltard in the mid lane, always been a solid ban, I think, against the Wolves.
Twisted Fate is a champion that we could see them going towards. We've seen it first picked earlier today and in the past. We've also seen Skarner run by Diamondprox in the spring split, and we've just seen a Rengar, and we've seen Rengar over in OGN a few times today. I wonder if any of those champions are considerations, but the next question is, does Woolite want to go for Ashe as well? Because Lucian's banned out from the Wolves.
I was just about to say, or I didn't say Kayle. Kayle left completely open here in this one. See if it's a case of the Copenhagen Wolves wanted to kind of let one strong champion through, take two of their own. They actually go for the Twitch, which has been a regular pick for Woolite, and Airwax will be taking Evelynn in the jungle after Lee Sin was banned.
Okay, so if I were Gambit, I would throw Kayle to Darian, let him do his mid lane Kayle thing that he's done many times in the past. I would also consider a Twisted Fate even more heavily, because you can negate all of the power of the stealth from Twitch and from Evelynn if you go that route. So there's options here for Gambit. The only thing Gambit need to be aware of is just how heavy and how scary the pick power is from the Wolves, and how quickly they lock those two champions in, because there was no hesitation from them in terms of those two picks.
So for Gambit, Nick's gone through 2 or 3 different AD carries, let's call them. Tristana, we've thought, may make a reappearance. Vayne, another champion that we've been speculating about as well. But I think the Thresh pickup for Edward, considering his real return to form yesterday, would be a good one. They do lock that in, and they're going to take Jax. So that's going to be a mid-lane Kayle here for Nick. Again, a champion that he was already playing in that mid lane, and they'll take Jax in the top lane for Darian. I tell you what, that's 3 scary picks, especially if you look at the likes of Kayle and Jax towards the late game.
And that's something that Gambit was struggling with yesterday. Gambit's composition yesterday was outscaled and was put under pressure. With the Jax top lane, if Youngbuck wanted to run something like a Renekton, that could help him get some lane dominance, especially if he gets that one-on-one scenario. He did also run Renekton yesterday. It would also allow them to go for some sort of pick combo. Get the stun down for Renekton, allow Evelynn or Twitch to combo with the rest of the team. But I wouldn't be surprised to see if Gambit wanted to try force a 2v1 scenario or something along those lines. So a lot of options for the Wolves, and for the time being they're going with a potential Lulu top, which may end up being like a Protect the Twitch style comp, which is somewhat different than I was expecting.
Yeah, and Kaltard seemed a little shocked there towards the end of picks. He was kind of like hammering away on his keyboard.
Yasuo mid could be a thing. Every time Unlimited most of the times Unlimited run Zyra in the past, it has been with the Yasuo, and while Kaltard's Yasuo is pretty solid, they've been unable to string together wins. They did a decent job against Alliance many weeks ago. But my instinct with 2 knockups is this has to be Yasuo mid.
Oh, look at this then. Corki going to be picked up to be played in the AD carry role for Genja, and they will take Elise for the jungle for Diamond. Played a 6-4-12 game yesterday against the Super Hot crew in that victory. We'll see if he can bring that form here again today. And now, I think the more interesting part, what are the Copenhagen Wolves planning with this lineup?
We will see what they lock in, but my instinct is that it's going to be... Oh, is this a Zyra mid lane now? Okay, we'll see in that in a second. What Gambit have put together is a lot of mixed damage. Kayle, Jax, and Corki are going to do a lot of both physical and magic damage. And you've got armor shred from Corki, you've got the percentage reduction from Kale's passive as well. So all of the damage they're going to be dealing will be very difficult to itemize against and prioritize. But for both Jax and Kayle, there is a long time between them starting and then becoming terrifying. So Gambit can't afford to fall behind early. They do have the supplement of having a Thresh Elise, so it allows them to find picks and find kills early on, which may play into their favor. But again, the lane matchups are going to be incredibly interesting. I don't know why I said it's going to be mid lane Lulu. I just had a complete brain fart a second ago.
It's okay. We have seen Kautar play Zyra in the past, so that may have thrown you off there a little bit. Youngbuck, of course, going back to his old trusty Renekton for that top lane matchup against Darien, or maybe not, depending on how those lane swaps come in. But Twitch Zyra going to be the lane here for the Copenhagen Wolves.
I don't see much damage on the Wolves side. Renekton's going to fall off. If Evelynn builds tank, which is what I'm somewhat expecting, Lulu takes a long time to hit a damage spike. You no longer get 2 Glitter Lancers off. So if the Copenhagen Wolves are unable to protect Woolite in these team fights, they're going to be in a massive amount of trouble. They do have peel from both Lulu and from Zyra, but Copenhagen Wolves have gone all in this hold the line and keep Woolite alive. And I do think it is very risky for them. They do have strong power in the early game with Renekton, with Twitch, even though he's been hit in the laning phase, can combo very well. But I do think the rest of the comp is fairly low on total damage.
See how the Corki does as well in the hands of Genja. Well, guys, with these particular picks in there, do you still think that Gambit have got what it takes to win this game? Tweet to @LOL Esports with the hashtag GMB win or CW win. We'll see if you guys change your mind. 72%, if I'm not mistaken, it was just previous to the game. In the 70s, 77, I think it actually was. So possible little switch around for this one, but I think considering form, the Wolves only picked up 2 wins out of 13 so far. Number 1, they're not looking great. Number 2, they really need from somewhere these wins, because I agree. You start getting to the territory where it's almost impossible to be climbing up without going on a massive win streak.
Yeah, I completely agree. And when you look at this team comp, you do feel the later this game goes, the better Gambit's opportunities will be. Keep in mind, though, that as the game continues to progress, Woolite will eventually outscale Genja, which is great, but Woolite also needs to get through both Darien and Nick in that role. And you know, we need to see how well the Copenhagen Wolves handle their opponents, because yesterday they were pushed around quite significantly.
Well, gonna find out here as we get into game between Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves. Will we be seeing anything interesting at level 1? We've actually seen the pink ward picked up there for Diamond, who at the same time also forgot to get his trinket.
Yeah, trinket not necessary for this moment in time. That may also mitigate any sort of team-based invade. You can see that Darien is moving very aggressively, going to get his trinket ward down in the red buff area of the Copenhagen Wolves.
30 seconds until minions
And luckily, all of the Wolves ran over a ward, so Gambit completely aware of their opponent's positioning. We've also seen Gambit actually go for these sort of fights. If they're aware of where their opponent's positions are, they're not afraid to challenge. And look at Darien, they may consider moving in. We'll have to see.
Well, waiting off to the side here. Diamond coming back out of the base with his trinket ward in there, but the Wolves all going to be walking over that ramp ward, and that will signal to Gambit. Okay, the Wolves backing out of this one. Are we going to see a standard start for them? Diamond in the tri-bush, so they may go a little bit later and do some harassment onto the blue buff start. Or they may just settle in and say, okay, we're just going to have the red and be done with that one. We'll see in a second. It actually does look like we'll have the junglers very much solo, at least for now, starting off their blue and their red buffs.
So the Copenhagen Wolves mirror Fnatic strategy from the previous game in terms of invade, drop 3 wards, and look for information on the lane matchups. And with the education or the information that they gathered from the invade, they have opted to initiate that lane swap. So they put their Twitch and Zyra up against Darien's Jax in the top lane. And I'm interested to see if either team's going to go for any sort of tower push early on. But look at the damage onto Darien, just completely zoned away. Also remember, Diamond's got Elise, so early dragons, definitely a strong possibility for Gambit.
What are they thinking here, the Copenhagen Wolves? Actually going to go maybe for a look at the blue buff. Already secured their own as Kautar and Nick here having a bit of a level 2 fight in that mid lane. Ward put down by Nick to give him the vision, but this blue buff looking like it will be smited away and taken for the Copenhagen Wolves in this early stage, whilst Airwax already got hit. So that's 2 blue buffs right off the start. We could shorten it to bluffs. I'm not sure that's going to catch on in the community though. And then go back to his rough.
So strong start for the Wolves, using the numbers to their advantage. Gambit did not go for a blue buff invade, even though they had Genji and Edward in the tri-bush in the bottom half of the map. And it's more important about delaying and slowing Diamond down, but they're arriving too late to this bluff, as you were calling it, Joe. I do want to see at what point they start the Dragon. With the Elise, it becomes quite easy and efficient to juggle the tower damage from early level Dragons. And interesting, Darien already uses his teleport to the minions in the top lane, not to the tower, so it's going to be a longer cooldown. Also, Woolite and Unlimited now moving to the bottom lane. So immediate lane swap, Copenhagen Wolves maybe psyching themselves out.
Yeah, which I think is a risky play up against a Renekton who's going to give you a bit of problems in the early stages. He's going to have the sustain himself, especially with the Doran shield start that Youngbuck has gone for there. So we'll see how Youngbuck decides to play this one. Of course, he's also got Evelynn on his side, so he can come in there without really being detected too much. And we see that Darien pushed quite far up in his lane already, and Airwax is coming around.
Yeah, Darien always goes aggressive at low levels with Jax. It may cost him right now.
Silence is all we need, I think, for this one. Darien too far up the lane. Didn't even bother to use his flash there. As soon as Evelynn appeared, knew that it was going to go down. Nick and Kautardt again, though, going to go heavy against each other. Who's coming out on top of this one? Is the hook down bottom also going to catch on towards Unlimited. They've got Elise there. Corki going to Valkyrie in. Great little cocoon as well. And it's finished off by Genja.
Oh, very well played in the bottom lane by Gambit. Mid lane's traded damage. I do want to touch on Darien going Doran's Blade first. He's got 3% lifesteal, and we'll talk about that in a second. Nick is going to get caught.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of damage once again. He flashes Airwax, flashes in as well. Turret hits coming down. The shield from Lulu. No more turret hits coming in as well. And Airwax made 2 appearances in lane and picked up 2 kills for his trouble.
So strong start in terms of picks for Airwax. We'll get to the strategic play in a moment, but I do want to touch on the double Doran start for Darien. He's got no lifesteal in his runes or mastery, so 6%. And it's interesting to see the change because until you hit 100 AD with the 3% lifesteal, you don't get as much life back. No, it's even higher for melees. So it's not an efficient method of sustaining. And I want to see if Diamond's going to come up to help gank and support Darien. Traditionally, starting with the Doran shield will give you more regen at lower levels and also help survive against the damage that Renektons are putting out.
Yeah, and Youngbuck is just going to bully him out of it, surely here once again. We see that TP less than half cooldown coming in as the counter-strike going to be used, and Darien no mana left because he has to use that extra to try and get the farm while he's there and stay safe. He's going to have to recall out of this lane completely, and this is going to allow freebie farming time for Youngbuck.
So this is something that is still very impressive for Darien. He often feeds in games, but he always has decent CS. He was 5 CS behind Youngbuck before being forced out of lane, and the minion wave is not being pushed super heavily. So we need to keep tabs on how Darien does in terms of experience and last hitting, because that's what really matters in terms of the matchup. What was very good is Airwax's early ganks. He managed to get the kill on Darien as well as the flash and the kill on Nick. So if Airwax continues to do that pressure and go for those ganks, it'll work out very well. He's also opted to go Spirit of the Elder Lizard. So he's going to supplement some of the lack of damage from the rest of his team. He's got access to his ultimate, and he's going to go on Genja and Edward.
Oh, they spot Airwax, but he's got his ultimate available. Edward going to flash away, but that means he goes down. We see Genja Valkyrie out of things, and that means another kill for the Copenhagen Wolves. This time AD carry as Darien comes back in lane. We can see Youngbuck already diving on him, and I think this is the strategy here for Darien. Come to lane, use all your mana to get as much farm and pressure as you can. Recall, come back to the lane and do it all over again till that teleport comes up.
With all of the minions... Oh, that was close. Tiny bit slow there, Youngbuck. But with all of the minions that were fighting with Darien in the top lane, Youngbuck actually didn't really want to stick around. And you highlighted the strategy from Darien. He's often given up CS for slightly different plays in the past. When he was playing Kayle for Gambit, he did that duo mid lane strategy to try and shut down Froggen a few weeks ago, and it was actually against the Copenhagen Wolves where he did it the very first time, even earlier than that. But he is starting to struggle. 20 CS down, Youngbuck's got himself the Vamp Scepter, and he continues to put authority in the top lane. Gambit are also losing the middle lane. Kautardt, with the help of Airwax, have put Nick onto the defensive foot. So Copenhagen Wolves, with their strong early game comp, have got an early game lead.
So let's see now, Darien has gone back towards that top lane. We see the Airwax, who was able to steal away the first blue buff of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves, will be moving in here this time though. It's already gone, but had to be smited by Diamond No, that is completely a lie.
It was smited by,
Was it?
smited by Airwax and then lost auto attack by Nick.
Okay.
So
that's
more
where the
math by him.
confusion came in, because I saw the Blue Wolf go with the smite. Diamond, it wasn't the smite in it, but it still goes over to Gambit, which is the important thing from their side.
Yeah, one auto attack too early for the side of Airwax. And, you know, very, very good start for him. He's been extremely present in the standard lanes. He was able to punish top and obviously punish middle. But now we need to see how he plays it. Look at that hook from Edward.
Max Ranger actually going to go for this one here. Good plants down from Unlimited. Will actually slow the progression. And look, Coutard now coming down towards his bottom lane. Gonna spot Edward completely on his own. But Coutard might actually be in trouble. They've got Nick. They've got Diamond coming in. They choose to bring Nick in with the Lantern. There's the hook on towards Coutard. His Wild Growth's going to not help him enough. And that will be Genja getting his second kill of the game.
Very, very strong play from Edward. He pulled Thresh out yesterday, landed a lot of good hooks, and he's doing it again in this matchup. This is helping Genja maintain his CS advantage, and with the assist on Nick, it's going to help him out to make up that CS deficit that he's currently struggling with. If Gambit can continue to string together kills like this and delay Copenhagen Wolf pulling ahead, their composition can do very well at scaling and do very well, especially if they want to try play split push, play the lanes, because Jackson Kale can do that incredibly well.
And that's why we've got a little bit of time here. Take a bit to talk and look at Darian specifically, because went back a couple of times here, picked himself now up a chain vest. Those boots gonna come in handy when you have to run back to your lane every single time. Also taking as much as he can from the jungle when he goes through there as well, waiting now for Youngbuck to actually push things up onto his turret. And with all that, he's lost about 35 CS. However, look at this, the Copenhagen Wolves now grouping up around the Dragon. Gambit aren't anywhere near this.
This is a surprise. You know, Gambit initially had the numbers advantage. They were the ones that had their AD carrying support bottom. And with the number of ganks that Diamond has put, that Airwax has put on the bottom lane, it's applied so much pressure that the moment Gambit had backed away, Copenhagen Wolves have taken advantage of it. Unlike yesterday, the Wolves have picked a time to go for Dragon with a comp that can do it in the early stages. Gambit don't really want to look for the big team fights around Dragon because their comp will just simply be weaker without all of the items. Darian continues this aggressive top lane. He's even thrown his ulti down.
Throwing his ulti, and that's because Diamond's actually coming in there as well, although maybe a little bit early to put the aggression onto Youngbuck. And that means that Diamond won't actually be there to get a kill for them. However, they might be able to free up a little bit of time in that top lane. Airwax actually doing a similar thing, going to try and come across the cover. But again, Darian burnt through all his mana. With that one, he's going to have to recall. Does have TP back up, and with that Dragon going down, we'll see if he actually goes up towards the top lane. Although I'm not sure that Gambit really realized just yet.
Yeah, I wish I had been counting how many times Darian has recalled. Unlimited even blocks the death sentence by a very smart usage of the plants. And you know, Zyra is a support we are seeing him more and more, but I do want to highlight that there's a difference in AD carry items after this fight in the mid lane.
Oh, Coutard going to take a lot of damage, puts the polymorph back down, and Nick not wanting to go too deep on that one. No Ignite to really finish off. Wild Growth and the Ignite were both available here for Coutard, and Darian has now been spotted. He needs to be really careful there.
Yeah, Nick with the early Berserker's Greaves also going to allow him to be more mobile and potentially go for those backs. They've hooked Unlimited!
They've hooked Unlimited, he comes into the box. I can't see him getting away. We'll actually use the flash there. Woolite trying to turn it around on towards Genja, but there's a lot of damage back onto him. Genja decides to back away with the poison going as Diamond comes around. Can he get under the turret for this one? He's not going to try, but Woolite on Unlimited using pretty much everything. In fact, they did use everything there to stay alive. In the end, that's probably going to cost them the tower.
It does look to be the case. Diamond decides not to flash forward, and Genja with the summoner heal is able to survive the poison. But Dragon is not there yet. Yeah. It was secured by the Wolves. So Gambit, unfortunate to not pick up a kill. We do see them at least pushing Woolite and Unlimited away. But you have to give props to both Edward for the Death Sentence, Flay, Box, everything. And the same can be said for Unlimited. He put the Stranglethorns down. He mitigated all of the damage that could be put out. Now, drama's not over yet as Airwax is coming from behind. They've got Woolite!
Oh, they got Woolite. This could cost him his life. This time, no summoners available to keep him alive. And actually, Genja taking the Lantern. I thought they were going to keep going on to Unlimited. They decided to stay in that lane with the wave pushing up against them. It's going to cost them another kill. Genja at 3-0-0. Dangerous territory.
Deficio would call that a sneaky play. And with the kills that Genja's worked towards, he's going to accelerate the rate at which he gets his Trinity Force. Yesterday, we seen a Corki, Trinity Force, and Blade of the Ruined King. So we need to see how Genja decides to itemize, because obviously with the changes to Bloodthirster, significantly less ideal, because you don't have all that bonus attack damage or the burst on Corki.
I'd actually argue that it wasn't even sneaky, that play. There was a red ward in the tri-bush that Edward walked right over the top of, and then he snuck around the side. I mean, they just did all that damage to them. Were they really going to back away once they realized that that dragon wasn't there? Either way, it doesn't matter, because Darien here is going to be possibly out of position. Will use a flash, though, to get back behind his turret. But again, ultimate use, flash use, and that teleport as well. Kaltard had started to come up towards his top lane, but there's not really going to be anything for Darien to do about that tower. Kaltard's going to come over and try and hold on to his mid one, though.
The thing is, with all of the pressure that Airwax has put in that top lane, it has meant that the bottom lane is going in favor of Genji and Edward. The ganks have been slightly more effective. Yes, Airwax ganks have been strong, but they haven't been getting them map presence for the time being. Gambit have got a lot of damage onto that middle and bottom tower. So if and when Gambit decide to focus the objectives down, they will actually accelerate ahead of the Copenhagen Wolves in gold. But the problem is, or the thought process for the time being, has not been that. They seem content to continue farming, try buy some more time for Darien to be relevant. And if you look at just the matchup, that's a Chain Vest and a Phage against a Blade of the Ruined King. Youngbuck is going to decimate people once he's above 50 Rage, or Fury rather, and uses that Empowered W. 3 strikes, 3 times 8% current health. That's going to hurt a lot.
And Airwax is now stalking Darien. Actually, technically, he's being stalked by him. That Darien won't know that one, and Darien actually decided to put down his Trinket Ward and jump away to safety. And you have to feel for him, has been focused a lot in this top lane up until now. But look at this, Gambit actually invading on the enemy blue buff, will take it. However, they are going to be getting the turret as well at the same time. So overall, really nicely working out as Woolite going to get Cocoon. The hook had already come out, and there was the stealth coming in. Actually, Unlimited gone very deep on this one. He did put down the Strangle Thorns. Youngbuck going to teleport in at the bottom side. They get the kill there onto Unlimited, and Edward will also fall down. Can they now get in towards Genja? No real big CC to help that out. And Diamond is actually on top of that ward that I was talking about there before. Turret, of course, did die. Now Airwax has been spotted out by Nick. There is Diamond diving in. Youngbuck going to stun him up. This is a lot of damage and a kill for Youngbuck.
That was a great flash from Youngbuck. That was a near point-blank Cocoon that he just anticipated, and once Diamond started the spell animation, he hopped straight over it. Got the kill. Thanks to the kills and the usage of teleport at the right time, Copenhagen Wolves will have access to the second dragon of the game. They will, however, be losing their top lane turret if they stick around, because Darien has had a lot of time to melt that one through, and it should be falling. It does just fall. So kills plus dragon in reply for a tower, and Gambit have evened up the gold until, of course, this objective goes down.
There's a ward there, but are they going to be able to get into range? It might have to be Genja with a stray rocket that finishes off this dragon if Gambit are going to fight for it. They're not going to fight for it. The hook came through, actually landed onto the plant there that was put down next to the dragon. And the Copenhagen Wolves take their second dragon of the game.
Wow, Genja's completely solo, pushing into enemy territory. 4-0, Trinity Force, no boots. And effective gold is 1,000 over Woolite. Thanks, of course, to a massive CS advantage. And he's sitting on 1,600 gold. So I'd like to see if maybe Genja decides to opt for an Infinity Edge as his next item. Just relying on the 6% lifesteal from Doran's. Of course, Genja, you can never predict his itemization in game. And the Wolves have done well. The Wolves have created good opportunities, and they've established dragon control. But because they've lost all of their outer turrets, they're not very far ahead on gold. And when you consider that Gambit are going to begin outscaling them as we get another sort of 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game and further, Wolves need to do more, and they need to get more map presence in order to afford opportunities to shut Gambit out.
Surely gonna start out squeezing them on the map as well with those turrets down, getting vision in the enemy jungle. In fact, we see Diamond doing just that here as he puts a ward down by the Wraith camp on the red side of the Copenhagen, the red buff side, of course, of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. Bottom side of the map, though, the Copenhagen Wolves still have a decent control, although Airwax here has gone over a pink ward, Flay gonna land, that'll bring him out, and he flashes away.
Instant flash. Airwax did not want to get caught out, and another good position from Edward. Opens with the Flay, looking to get some CC down. Now the thing is, Copenhagen Wolves have got a team comp that needs to be playing sort of flanking. Twitch wants to surprise people. Evelyn wants to surprise. And while Gambit are struggling to, or surprised, or reacting to Copenhagen Wolves engage, then Unlimited can run amok with his Grasping Roots, with his Stranglethorns. If Gambit ever get into the backline of the Wolves, it's very difficult for them to get away. Once that Stranglethorns is down, there's not enough protection for Woolite, and Woolite, he wants to hunt Genja.
Gonna have a go at him with that play to the Ruin King. Instant Valkyrie away. The rat-a-tat-tat coming out, and actually Edward there will force a flash from Woolite. The man being aggressive in that scenario. There was also a Summoner Heal used by Genja, so 1 for 1 on that, although you'd rather, I think, use the Summoner Heal than a flash any day.
Completely agree. A little bit of miscommunication between Genja and Edward as well, because you've seen the Lantern going down, which may have gotten Genja even further to safety. Regardless, Nick and Coutard going at it.
All very, very slow after that one, kind of crawling away from each other. What's actually coming around may just interrupt Nick here, trying to push away. And in the meantime, Youngbuck has taken finally this outer turret in the top lane. Funnily enough, that's the first turret for the Copenhagen Wolves this game.
None of the other lanes have really been pushing to the turret.
No.
I mean, Woolite and Unlimited have been dealing with Genji and Edward in terms of pressure under their turrets. Coutard and Nick have got very good wave clear, and they've just been pushing back and forth. Edward, he's going to wind up. Let's see if he connects. No, he doesn't.
Nice little sidestep by Coutard. And I mean, you kind of, not exactly a 50-50, but you go left or right in that scenario and hope that Edward is not trying to predict where you're going to go with that one. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a fight here off to the side. There is some good damage out from Genja.
That was a big one from Genja. On his rockets, every 4th one will deal bonus damage, plus the Phosphorus Bomb. Just shredded, 30% of Woolite's HP. But what you are noticing from the Copenhagen Wolves is they're starting to group. With the top tower down and teleport almost available for Youngbuck, it feels like the Wolves are now trying to group up, get vision, and maybe force objectives. Maybe try to take advantage of their team comp in certain areas. Because of the power of Spray and Rat-a-tat-tat, as well as Stranglethorns, as well as even Agony's Embrace, if the Wolves can force Gambit into some tight corridors, maybe the jungle, maybe the Dragon Pit, it allows them to amplify all of their sort of AoE abilities and AoE damage. So for Gambit, it's very important not to death ball in a single location, because they do run the risk of getting hit by all of those AoE spells.
I'm interested for this next Dragon fight as well that's coming up. We see finally a Trinity Force has been completed by Darien. It's been a long, arduous road to actually getting up there and getting that first major item in. Still a good chunk of CS behind that of Youngbuck, who's quite frankly been alone really on his island, apart from when he's TP'd in to those fights down by the Dragon. And look at this, Gambit already starting to get those deeper wards in that the Copenhagen Wolves can't really get away from, because they've lost those turrets. Airwax is waiting for the rest of his team to actually get into position here, but Gambit waiting inside of that brush. Genja's safe.
Yeah, Genja manages to get away. The rest of Gambit can respond, and they've started the fight.
Oh, here comes the teleport down as well. Actually, the Wild Growth was used very early. Stranglethorns coming out, but Darien dives into the middle of them. Won't quite finish off Unlimited, who went very low. Edward surely will fall. Youngbuck gets that one. Darien has to flash away, but the Copenhagen Wolves are going to keep going. They managed to get that one as well. It's Airwax that goes on the killing spree. That's a 2 for nothing, and at least an outer turret.
Yeah, but look at Nick. He's been left uncontested in the bottom lane. They may be trading turrets. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves have decided to back away. 2 plus a tower, and Nick, let's see if he can actually secure this objective. It looks like he will be able to. Can Gambit contest the Dragon? They've got their jungler, but he's low on HP, and he has no smites available, so they may be losing the Dragon as well.
There's a lot of attack speed already for Nick. He starts his recall, stops his recall, starts it again, and actually Airwax, I don't think he can 1v1 him here. The rest of the team are finally coming around. There's an intervention.
Was
an intervention, didn't use it.
Stunned up. Because of the fact that Youngbuck landed the CC before Nick could even get that out, he just gets melted. Diamond almost available with Smite. I think it's not even going to come off cooldown before Dragon goes out. But Copenhagen Wolves, they're sticking around.
The damage that they've done, though, there might be enough of them. There's a Wild Growth coming on towards Youngbuck. Genja running amok at the back, and there's the rest of the team. Darien going to start diving in. Woolite will be the next target as the Valkyrie comes over. He gets another one. Youngbuck's on top of a wall, and he gets it with the hook through the wall there at the end. It leaves Genja unstoppable. 3 men down as well for the Copenhagen Wolves.
5-0-1. We have to tally up everything in a moment. But this is very risky. Gambit engage 3 versus 5. And even though Darien does join for cleanup duty at the end, there was always going to be casualties. What it does mean is Gambit lose the Dragon, they lost the inner turret, and they managed to get a kill. But you're noticing on the picture-in-picture, this is going to be a Baron. So net gain is completely worth it for Gambit. They come away with the Baron. This isn't going to be stolen. It shouldn't be stolen by Unlimited. Very, very smart play. Can Darien get away with his life? That's the question.
Stranglethorn's coming out there as well, and Darien knocked up, but not the damage, of course, from that support Zyra, although he has got Liandry's Torment at this stage. We should probably notice that, so those plants actually do a little bit of damage in there as well. Either way, it's the first Baron of the game going over to Gambit, but the Copenhagen Wolves still have a gold lead, still have kill lead, but Gambit are starting to get to that position now where they really, really have ramped up, and we see Hurricane added into that Nashor's Tooth. Of course, Darien's going to be getting stronger as we go along as well.
The whole Gambit comp is going to continue to get stronger. And the thing that we noticed is that whole Dragon Tower play, I initially thought was quite bad. But because Gambit were able to secure the kills, they had calculated if we can get Kayle and Jax to get out of this one and get to the Baron, this should be a fairly safe Baron, which it was. They secured it, they didn't lose any members as Copenhagen Wolves were responding. Keep in mind that Jax, Kayle, Elise, Corki are going to keep ramping up. And in terms of items, Diamond has gone full support. He's gone, Spirit of the Ancient Golem plus Aegis of the Legion. We've seen another support Zyra rushing Liandry's Torment. And Edward, he's also working himself towards that Randian's Omen. So you've got a lot of tankiness being built up along with the damage amplification that Gambit already has. So Copenhagen Wolves, while they're 1,500 gold ahead, I feel like they need more gold than that in the lead to stay relevant against this composition of Gambit.
Other items coming in, Infinity Edge for Genja, and I mentioned at the start of the game that Genja carried the Gambit team to their last win against the Copenhagen Wolves, and it's not looking like it could be a different story this time around. 5-0-1 for him. Gambit now move up onto that inner turret in the mid lane. Lot of poke, dangerous poke at that going to come out from Genja.
Yeah, and notice the importance of that Frozen Heart for Youngbuck. There are so many members of Gambit's team that rely on auto attacks. We'll see how effective that is. The rest of Gambit, they're forcing the tower down. Stranglethorn's not available for Unlimited.
Airwax coming around the side. Youngbuck going to go into the middle of them as well there with a wild growth on it, but he's been absolutely destroyed. Nick will have to flash out. It's a 1-for-0 there for Gambit, and it looks like they want to retreat. Kautar trying to keep up with them. The hook doesn't quite connect for Edward. Well, look at Gambit, they're turning this one back around. They've got the Baron on. They know they're going to have some regen coming in. Airwax is actually trying to sneak around. I thought he was going to go for the blue there, which he would have certainly lost. There's another hook. I'm not sure why he's there, though. That's the problem that I have. Why is Unlimited hanging around for that one? They lose the tower. Genja now dominating at 6-0-2.
The rest of the team was not in front, and Unlimited just eats a death sentence and is taken out. Gambit have not stopped the pressure. They've got so many auto attackers that they've shredded 50% of the HP away from the inhibitor turret. At 27 minutes on the clock, with the gold lead or the gold items that Gambit have accrued, they are no longer the weaker team on the map. And because Copenhagen Wolves have invested so much in this comp into protecting and keeping Woolites alive, the rest of the front line needs to stay up. They're not doing it, and the team is weaker for it in those team fights.
I think there we saw the problem of having that Frozen Heart when you've got no real HP behind it either. I mean, the Giant spell is picked up after the fact there. Youngbuck dove in thinking, okay, they're going to be reduced here. Reduced damage for all is a great thing, but he dies far too quickly as the main tank in that fight.
And keep in mind, you need not only a ton of HP, a ton of armor, and you also need a ton of magic resist. Because of all of the mixed damage that Kayle, Jax, and Corki are putting out. Every single one of them has a pretty good amount of both magic and physical, and it's just making life very difficult for the Copenhagen Wolves. I also have to give props to Genja. While he's played on the outskirts of risky positioning, he's not given up a death yet. He's always landed those last hits when he needs to, and the rest of the Gambit team are picking their team fights very, very effectively. They've always come out a net gain ahead whenever they've initiated combat scenarios.
So what's next here for Gambit? They've lost that Baron buff now. So that's not going to be too far away from coming up. We see 45 seconds until the next Dragon of the game is due. And of course that gold lead has, since that that Baron and the subsequent tower kills and kills overall, has swung over back towards Gambit side. Up 5-2 in turrets overall. And and up across the map, really. See a needlessly large one blasting one for Nick, so he's going to have himself that Rabadon here soon, and that's when the Hurricane really starts to pain you.
Yeah, and I don't see Copenhagen Wolves being able to siege. Oh, that's a great lantern on Airwax.
Oh, is Genja actually going to go too deep on this one, though? Woolite and Kautar are there, Unlimited coming in. There's another hook, this time onto Airwax. Wild Growth comes down, Strangle Thorns as well. Have they got enough this time around? They've left Darian completely alone at the back. Diamond was trying to get onto him, and this time Youngbuck doing a great job of keeping them all away. And the Copenhagen Wolves turning this one around. They've got two already. Can they get any more? Gambit able to back off. Genja had just backed away completely there and gone back to the Wolves.
The strength of the Strangle Thorns holding Gambit in place, and because Unlimited was able to protect Woolite, it means he can put the damage down. That Rat-a-tat-tat did a good job to buy time and damage until Youngbuck zoned the rest of Gambit away. It is a good fight for Copenhagen Wolves because they get the tower as well as the dragon. But the two things to note is how much Gambit are split up. Youngbuck completely zones away Genja. He slices and dices through everybody, and Darian and Diamond are not able to take Woolite out. So Youngbuck is sitting amongst 3 members of Gambit, and it just allows the rest of the team to clean the fight up afterwards. And it's given Copenhagen Wolves a small gold lead, but you still feel like they need to catch Gambit out of position a few more times, just like that, if they want to get more control of the reins of this game.
Building that gold lead back. We actually saw a second Frozen Heart now picked up, this time for Airwax. See how that really lends to these fights with 45 seconds. Not until the Dragon this time, but until the Baron comes in, and that is going to be a big thing in this game. Not something that the Copenhagen Wolves can afford to be giving up for free.
No, they can't. And I do want to say that this is the first Kayle in Europe 4.10 that we've seen go on the Hurricane build first. The 2 Kayles that we've seen yesterday did go for the burst build, Deathcap into Lichbane, etc. So Nick's still sitting with a consistent sort of shred, multiple attacks. And also, Darren still no Blade of the Ruined King. When you see Gambit, they're looking for an engage. They found the Wolves.
See Airwax there getting the Wild Growth on him, but again, Darian goes down to half HP before anything happens. They've got Genja at the back as well. There's the shutdown for Woolite. Edward going to be forced out by Youngbuck, and the Copenhagen Wolves take out the AD carry. Can they get any more? Gambit are backing away up the top of the river. I think the Wolves are going to go for towers.
That's the second fight in a row where Gambit have chased the Wolves and they've been shut down by Unlimited zoning. And in the time frame that Strangle Thorns is channeling, the Wolves win the team fight. They get a kill onto the most fed member of Gambit, zone away the rest, and open up the inhibitor. With 15 seconds on the clock, they might be brave enough to stick around for the inhibitor itself. In fact, it's not brave because they've got it uncontested.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no one really there to stop them at this point. Gambit a little slow to get back out of the base, and now the Copenhagen Wolves can turn around and try and draw out Gambit towards the Baron. Diamond going very close into the back line there of the Copenhagen Wolves. Good disengage though from the Wolves. They're going to run away, but Gambit might feel comfortable enough here to think about going towards Baron. In fact, they're already doing some good damage here and chasing them away completely.
Yeah, Genja's coming up from the back line as well. We'll see how quickly he can get himself into this team fight. Copenhagen Wolves have stacked themselves up a lot of armor, a lot of hit points on both Airwax and Youngbuck, and this is helping them out. A crucial death sentence misses from Edward, but here comes Gambit for the 3rd time in a row.
Trying to get in this time though, not being able to do it. Kautar is in a precarious position as well because he's not got much mana left. If a fight should actually go down here, we'll have enough just to get his Wild Growth off basically and help get a knock off, or maybe even save someone's life. What are Gambit gonna do now? They want this blue buff, take that away from Kautar. Fits into the fact that he's got no mana.
I also feel like if Unlimited doesn't have his ultimate, then Copenhagen Wolves should be backing away and shouldn't be looking to take the fight. What I do think is great for them, because Youngbuck has got himself a massive amount of armor with the Frozen Heart and the Randuin's almost completed, he is in possible kill threat range of Genja. Genja's got no additional, not a massive amount of additional critical hit chance from that Trinity Force to back up the Infinity Edge, and he also has no additional armor penetration outside of that Gatling gun. So Youngbuck should be able to stand toe-to-toe with him for a while, and if Youngbuck gets a good stun with Blade of the Ruined King, may even be able to out 1v1 him. We will be finding out probably sooner than later because Gambit are playing the bait game. There are minions on the bottom wave pushing up for the Wolves, and the Wolves have just caught Genja.
Oh, Genja, quick Valkyrie away, but he's lost half of his health, and that may just be enough here to signal an attack for the Copenhagen Wolves. They push those super minions down the middle lane. Genja's trying to get some HP back from the Wolves. That'll be the creep camp rather than the team, and the Wolves get themselves in prime position now to bring Gambit back over. We see the heal coming out from Nick. They need to get him healed up. Actually, forget that. It looks like Airwax is recalling. Unlimited is recalling as well. So the Wolves don't want this one. Gambit themselves seem to have backed off far enough to indicate that they're not interested just yet in that Baron.
Playing that one a little safer are the Wolves. Now, they've done a very, very good job at dealing with Gambit when Gambit are initiating onto them. And what the Wolves have done effectively as this game has progressed is they've translated those victorious turnaround fights into objectives. But until Gambit have made plays, Copenhagen Wolves have not been able to create situations for themselves. Their composition can flank and can surprise with Airwax and Twitch, but they haven't had the greatest of success doing that. So I think for the Wolves, they are looking to continue this sort of reactive playstyle in areas where they're comfortable to have team fights. Because of the fact that every time Woolite has tried to pop out and kill Genja, it actually hasn't worked out in his favor for the last 15 or so minutes. We'll see if this trend continues. He's just picked himself up another BF sword. And the vision game around Baron has been an interesting one because neither team has really tried to play the bait game. Neither team has played patient and try to force their opponents to come and face check it.
I think that comes down to a lack of security really in this game for Gambit after losing those couple of team fights. Look at this, there's a flank from Airwax. This is where he could really excel, especially if Gambit get themselves grouped up together. They know that Diamond is off to the side. Airwax is now behind enemy lines. They're going to go for this one. He gets the ulti up onto 2. Who's the focus going to be? Looks like they're trying to get back to Genja with Youngbuck, who gets pulled in there. But Nick being destroyed by Woolite. Going to use a last-second intervention. Diamond will go up in the air, but he's going to pay with his life. It's only a single kill, but loads of them. Actually, there's 2 kills. Edward went down, of course. The others really low, have to go back. The Wolves, they don't really know what they're doing. They have run halfway in, halfway back. Inhib respawns. They'll take that and surely go Baron here.
That was an exquisite flank from Airwax, and that was the first successfully completed one this particular game. Airwax manages to come right behind, zone out both Genja and Edward. And again, I'm going to talk up Unlimited. His Stranglethorns forces everyone away. So because Nick and Darian can't jump to the backline of the Wolves, it just allows Woolite all of the space that he needs to get those rat-a-tat-tat auto attacks down. Copenhagen Wolves will secure Baron. Gambit will secure Dragon down in the bottom half of the map. They should be close-ish in total gold at this stage in the game. But again, Dragon's late game value has been decreased. And you can see Copenhagen Wolves accelerating further ahead. It's 4,000 gold. But they have just had better team fights multiple times in a row thanks to the power of the Wild Growth and the Stranglethorns. Gambit need to find better picks and better ways into the backline, because every time Gambit have tried, they've been completely thwarted by Unlimited. They're picking the wrong times to team fight.
We saw Darian before that fight actually kicking off, getting himself a Warmox armor. Is that a case of, I need magic resist and I need armor, and I can't actually afford either of them right now, so Warmox it is?
I definitely think so. It is a very efficient stat. It synergizes just with, you know, it amplifies the armor and MR that he gets from his ultimate by making it more effective. The only problem is there are 2 Blades of the Ruined King on the opposing side. So you stack up that HP, and with the new blade, if your target has 937 HP or more, each auto attack from a Blade of the Ruined King, thanks to the percentage damage, will deal equal damage to an old Bloodthirster. Darian currently has 3,489, so he's going to take a ton of damage every time Woolite opens up on him, and Woolite's still growing. He's going to deal more damage than Genja in this late stage of the game, and Gambit need to shut him down if they want to win team fights.
Nagelmorph making a move towards that bottom lane. Actually, they've caught out Youngbuck here in no man's land. Slice and dice won't be enough to save him. May have opened up this bottom lane though. Gambit not far enough up to be thinking about any kind of base race here. They may try and head them off, but that's a Baron up Wolves team. I don't think they'll bother. Just trying to stop them going towards or going any further into the base and for that inhibitor turret.
45 seconds on the clock. It should allow Gambit to at least push out the wave where the super minions are pushing down. Keep in mind that Copenhagen Wolves have got pretty good wave play in Lulu with that Death Cap and Void Staff, so she should be able to hold off the tower. In addition, Gambit don't really want to tower dive onto a Zyra. Hell, they haven't been able to fight into Zyra for the last 10 minutes. So they've got to be very careful. Wolves have got 15 seconds to defend before Youngbuck is up and available. Gambit are looking for siege. The only thing that can really cause them a lot of trouble is a strong Stranglethorns or Agony's Embrace. And you see, I think this is the smart decision from Gambit.
Yeah, Airwax was already behind
them
and splitting up from it nicely, but that's actually going to leave Edward and Genja alone. And look at this, Kauthard is going to be coming in there quickly. Good hook onto Kauthard. Genja will be allowed to get off towards the side, and the rest of the team coming around from this one. Woolite has picked up Genja now. Can they get any more from it? Darian split between Kauthard and Unlimited, but Diamond the focus for the Copenhagen Wolves. He goes up in the air. Woolite will finish him off for the triple kill here with Twitch. Darian is too low to do anything. The Wolves going to try and push it home, and they've even got Kauthard trying to chase him down. He gets out.
So Darren survived, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Gambit completely split up while retreating. They've been flanked before. They're dealing with stealth champions of Evelynn and Twitch, and they give themselves the opportunity to be flanked. Copenhagen Wolves punish Gambit, and they're going to take this Nexus down. They've picked themselves up a win.
Brilliant game from the Copenhagen Wolves. Definitely got enough here to finish this one off and taking down Gambit. Only their 3rd win of the season here in the summer split. And a much-needed win as well. A sigh of relief, no doubt, for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Gambit just could not break through the Wolves' backline. Every single team fight Gambit initiated was interrupted by Kauthard and by Unlimited, and Gambit just couldn't make damage stick to the targets they wanted to. Woolite ends that game 7-2-9 after you felt like you had little to no presence in the laning phase. Just comes back in the mid game so solidly, and I think Gambit's team fights really need a lot of work that game.
Howl of the Wolves, not a sound that we've become accustomed to hearing here in the summer split. Just the 3rd win that they've picked up. Still a long road ahead of them, there's no doubt about that one, but definitely a confidence booster to beat a team like Gambit, who themselves not exactly in the finest form, still trying to rediscover themselves with a new mid laner.
And the problem there was just calling and focus. Because one thing that you found is every time Gambit did initiate a team fight, it was into Zyra with her ultimate available. One of the key things to do against champions like Zyra, like Ziggs, is try to bait out those ultimates, get them down, and then abuse the window of opportunity while it's on cooldown. And it just never happened. You always seen, Nick and Darren jumping in, instantly getting knocked up, and then on the retreat, being run down and chased down by the Evelynn or Lulu. And I think it looked hairy in the 20 to 30 minute mark for Wolves, but as soon as they won like 1 or 2 team fights, they were able to shut the game out.
One thing as well that I don't understand about that scenario is why don't you put a pink ward behind you as you start to push up the lanes? Because that's going to spot the Evelynn early enough, and you're going to be able to move away before they can collapse right in there on top of you. If you have to sell your Doran's items 40 minutes into the game to buy some pink wards, then you should do.
It's something that Krepa goes out of his way to rant about because it is so important. And when you've lost a team fight because Evelynn has flanked you from behind on your half of the map, don't split up into groups of 2 and 3 while you're leaving the enemy inhibitor turret. You've been flanked before. If you don't have vision on Evelynn, she's looking to flank you. Just assume that. Work under that operation. And if you stick together in a 5v4 situation, the realistic chances of them jumping are much lower.
Well, the Wolves finally picking up another win here, going 3-11 in the table. But for now, we're going to check in with Shox, who's on stage with the Copenhagen Wolves' Kauthard.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations on a well-deserved and needed victory, I believe, for the Copenhagen Wolves coming in here. Talk to me about the end of that game and maybe what after the heartbreaking loss versus Alliance last week, what did you take from that and apply it to your decision-making in another close game here?
Well, we tried to figure out who was stronger, we or them, and we noticed that, well, if we get the positional advantage, we can just destroy them in team fights. So we tried to get the Eve to come from behind, and the Renekton can double dash through to get to them. And by using this, we could set up really good fights.
And they kept going in on you guys at the end of the game. Were you aware that you guys were actually ahead and you could go back in? Were you kind of baiting them and waiting for the right moment?
Yes and no. We were actually surprised with how aggressive they were playing, but it allowed us to easily set up the flanks especially. But overall, I think they wanted to get a snipe on someone of us, thereby winning the game. Because if we get to set up the fights, we get to determine the pace, and we would win.
All right, then talk to me for the patch 4.10 for the Copenhagen Wolves. You obviously also didn't have that much time to prepare for it, but what works for you in this patch?
Well, the meta is slightly changing again. The top lane picks are changing, and I think itemizations are changing slightly. So we still have some adaptation to do, but it looks good so far.
Yeah, it does look good with this victory, and it was a very crucial victory for you guys, still in last place though. So I gotta ask you, what's the general thoughts in here in the team to step up? Is it more the fear that's in your head now about relegation, or is that something you just don't think about at all?
Well, our goal has been to get into the playoffs at least. I mean, we still want to do that, and we are still able to do that. We just need to keep winning. We need to step up our games. We keep doing mistakes. Me especially, this game was really weak from my part, especially laning phase and the early roaming. But I believe if we play like we did against Alliance in London, we could definitely win against almost every team.
Self-criticism is a great first step. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
All right, it's time to wrap things up, so let's send it over to the desk to Joe and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Shox. And as we close out week 6, let's have a look at the table and see where our teams have landed after a crazy week 6 of matches. Alliance, of course, continues to be untouchable with another perfect week, and their 5-game winning streak now keep them in first place at 12 wins and 2 losses. SK Gaming is still in second, although they're now 3 games off the pace at 9 and 5.
Yeah, with the exception of Alliance winning today, every other game was considered somewhat of an upset. Millennium continue their run in third place, where they have 8 wins and 6 losses, having taken down SK today. Then we have Fnatic and the Superhard crew now tied for 4th at 7 and 7.
And here are the 5 players who've impressed us the most in their positions this week. Starting off in the top lane with Millennium's Kevin. He played a 3-0-9 Aatrox against SK Gaming today. Looked amazing.
Yeah, one of the things that was most impressive was just how effectively he used his teleports and his dives. It helped Millennium pick up that win, and it's definitely playing into that pick style of gameplay that his team is trending towards.
And in the jungle, Alliance has shown someone who's becoming a regular in our OP players at the end of the week. He was involved once again in 15 of the 26 kills over the 2 games for Alliance this week.
Yeah, it is interesting to see it's taken him 6 full months to get to this level. He was the most anticipated jungler and has stepped up, able to make good plays. Arguably, though, it's the rest of the team that are really doing such a great job in helping Alliance win.
And you might be right about that, because we have Froggen in the mid lane as well from Alliance. He had a 10 KDA in the 2 wins this week after playing an Orianna that had better stats today than in 3 games from the Spring Split and the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and of course that Orianna CS'd like a monster. 606, he hit 300 CS at 23 minutes and 23 seconds. He also picked up that epic triple kill down in the bottom lane. I think Froggen is even surpassing his Season 2 form in this split.
And we're keeping up the trend of Alliance, because our AD carry this week is Tabs. 9 kills he's taken, 73% kill participation in the 2 wins. Played in the with the Caitlyn and the Lucian, and just looking so on form.
So the best thing about Tabs is how he's adapted to the itemization. The Caitlyn that he played on 4.10, he went IE into Static Shiv and destroyed with it. The next day, he plays Lucian into Caitlyn, goes Ghostblade as well as Blade of the Ruined King, once again taking down Caitlyn. He's got the 2nd most kills as an AD carry for the week, and he was, again, a very big factor in Alliance's victories.
And in the support position, a return to Thresh Prince form for Edward this week. 26 assists he's managed to pick up over the course of the week.
Yeah, his Thresh yesterday was really impressive, and the return of Big Boss Eddie on the Thresh is definitely something everybody else needs to be aware of. In the laning phase, this is the best we've seen Edwin and Genja in terms of syncing up and being an aggressive, scary bottom lane since his return to Gambit at the beginning of the year. Problem is, for the team, the rest of the lanes are not as scary right now.
And of those players, we've selected Tabs as our MVP for the week. As I said before, such an incredible week he's had with a 19 KDA with Caitlyn and Lucian. We also have a video clip of Tabs getting a kill on Cottonex in the mid lane after a dragon fight.
Yeah, this particular kill that I'm almost sure happens, he flashes and gets that headshot proc if memory serves. This was our first real taste of the terrifying Caitlyn that Tabs could put together. And earlier today, He was talking about those 3 hairs on his neck beard that he needs to shave off and demonstrating his mastery of Lucian with the new itemization and the new playstyle. I'm excited to see how he continues to play because of how drastically different this role is in the patch.
Well, really looking like he's having fun, and that's one of the more important things here in being successful, I think, as well. And guys, don't forget, Week 6 of the North American LCS starts tomorrow with a matchup between Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic Gaming, followed by Complexity versus Cloud9.
Then Evil Geniuses will go up against Team Curse, and Team Dignitas will face LMQ. Those matches start on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 12 noon Pacific.
And the European LCS broadcast will be back next Tuesday, note the date, July the 1st, with our second Super Week of the split, and we'll begin things with SK Gaming versus Gambit. The 16 games that week will kick off at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific. And of course, we look forward to seeing you guys then. But up next, we're going to send you over to Freak and Zyrene with the European Challenger Series Round of 10 play-ins.
Actually, I need to shower. I need to shave. I'm getting a neck beard, dude.
How are you getting a neck beard? You don't even have any beard.
No, look, there's like...
Oh my god, Jeff. No, that's pretty much nothing. There's like 3 hairs sticking out.
Exactly, I need to shave those 3 hairs.
Having to use everything he can to escape this one. He's going to get stun locked up there. The ultimate from Wicked's going to catch him low. Is it quite enough? One more hit. Froggen comes in. He's going to secure the kill. Vander's on there now. Vander's taking low. Froggen gets on towards him. Tabs picks himself a kill. They're going to ace the Rockout right here, right now.
Hey, Freddy. Can you hear me higher now?
What?
Am I loud or no?
What?
Oh, Freddy said something. Put it in the show, guys.
Where is Destiny going to go? Coop comes out the side, catches on towards Vesco. Candy Vander, though, off the side. Wields the Wild Growth, doing the damage. Kicks in, straight away, exploding.
Peter being toxic again. It's a joke. Again. Lame is lame. Enjoy the game.
So far, Fnatic have done a good job of that. The knock-up. Selfie dives in. Good Wild Growth for the Super Hot crew. Gonna focus on Reckless. Cyanide's the next one down. Peke off to the side. Can only gold card 1 man.
Would like to sing for me. Genja will be allowed to get up towards the side, and the rest of the team coming around from this one. Woolite has picked up Genja now. Can they get any more from it? Darian split between Countdown and Unlimited, but Diamond the focus for the Copenhagen Wolves. He goes up in the air. Woolite will finish him.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Noon, as always.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, man.
Yeah?
I'm a little sad though, Woolite never sings for me.
I know, well, hopefully we can have him, do some covers of songs later on. We'll get him on for more sounds of the game later on. But now the Challenger Series Summer 1 wrapped up in a huge way last weekend at Wembley Arena in London. H2K Gaming, took the title, beating Ninjas in Pajamas 2-0 in front of over 6,000 screaming fans. But today, we're starting fresh with a new crop of contenders for Summer Series 2.
Yeah, and this is the place where the best amateur players in Europe battle to earn the chance to dethrone a pro team in the EU LCS promotion tournament. Yesterday, the top 20 squads in Europe battled in a one-game elimination round, and here are the 10 victors.
Yeah, so Unicorns of Love and GG Call Nash actually have already won today and will play in the Summer 2 quarterfinals. We'll be with you for the final 3 matchups now, starting with Forever Zenzig against Tricked, then Invaders taking on SK Gaming Prime, and Playing Ducks up against Thunderbot Sparta. Now, just like yesterday's play-in, today's teams are once again in a best-of-1 elimination scenario. You lose today, and your visions of LCS glory get chunked.
Yeah, but if you win, it's off to the round of 8, where you might go up against the 3 teams who fought their way to the top of the ladder in Summer Series 1. H2K Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Gamers 2. All 3 of those teams have automatically re-qualified for the quarterfinal round, and you know they're watching today to see which teams they'll be facing.
Right, but if for some reason one of those teams can't watch today, well, there's a place they can go to find everything they missed.
At LOLesports.com, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, are all the scores, stats, and links to VODs so they can scout their opponents and gain that crucial edge they'll need in the next round.
So it's even so helpful, it could be considered cheating in some leagues, but not this one. So go ahead and click away, see anything you want to see. Now, the teams for today's first win or stay home elimination match are just about ready to go. It's the #1 team in EU West, Forever Zenzig, going up against Tricked from Nordic East.
Yeah, and Forever Zenzig, their top laner Wonderwear. This team has Kobe, who was the AD carry for Denial last Challenger Series Summer 1, and they consider him a top 6 AD carry in all of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
He had a good showing when we saw him previously. Of course, Denial did not advance any further, but this is a very, very high skill tournament.
Yeah.
These are basically the people who are below top 8, because top 8 you're in LCS.
Yeah, generally speaking.
So if you're basically the 9th best player right now, you're like, oh, well, I'm on H2K.
And you're going to crush
trying to get up
heads.
there. Exactly.
Yeah.
Trying to get yourself up in that top 8 spot and dethrone somebody.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of teams trying to dethrone, though, of course, Tricked is also here as well. They, similar to Kobe's old team, had a short run in Series 1. They lost in the round of 10 to SK Prime, but they're back here in the round of 10 once more, hoping to knock down somebody.
Yeah, didn't get any points last time. If they win this, they'll put themselves in the points, put themselves on the board, too. So SK Gaming Prime, we'll see them later on today. But a couple things here is that Forever Zenzig, they're #1 on EU West in the ladder, but they're also a team of very young talent. Sencux is 15, and so is Wonderwear.
Yeah.
So they are just blooming, because I remember Sencux being on Reason Gaming, which got 4th place in spring, and he was the big Talon player. Of course, he's kind of shelved it since then because of the exhaust buffs, and he's switched to a couple other assassins you might see him play today, but man, they are just very talented, very mechanically sound players all throughout. And I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table with this new team that's only about 2 months old.
It's true. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun, guys. Let's see what happens now. Champsuck has begun. Ziggs removed away from Tyrannus. Aurelia away from Wonderwear here. And they're going to take some time with the next few bands out as well. We talked about Kobe a second ago. He's top 40 in solo queue in the Challenger ladder. So just kind of more details about how good these guys are. But it's a bunch of high D1 Challenger types. Yasuo removed away from Sencux. You said new assassins coming out. It's got to be one of them. Braum as well away from Nico. And last 2 bands to come through.
Yeah, one of them's going to be Kayle, or it's going to be first picked. Of course, it's always the MO right now in 4.10, even in 4.9. She was the go-to top and mid laner right now. Jax is going to be banned out here too. So a lot of actually top lane bans. So welcome to Europe if you're watching from NA.
Yeah.
A lot of top lane bans come over here. You don't see a lot of Aurelia's banned in NA.
Yeah.
It's a high priority champion.
It's a really different style. Europe is very top lane carry focused, and again, you talk about Aurelia's and Jax all the time. North America, they seem to want their top laners to be sort of these plug and play join team fight types. You see a lot more of the Renekton's and the Shyvanas there because they're going to team battle more often. Cassian moved away, which does mean Kayle is up, and so hey, grab that one as they wait for the lock in. Yeah, there you go. We'll see if it goes top or mid.
Yeah, and Sencux actually played Kayle in the round of 20. He went 2-0-2 on that. They actually had a pretty quick game at 20 minutes and 25 seconds over to Cupcakes.
Yeah.
Only dying 1 time, and that person who died was Sweaty in bottom lane support. If anybody's going to die on your team, it has to be that guy.
That's just
probably the best.
And then you preserve everyone else's KDAs at least. So
Preserves his own 2.
Yeah.
As well.
If he does one more time, though, then it's half. You just don't want that at all. Well, the Kayle did, of course, get picked through. Trick going to make their choices. Lee Sin still around as the most sought-after jungler. No one's surprised there. The Lulu, I would not be surprised to get locked in as well. And you typically see her as a top laner as well.
Yeah, you have to take the Lee Sin this rotation because Rolide, he played that in the round of 20. He did a very good job on that as well. And these teams have actually done a lot of scouting on each other because Aurelia was what Wonderwear went to last game that he played, and Ziggs was what Tyrannus played. So they've actually seen each other's histories. They've played against each other, I assume, on the ladder multiple times.
Sure.
So that they're able to...
Well, these guys know Trick's Nordic East.
Oh, yeah. You've seen them a couple times, though.
Oh, yeah,
throughout the tournament.
Sorry, yeah.
You've scouted them. You've seen what they bring to the table. So none of these people are really unfamiliar to one another.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, Morgana, Kayle, so Morgana, Kayle, the sisters, come through. The Caitlyn as well grabbed up here with every other AD carry on the table. Caitlyn is one Kobe's going for. Top 2 most played in solo queue. Didn't play it. Actually, he did play it last round here. So again, liking that pick here.
Yeah, he went 2-0-6 on that. A lot of facilitation going on in the bottom lane, being involved in 8 of the 11 kills that game, and ending it very, very early. The thing with Caitlyn now, and why she's come back to popularity, is you get a lot of 2v2s in the bottom lane because Dragon's just worth so much you don't want to lane swap it.
Yeah.
So Caitlyn, biggest bully in a 2-on-2. And with Lucian's new item build, he's not as potent because you'd usually rush a Bloodthirster or Trinity.
Yeah, the Q poke's not quite as high. Orianna going to come through. Thresh to counteract the Morgana. Interesting choice there. Not what you'd normally grab for the situation, but Trick's going to take their time for their AD carry. This setup looks like a sort of Kog'Maw type team. A lot of support. Actually, enough damage that you'd be okay as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They are very utility-based. A lot of shields here. A lot of movement speed increases to keep him safe, as well as bonus HP. And some peel. Lee Sin can peel very well.
Yeah.
You have a lot of damage inside of the Orianna. We saw Froggen on it earlier today, just utterly destroying people with CS and just showing up. He had 100% kill participation in that game, too. So, Orianna, just all around a great pick, and despite the Athene's changes to the magic resistance, still a fantastic pick.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you're a little bit squishier, but honestly, you're still going to be okay. And neither team looks like they're going to play major assassin in the mid lane anyway. Hovering over a couple of options for the jungle pickup. I do like Vi here because... Okay, never mind. Just going to keep waiting until he goes for it. But Twisted Fate mid I like a lot. TF against Orianna is pretty safe for him. I just can't get a break today.
There's no reads on this.
Never mind. They're just changing the last second. Orianna, of course, the enemy mid laner, Syndra, to face up against that one. We'll see who has better ball control in that lane, and the Elise coming through.
Yeah, Elise, Lee Sin, definitely the S tier right now for the jungle. Everything else is a little bit below that, just the control that they bring and also the early game ganks and power. You don't want to invade either one of them because they have enough tools to stick to you, do enough damage, and then your team can go ahead and back them up. So very good team here, and they also have the Elise Morgana combination. They have the late game damage of Kayle, and it's not a problem if you run double AP in a Kayle composition.
Sure.
Because she's not really a true AP. You shred a lot of resistances, and you make it so that your opponents are like, even if we built MR, we're still taking a lot of damage.
Absolutely, and of course, you talked about the Athene's nerfs a little while ago, and double AP comps get to do a bit more damage against other AP champions, so we'll see how that pans out. Trick going to make their last couple of choices. I assumed it was going to be some kind of hyper carry in the back lines, because you don't pick an AD carry last, it's a risky AD carry, and you want to see what your opponents are going to run against you. Jinx actually going to be the grab here for Salna. So, interesting one. Of course, top 2 for his most played as well. So, Kog was an option I would have thought of, but he's not a big Kog player.
Yeah.
So, Jinx fills that same role, similarly long range, similar damage output. And again, it's a team with enough defense, but also enough damage. They don't only rely on Jinx.
Yeah, and then also the Thresh into the Morgana here. Not a favorable matchup for Thresh. Morgana lands a binding on either of them. There's a lot of unreturned damage, unanswered damage that Caitlyn can throw out.
Absolutely.
So Kobe, he's regarded by his teammates as one of the top AD carries in all of Europe. He's 36 in Challenger right now. Can he just completely destroy this lane like he did in the round of 20? Or does Salna have something to say about it on that Jinx and he can scale up?
It's going to be difficult to see. I mean, there's a couple of interesting things about this sort of lane matchup. One is if you land a couple of Caitlyn Qs, your life is kind of painful. And it's really up to how you can mind game each other, right? How many minions you can put between yourselves. If the Q, if it hits, it does less damage. But also, I mean, there's ways for Jinx to land poke as well. And also, Hook's cooldown's lower than Black Shield, so there are ways in. But looking at the sort of lane blindly, like, this is definitely a better lane for Forever Zenzik.
Yeah, absolutely. And both these team compositions only have junglers that would get tanky. They're both very ability tanky based, where we have a Lulu, we have a Kayle, we have this utility that's going to buff up our carries in the late game. So you have to survive the laning phase, come out with a lead or at least even for these teams, and then you're in good shape because they are almost going to do very similar things to their AD carries, but it's the mid laner. You got a Syndra Assassin, you got a team fight Orianna. What are you going to be able to do with that in the late game here?
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to be very squishy. And if you don't get a Kayle ultimate off, we saw Nick do it in the Gambit game, didn't get a Kayle ultimate off in that last fight. Maybe that was what turned it. Maybe that's what they needed. So if you don't get that ability off, then it's a huge problem. But at the same time, there's actually more hard CC on the side of 4Easy right now. Because they have the binding, they have the cocoon, they have the Syndra ball stun.
Yeah. They've got a lot of pick potential.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks here. A lot of pick potential here. Also, you combine all of this CC between Morgana, Elise, with a Syndra to set it up from a long range. You have basically, if you do it back-to-back, 13 plus seconds of stuff.
Oh, gosh.
It's ridiculous how much CC you can get out of this team comp if you get somebody solo. And I like this, actually, right off the bat, Tyranids has a Scrying Orb.
Interesting. This will be all kinds of fun. He can check the brush whatever he wants. I mean, you've got a Thresh in your team, so Scrying Orb and a Hook. Cooks doesn't know where it's coming from necessarily. I really hope this happens. Salna's there as well. There's the orb.
There it is.
All right. How good's your hook?
Ooh.
All right. At least Suncook's need to run. He gets the ward down as well, so that was actually about as well played as possible for the mid laner. He puts a Q down.
Oh.
Oh, Mauer hits as well.
They answer Qs on each other right now, but there is going to be 4Easy. They're just going to go ahead and go to the other side. Start warding up that blue.
And you saw Wonderwear put his trinket ward down. You're seeing that right on your screen before he left the golem area. So look at that. And Trick also going to try to find out the lane situation with that last trinket over the wall. Wonderwear going to run away. Q's going to land. Decent damage from Mauerth. Wonderwear should be able to recall in time to get full health for the lane. But I'm looking at the lane matchups right now.
They're going to try to stop him from backing.
Yep, Lee Sin makes him back away one more time. So it's going to be maybe some missed XP for the Kayle ultimately, but also notice that Trick did start a lane swap here. They've put their dual lane top and they're not recalling.
Yeah, they have actually lane swapped it. They don't want to go into the Morgana Caitlyn, but this sacrifices the dragon at about 3.5 minutes if they play it right. They actually went through this without vision, and there they go. Now more off the scene.
All right, well, it's going to be the standard setups anyway. Pretty much once you realize with the dual lane top, you kind of know that you're going to go off to your own sides of the jungle. So Raleigh is going to get blue buff there on the Elise, head back to the southern jungle afterwards. Similar situation for Mauerth, the tricked jungler, so pretty safe starts. And actually, yeah, of course, with lane swaps, Wonderwear is going to go and start double jungling. So normal stuff we would have seen a month ago.
Yeah, and the big thing here, though, is what is Zenza going to do with this? Are they going to go do the dragon at 3.5 minutes? Are they going to juggle it and get themselves that extra gold? Because it's worth a lot more now.
That's true. And they've got really good dragon killing because, hey, it's Elise. And I mean, Kayle's passable. She's not the greatest dragon killer, but Elise is so good it makes up for 2 champions.
the same time, they're actually fast pushing this bottom lane. They pushed all the way up to the turret already for Kobe and Sweaty B.
Interesting. That's not what I would have expected with this kind of matchup, but both teams are doing that. Of course, Jinx, a great turret killer, though the flat DR does cut down her attack speed, the value of her attack speed quite a bit. You're only doing like 20 damage per shot anyway, but looks like 4EZ not even trying to defend that. I'm actually surprised because they could have come and like leached XP under that turret, but they're going to kill that white camp first, and then looks like they're going to defend the next wave.
Yeah, and actually the jungler for Tricked is nowhere in sight. They're actually going bottom now with the jungler and the top laner just to soak up the experience and possibly do more camps, whereas all this is just going to go to waste under this turret up top instead of just sitting around and taking damage.
I'm very surprised by the choices made by both teams. I do think that defending is the right choice here for Tricked because, yes, the turret's taking some damage, but it's clear they're not looking for the dive. At least to me, it's kind of what I can... I mean, I expect... Yeah, to be fair, I have spectator view, right? I can tell what people are doing.
They haven't seen each other. They have no idea where the other ones are. That's why you saw the ward come out from Wonderwear. He's like, Lee Sin could be sitting in this bush right now. Because that's what you would expect. You'd expect a 4-on-0. But actually what's going to happen here is they're going to go straight for this dragon now, despite the fact that the enemy jungler is on this side of the map. There is potential for a smite steal.
Oh yeah, this is actually a really big risk now by Forever Zenzig, but you know what? They're ready to do it anyway. Q's not going to land. Mauer doesn't have a way in on this fight anymore. You can see the health bar. It is very, very low.
It's a 5-on-2.
No smite for the Lee Sin. He can't actually try. He was trying to scare them away, but he realized that he couldn't do anything about it.
He had used it previously.
I think on the lane.
Yeah.
It could have been a white camp. I unfortunately don't remember, but there's a really good chance he smited away a cannon minion or something, and that got spotted.
So the turret for the dragon is actually going to make it equal in gold right now. But at the same time, Solna, he's actually up in CS because he didn't have to do a dragon. He didn't miss any CS in this lane.
And so he's going to be pretty happy. Jinx overall, and of course, local turret gold is nice. 175 to him, more than you get from a dragon at this point. Wonderwear and Rolleye up, going to get pushed away.
Got to walk around on that one. Good chomper there by Solna to make them get routed and miss a little bit more experience in gold.
You're seeing this bottom lane turret very nearly dead as well, so pretty soon 4EZ, they're going to be able to actually equalize that turret pressure there unless the defensive Lee Sin Lulu is enough. I don't think it necessarily is, but the skill shots land, maybe they get their way in.
Yeah, if this turret goes down, the goal advantage completely goes to Zenzig in the early game. Also, the tier 2 was pushed up for Wonderwear, so he's going to start getting all of the CS just naturally sitting there as Kayle. And Kayle is a hyper carry in the late game and basically makes your hyper carries even better.
Yes.
If you have one. We'll have to see what Kobe ends up doing. Caitlyn, not usually regarded as one, now actually has a stronger mid game because the items.
Yeah, it's a different mid game is the weird thing.
Yeah.
Because like BT, if you wanted to go less per second, meant you got really, really great spells and you could poke people out. But the jump on in, Sencook's going to be a little bit under pain right there. Half HP, great knockback though with a 2-man stun. And he's going to stay safe without losing any summoners. Damage onto Solna though, and this turret's very nearly gone. Hook's going to land on a Sweaty B. He's going to flay him back as well. Half HP on Morgana, nicely done.
And they swapped the lane back in time so they don't lose this turret. And now it's a 2-on-2, and if they can win this tug of war on Tricked's favor, they don't lose their turret.
Well, the tug of war should go for Tricked because they've got the item lead. Oh, actually, hold on. Ulti onto Senkooks, the Ignite on there as well, but here comes the Elise turning things around. Flash used unnecessarily by Cinder, but she stays safe. A couple of summoners traded on both sides, and the Repel escape. What I was thinking about the dual lane, though, is you've actually gotten the recall for Solna for a pickaxe plus boots, which means he should be able to win this lane outright.
It also means that he's going to start going for that IE first.
Oh, yeah.
And see what he does with that, whereas Nico, hiding in the bush. Ooh. Good Black Shield reaction.
Slows come out as well. Kobe's got to be a bit careful. And you're seeing now, right?
They have to find a way back.
Jinx has, yeah, exactly. The thing is, they won't let you get an easy back now. You need the jungler to come down. Like Rolleye needs to get Senkooks to recall, get bottom lane the wave after, and force the wave out so they don't lose 2 waves for a recall. Otherwise, Kobe's never going to catch up in this lane.
Exactly. Kobe is behind now because of the items, and he's getting bullied. And the fact that they are forcing 4EZ's jungler to stay mid because of their jungle pressure and the pressure on Senkooks, they couldn't free anything up. So now, when Senkooks gets back to lane, they're cutting off the route to bottom to allow them to back. And now we're going to have to see exactly what they do with this. Because
he's just going for blue.
Oh.
There's too many things on the map to do, and he's got to choose one.
And he chooses blue. He chooses to hand it off to Senkooks right now. And they're actually going to do the same in kind.
Okay.
Oh, actually the red's up, so now they're going to actually steal the red away for Tricked.
That's smart, that's smart. Yeah, they knew the rough timers in both those things. They had the ward down already, and they know that they're in control. Every single jungle entrance, aside from the bot tier 2 tower, is watched there, and they're going to be able to get the buff steal. Top lane should stay safe as well, so nicely done. Tricked get, on this second round, 3 of the buffs, or they're going to.
It's a good move and rotation by Tricked, and good map control. Moarth actually hasn't backed yet. He's still sitting on that machete right now. And finally, Kobe backs, and he has the BF sword, so he has a little bit of advantage now in this lane.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you stay lit enough, you can buy BF sword. You've got the ability to turn that one back around. Rolai, he's gonna look around. I think he kind of assumes at this point his red buff's gone. He walked by a pink ward, and his team pings it. It's like, guys, get rid of this, please. But yeah, only level 5, but at least got some time till 6, and walk by the camp now, realize that it is gone indeed. And he's like, ah, crud, okay.
Yeah, his level 6 power spike is not as important as Moarth, so as soon as Moarth hits 6 and he shows up, he can do a lot more than what he was doing previously. He did have some good flanks, but you can't really make anything of it without your Dragon's Range, which you will get right now.
Okay, let's see how it pans out, because level 6 Lee Sin can be all kinds of scary. And of course, that pink ward control is still pretty decent. That one by the Dragon stayed up for some time. He's got his sweeper, but it's on cooldown, so this ward will stop his gank pretty successfully unless Senkuk's misplays. And they're going to try for it right here. He's going to try to run away. There's the jump on in. Shockwave that hits. Good damage. There's Cocoon. Good damage. 2-man, sorry, 1-man stun. The ulti. Malworth one hit from dead, but he gets the shield, walks away. Ganks not succeeding on either side.
No ignite used from Senkuk's either. Didn't throw it in onto Moarth there. Could have been the difference between life and death.
Yeah.
But and tried to bait it in. Good shockwave to pull him back. And blew everything there. All the ultimates that were involved in that fight were blown.
All right, well, very interesting battles. These guys are definitely at each other's throats back and forth. You're certainly seeing this game be very close. And I got to say, I mean, Trick...
No kills still.
Yeah, no kills, but I mean, a lot of attempts, right? And you know, Dragon and Turrets have been going down. Tricked, I got to say, are playing a lot better than we saw them last time around.
Yes.
A team that loses in the round of 10 typically is... You know, and they lost to a team that lost in the quarterfinals, right? So it's not like they like, oh, well, you know, they lost to H2K, it's understandable. It's like these guys, to be fair, like didn't have a very good run, but they're looking sound strategically. They're making good individual plays. Of course, 4EZ as well. I haven't seen these guys before. I mean, we've seen about half the roster before doing pretty well, and so far they're just kind of holding equal.
Yeah, and I think what right now, both teams are testing each other's map movements, because when you get into Challenger in the fives ladder, you try to make moves like this, and if somebody misplays, you lose about 1,000 gold. And you're just like, the other team is now up on us, and they can push that advantage. So both teams are trying to just wedge that out. And now, second Dragon being started up now, and a catch onto Moarth.
Well, a bunch of damage. He's got a lantern, gets over to it. Ulti comes by, doesn't care too much.
It.
Oh no! Wow, the Caitlyn ulti. Kill comes through to Kobe. And there you go. From downtown, they're going to go back to Dragon.
Nobody blocked that because the teleport was coming in from Wonderwear and everybody was panicking. The lantern to get him out, but the Dragon goes to 4EZ. They are now up 2,000 gold over Tricked.
What a great setup. They were there for the Dragon. They got the ward control back, and they picked people off as they came around. The binding set that off. You talked about the ginormous amounts of crowd control available, binding and everything else, and that's what happened. He just got locked down. The lantern wasn't enough for him, so good kill pickup. The Dragon capitalized. The mid lane push as well. Just, they're taking an arm. There we go.
Oh, they're going to go after Tyradus now.
And he's going to lose a whole bunch of health as well. That's the kill. Sweaty B up in the middle of everything. Going to get a 2-man stun. Walk away from the turret. Bind onto Nico. That's not going to be good for him as well. Now 3 kills for the team. Could that be 4 soon? Not just quite, but 4 easy. Man, they made that great.
Wow. I actually love the fact the box went down and they all just skittered around the edges of it. They didn't break a single wall of it, which is something you typically don't see. People get very aggressive and just walk straight through it. And Lee Sin respawns, immediately dies after. This ultimate only hits Wonderwear, and it just destroys the Black Shield with Dissonance. Tyradus, Sweaty B with the nice flash in onto everybody with the lockup there. He actually hit 4 people with that. One of them gets away. And the other 2 get locked down, they just clean up afterwards. And they blew this game wide open with a 3.8k gold lead now for Forever Zenzig.
Yep. They're playing incredibly well right now. I like the fact that they stayed on the turret. Once the turret died, they turned to fight. And the problem for Tricked was Mikey R wasn't there at the battle. Lulu joined late. She was walking by still when the turret fell down. And so it was a simple 4v5. Of course, well fought overall, but that's the kind of mistake you can't have.
Mikey didn't even teleport in the previous fight, and Wonderwear did. And also a big thing too is that MikeYR was nowhere near Wonderwear to interrupt his teleport, which was something I was looking for and expecting, but he started to come down and he was going around River and just kind of lollygagging around, and it cost his team.
Oh, big mistake right there, so it's going to make things much nicer for Everzenzig.
There are a lot of wards here in Zenzig's inventory, just all across the board. Pink wards, green wards, Vision and Sight. They are looking to take control of this game with that gold lead and just create more open space on the map for them to make these picks. Because that's how a pick comp operates, is more pink wards in your inventories on the map and just completely wrestle control.
4 sweepers and multiple pink wards. I think it's going to make it, I see 1 on the map plus 3 in inventory, so 4 wards, a great amount there. Senkok getting his blue buff level 9 on him. Does go with themes on both sides, no surprise in that one, of course. And I mean, they've just kind of spiked ahead right now. Like, 3,000 gold doesn't always mean a lot. It does matter when it makes a big difference in individual champions. Infinity Edge is now done on Kobe. It's a 13-minute Infinity Edge. That is fast. Like 15 minutes is like, okay, that's like expected. 13 is a great score.
Yeah, he's been CSing really well, and he showed up to all the fights. 100% kill participation between him and Senkooks and the bottom laner, Sweaty B. They're all just showing up really big in these fights. They're on time, they're coordinated in the team fights, and now they're coordinated when trying to get control of the jungle right now.
And there's the Golem going down. So no other buff steals just yet for Everzenzig, but they're still making their way forward. Nice CC onto Tyrannus. A little bit of damage, but not too much. He's going to stay safe for here. You have to realize... What's up?
Only Cocoon landed.
Yeah.
Dark Binding.
They threw them both out.
Yeah.
1 hit.
Zigzag him. 1 will hit.
Yes. Can't juke every way at the same time. So, not too much grab. There we go. A Wraith steal as well. Oh, Tyrannus not in the right spot. Wow. So much comes through. Flashes out, gets a shield, stays alive just barely, but forever Zenzig still looking happy. Cocoon's going to land on Lee Sin. More poke going through this turret, losing some health right here. And they are capitalizing on their item leads.
Oh. Ooh, almost hit Solno with that one. Just getting the damage out. Exactly. They're pushing their item advantage now. Their wave clear with Syndra is pretty dang good at this point in the game. Wonderwear, he's just causing split push pressure. His teleport is almost up. Can he duel MikeYR right now? Mikey's going to place a ward over, make himself safe. But yeah, the item advantage, the Infinity Edge completed for Caitlyn over just some pieces of it. Not even the crit chance for Solna.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a ways to go. You've gotten yourself a part of 2 turret kills, 2 dragons, and you've got over 700 gold from kills and assists. Like, you're gonna have a gigantic lead in this one. That's what you see right there. Kobe to have Zerg Greaves soon as well. He's gonna keep scaling up. I don't see this Caitlyn falling off. She's a target worth protecting all game long. Sweaty B does get hooked up, but of course they can't follow that one. Tricked are down in this game right now. Senkooks and the rest of the team doing nicely. 5,000 gold lead. MikeYR, Wonderwear in another battle right there. A little bit of damage comes through. Whimsied out. And you can see, oh my gosh, he's going for the dive right there. And just, the ulties. Trades him back and forth. He does not have the damage. Out he goes, actually, Wonderwear. 200 HP.
And Mowarth, he's actually going to try to wrap around, but there is a ward on this side of the map to protect Wonderwear. Actually, he doesn't see it straight from, he doesn't go all the way back to his turret.
I don't think he'll catch him in time, though.
Oh, if he does that, gets
oh, gets the slowdown. This is not good, Wonderwear. The Q's up in 2 seconds. Jumps forward, kicks him into the wall. 1 auto attack, 1 more to go. Gets the kill. Mowarth takes him down. Nicely played.
Wow. So Mowarth going really hard on that one, realizing that was the bush he backed in.
Yep.
Immediately runs up to it. He's probably sitting there 8, 7, 6, counting it out, making sure that he can get that kill.
Oh, I did not expect that kill to come through. That was really nicely done. I didn't realize he had a sight stone, so that ward was great. Bought that actually before he finished the Lizard Elder, so he's really trying to just get the vision for his team to stop these random picks that have been working so well for Forever Zenzig.
10 seconds on the Dragon, but there are still a lot of pink wards in the inventory all across for Forever Zenzig, whereas there aren't any on the map for Tricked currently.
True. They've got regular wards, 2 sight stones, but that's it.
And they don't have any in their inventories either. They're just trying to deny the vision of the green wards, which are just all up in their jungle anyway. They have a lot focused on that top lane from the Sightstone from Morwath, but I don't know what they can do in this area of the Dragon. They have a disadvantage in gold, disadvantage in items. Most of the members of Forever Zenzig have already backed and got a little bit more of a power spike for themselves. We now have the Zeal completed, the attack speed behind the Infinity Edge coming in for Kobe. And meanwhile, Wonderwear, he's just going to continue pushing top and get them a turret.
Nicely done right there. Turret does go down, and I mean, these guys have played better around the teleports. You notice that Mikey R is like chilling with the team.
I don't think he's used it once.
I haven't seen it either. At least, I mean, maybe to get back to lane, but that's it. Right? Nothing for a team fight, absolutely. So Wonderware's like, I have teleport. I can join my team whenever. I'll push top. Mikey R can't force the issue because his team is down in gold. And, well, stand up for Dragon means a turret there. Finally, the Lulu goes to defend the top lane here. But, again, Wonderware, now up a level, can probably push him around.
Yeah. Wonderware, as Kayle, with these items, he's going for the Zerker speed, he's going for the attack speed build. And now we see Senkux, he's actually prepping himself for a pick. More out.
Alright, well, the 4-on-4, he flashed in the damage, the ulti, yes, that is the kill. Didn't even need the Cade ulti, Ignite was enough. That's a kill picked up right there for Zenzig. Again, just finding their ways in. They're tenacious.
Yeah, just never letting up. And look, Wonderware rotates himself to this mid lane. It's already below half HP, and they're ready to take it down. And the lack of siege defense here from Tricked, they're just catching them out every time and having better rotations at better times for Forever Zenzig. And their dragon control has been on point. They've gotten every dragon this game and converted it into the right items and the right control in terms of vision.
Yeah, I mean, they've just done a great job. They pick out these random kills, 4v5s, and it's like, great, 4v5s, do something. And Tricked, at least this time, have learned their lesson to not defend with the numbers disadvantage, but they've got to wait for the respawns every time. Now down 8,000 gold. This number is growing rapidly here, actually.
I think Sweaty B threw out a black shield on Senkux just to get an assist on that last kill.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Hey, it's free money. You might as well.
Oh, yeah. Get himself a little bit of that.
Going to be okay for this one for EZ. They're just back out after they've got their gold lead. Going to buy some items, make sure they're all safe in this recall. Their ward coverage is enough to prevent some kind of desperate Baron rush, so kind of everyone's playing properly there. Zeal, Zerker Greaves in the beginning of Last Whisper coming through for Kobe.
And we're looking at these item builds, we're looking at the map control that Forever Zenzig has wrestled for themselves, and it's about to hit the 20-minute mark. It's not even 20 minutes yet. They only gave up 1 kill in their previous game. Is it just going to be a repeat of that and Tricked can't get anything from them? Because they've gotten all these objectives. There are 3 members on the team of Tricked who haven't even died once, but they also have no kills and no assists. They haven't really done a whole lot aside from farming and just showing up to the fight, but then backing out of the fight because they've already lost their jungler or they've already lost their mid laner.
And that's just a really rough situation for these guys. As Tricked, unfortunately, are getting... I mean, they're falling prey to that pick comp. That's ultimately what it's about, and 4EZ have done a great job with mission control. The early scrying orb came through for Kobe as well, so no warding totems. They're going to have to buy every single ward they put down, except for those coming out of Sweaty B.
Yeah, it hasn't been that much of a problem for them.
Of course.
They were ready to just sweep the vision out and rely on Sweaty B's positioning of his wards and holding on to the sight stone. But yeah, like you said, the pick composition is really what they went for at the start. They do have some teamfight prowess with Wonderware. And the fact that we've seen their pick comp work multiple times, they are picking somebody off, then going for an objective. Picking somebody off, go dragon. Pick somebody off, get turret. Do it every time. They have 4 kills, they have 4 turrets. They keep wrestling these objectives away from them. Get a pick on Lee Sin, go get dragon 100%. You saw it right there, they killed Lee Sin, then they ran up middle. Once you put yourself in an advantageous position in a 4v5, the enemy team, Tricked, they aren't going to continue to fight you.
No.
They could with their team composition, because they do have a little bit of wombo between the Orianna and Jinx Rocket, but they just haven't hit those power spikes.
Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate thing is you're waiting a really long time to catch up there on Trick, but when you're down super large amounts by 15 minutes, there's no way to catch those power spikes. Orianna doesn't really deal meaningful damage just yet, and you can see Sauna trying to play defensively. He's building towards a static Shiv next up. That's what the double Brawler's Gloves mean, so at some point he'll have some wave clear to help Tyradus with this, but it's a very big waiting game for Tricked here. Now, thankfully, they're up to tier 2 turrets right now. Yeah. Picks are a lot harder to get when you're kind of holed up in your own base. And maybe life gets harder. Slow comes out, no stuns. Ooh, that's a flash, that binding.
Their turret. Sweaty B takes about half his HP there. They're going for Salda, he's going all in.
And the damage is there, and down he goes. Trades his life, but Sweaty B flashes in anyway. This could be a little bit too far. He will die to the turrets, a 2 for 2 overall. Lulu goes in, lands with CC. Kobe forced away, Cocoon lands. But overall, that's not the kind of fight you really want when you're 4EZ.
No, and that's a 2 for 2. But they still have their AD carry here, but no mid laners. Their wave clear is actually a lot less right now. No static Shiv or whatever Kobe's going to make that Zeal into just yet. And now Morath, he's actually looking for a flank.
Sweeps of ward, sees there is one there. Team will be able to kill that Wonderwear. Wants to defend, but he really can't.
Ooh.
Kill it? Oh, hit it in time.
Doesn't end up getting it.
But this is the interesting thing, right? I was just saying it a second ago, that it's hard to get picks once you're up to tier 2 on your opponent. If they're going to seed the Dragons, they're going to seed Blue Wolves, of course, you can get a gold lead there, but the way to close it out with no tanks, not easy. So it'd be flashed a turret as Morgana without without any armor items in his inventory. Like, you can't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, didn't go for it. Senko actually gets everything off. The heal even comes out, but the ignite is enough. And then Sweaty V, he just wanted to get Nico down at that point. And the teleport from Mikey actually comes out a lot earlier than Wonder's, and Wonder actually still takes his teleport, which I was surprised about, because he could have canceled it and pushed up that tier 2 top. They weren't going to get anything out of that fight. If it had been full retreat, then it probably would have been a better play, and they could have come out with an advantage, despite
I agree.
2 members.
I really agree, and I actually am really glad you mentioned Wonderwear in the top lane there, because I think that is the sort of late game plan now for Forever Zenzig, is they've got this great team of 4 that can make all these picks, that can ruin people's day, control dragons, control buffs all the time. And Wonderwear's off on the side, like, no one can 1v1 me, I'll kill turrets if you defend anything. And that's how they kind of inch their way into the base and close this out, is you actually do the 4-1 split.
Yeah, and Wonderwear, like you said, he can basically split push against anybody at this point in the game. He's enough of a duelist with Rune and Arcane. He has the wave clear. It's instantaneously gone, and right now they have already grouped up for the dragon. There's no teleport, so we can't do that just yet. And this is the next objective in their sight. And right now it's basically, can they get the pick on it? Can Sweaty land a binding? Can Rolide go ahead and land himself with the Cocoon? Or is Trick not even going to contest it, give it up, and push the middle?
Well, they're going to look for the mid lane, certainly, but they've got to be aware of the rest of the team. Yeah, look at that. Trick's like, oh, wait, they're coming? Okay, leave real quick. They can't stay for the turret. They can't hope to get positioning. They don't even look for the top lane there because mid lane could be under fire.
Wave, though. So it's going to bait them into it.
Okay, so yeah. 4 easy. They realize they have no waves themselves. They go to defend this. They assume the push is coming. They're correct on this one. Tricked, if there was no defense, they would have gotten this turret, but now they've got to actually back up. Stun's going to land. Will they go in for this one? Not just yet.
Sweaty V has Moby Boots, though. He can close this distance if he continues to go through.
Flash Cocoon not quite going to land. Roleye not going to make anything happen.
Good chompers, too.
Yes, of course. That was actually very, very good by Jinx. Jinx actually, interestingly enough, one of the more decent disengage AD carries because the large sort of radius on the chomper cast.
Yeah, I remember when she was first shown, I was like, wow, you can just section off a whole part of the jungle.
Yeah.
Nobody can chase you through there. The lane, even right there, would have created a lot of impassable terrain for them temporarily.
Sometimes the tank can eat one for you, you can walk on by, but...
Or black shield yourself?
Yeah, that's the best one. You just like eat all 3 and you're like, peace, bye. I'm not sure you actually can force all 3 to be eaten by a single player, but it really makes an opening for your team. Yeah, I think you only get to chomp on 1, but it's a gap. That's all that matters. Curious will get his own blue buff. So interestingly enough, Forever Zenzig, they haven't really rested jungle control. Despite the outer turret line being down, despite having 4 sweepers, buying a bunch of wards we keep pointing out, they're not really pushing their advantage that much.
Yeah, it's only 26 minutes in the game. It does feel later than that because of how slower the game pace was at the start, where they were kind of just trying to outplay each other in rotations. Then about 1 or 2 team fights. But all the Dragons have been going over to 4 easy, and they have about a 10k gold lead right now, and they're playing it slowly, even though it's still pretty early in the game. It's about that mid-game area. They have about 6 minutes until average winning game times, about 32-ish. But they've had an advantage all game. And now Wonderwear is going on 2-on-1. His team is very far from him, though.
It's a little aggressive. Gonna back out for that one, take some damage, but he can heal. He's Kale, so he's gonna be okay. And going towards what is Death Cap or Void Staff next, I believe.
They have a lot of wards to sweep out in this area. They're gonna have to make great use of these pinks and the sweeper cooldowns for Forever Zenzig if they want to get this Baron, or if they at least want to bait it.
Let's see, there we go. Another ward dropped away. Ooh. And he can't keep sweeping too easily. It's gonna be okay. There we go. Pick that one up again. So they are going for the Baron setup here as a team. That's gonna be their next play. Not so much a split push, but the let's do things as a group of 5 because we're up 9,000 gold. I can respect that. Ward's still dying. Of course, they're fighting 2 sight stones, so you need to sweep a lot to get rid of all those things. Pink ward in the Baron pit helping as well. And slowly these guys are running out of sightstone wards.
That's kind of a battle that's very slow, very hard to fight because you have to constantly use your sweepers. And once again, They still don't have vision of this Baron pit for Tricked, but they had some vision of Forever Zenzig. And it's a pit comp, though. You can't base check a pit comp.
Well, they're about to. Nico's going in first. Lantern, nicely done. Spots him out, and nothing happens.
And Tyrannus, he could just go ahead and get a 4-man Shockwave. It's very possible that he can chunk a lot of them down.
True.
But it's still 10k gold lead, but they don't have tanks.
They don't, and that's the difficult part.
The
flash stun comes in. Senkuk's big damage comes out. He blocks it. Yes, he does. But the ignite is too much. Senkuk grabs the kill, and now Nico gets slowed down with a flash from Wonderwear. Box comes out. Will it be enough? Looks like he can disengage. Stun does not quite land from Senkuk's, but they worked hard. They found the pick.
Yeah, it was just Senkuk's damage there with a little bit of Sweaty B on the backside. Not even a binding from him, so his major damage source. It was all that damage coming out from the Syndra. And now, here comes the Baron. Sweaty B, he's going to try to sweep this area out. And Kobe, he's doing it over the wall with the 650 range of Caitlyn.
Okay, Lee Sin's coming around, though. One more ward comes down.
Oh, they're going to kill him.
Big damage comes through. Lee Sin, 1 hit from dead. Gets over the wall, and he's going to just barely get... No, he won't!
Oh, he kills him!
The Dragons make it happen. They trade one back into Morgana, but this Dragon... Sorry, Baron's still going down. That's a kill picked up there. Actually, Caitlyn claiming it. Now the stun. Sauna loses so much health. Almost gets full comboed out and gets a shield and gets away. But 1 for 1, and Baron picked up for 4EZ.
And the great positioning there from 4EZ. They have Kobe over the wall, so he can auto-attack anybody who comes in. And now we have Wonderwear teleporting to this bottom lane to just do damage to this turret and try to trade it out. He's going for the split push now.
Doing what he can. Blue buff going to be looked at, but nothing's there for this one. Orianna looks like she will be able to defend properly, so Tyrannus keeps that alive. Cresting 30 minutes into the game right now. Dragon up in a minute. Forever Zenzig have, while slow, played the game very accurately.
Yeah, Senkuk's is actually just going for burst right now because he's maxed his W second as opposed to his E.
That's interesting. Yeah, so I know a large number of Syndras do max their E second just because like lower cooldown on getting stuns is nice. That said, the W has more slow and lower cooldown. I know a couple of NA challenger players who will max W second because like it's like more things scale with points.
It's just better for damage as opposed to the team fight utility. So he's going for, because once you put 5 points into E, you're basically like, okay, I can get 2 of them off in a team fight. I can stun somebody, I can ultimate, run up to those balls, and then go ahead and stun everybody off of it. But instead he's going for the team fight damage. Right here, this is actually beautiful. The Dark Binding hits the golems when he uses his pool, and they aggro and punch him. Boom! Right in the butt.
Yep. Rock Punch, painful ability, takes him down. There we go. Dragon up picked up once again. Forever Zenzig. They're ready to be Zenzig for an hour, 2 hours, maybe a week.
Half an hour.
Only half an hour they need to be Zenzig in this game.
Yar.
Once you get to BO3s, it'll be longer.
Yes. We'll have to see what ends up happening there. And it looks like right now 12k gold advantage getting these turrets for themselves. Now, once you said it already, those inhibitor turrets, it's much harder to get picks at tier 2s. Inhibitors, it's even harder. You have to push up, but right now they have so much of a lead that they could actually dive with the Kayle, but it would be much easier if they had a tank.
Yeah, really actually the big break point in that is actually level 16 then.
Yeah.
Because you get an extra half second on the ultimate, so you can dive basically 1 more turret shot, because that'll be enough to hit that next attack from the turret. You know, I want to see Ohmwrecker because of that.
Okay.
I think it's actually a good idea. When you have no tank, you're like, we need a way to close the game out, buy an Ohmwrecker. You can now turret dive.
Okay.
I think it's legitimately a viable option. I'm just putting it out there. Feel free to flame me.
One day.
I believe in Ohmwrecker.
We'll have to see. I believe in Ohmwrecker too.
Good. And Banner of Command to split push.
Yes.
All the above.
Oh yes. But at the same time, there's so many support items now, and they're all very expensive. Mikhail's being expensive now.
Yep.
And Sweaty B looks like
you don't have to
he's
buy
going.
anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Drop Mikhail's at Ohmwrecker.
Sweaty B's going for the Zhonya's, though. Okay. That's going to be his support item of choice.
Great. The 120 AP support item.
Right?
For 3,100 gold.
But it's definitely the best support item on Support Morgana.
Oh, yes, it is.
You can go ahead and put yourself at risk. You can be the engage that your teammates... or I wouldn't call it the hard engage, I'd call it the ham engage.
It's the, we're going to really force this engage.
Yes.
And, you know, it'll work out okay. Sweaty B is shown to be very aggressive here, and he has a very damaging backline to support him. You've got Kayle, you've got Syndra, you've got Caitlyn. There's a whole bunch of pain available there. 14,000 gold lead is very significant for these guys. I think this push is coming in now.
So the Zhonya is actually the item picked up here for Mikey.
If he gets Syndra, he can block a Syndra ulti with it.
But he hasn't been the main target here.
True.
He also went for the Morellos over the Athenes on Holy Grail.
I think that was because he was behind.
Yeah.
With 2 Dorans, it's actually enough to sustain yourself. Lulu's like laning phase isn't super mana intensive.
Yeah.
You don't have to like battle all the time. You can just wave clear. So I like that build. It's more AP. It's much cheaper.
I was just thinking of the magic.
Oh sure, no, absolutely. And he would otherwise be very weak to Syndra, but I do like the Zonya's pick in that case because he would be really squishy otherwise.
Trying to give it to the spiders. Backs
up a little bit there. There we go. Turret goes down. So 4EZ, as long as they just show up with a group of people, they have the ability to kill turrets down. Of course, Caitlyn, long range, fairly safe as well, is pretty easily able to push turrets down, and that is another fallback pattern here for 4EZ to close games out. If they can't find picks, they can just knock things down from range.
They have no idea where 4EZ is until they show themselves in the mid lane, and now, like a ghost, they're gone again. Where are they at?
They were mid.
Oh, they're all over the place.
Yep. Yeah, and the thing is, of course, there's no way these guys hold timers on much of anything. Dragon, I don't believe, was seen last time it went down. Baron, they're going to have the timer on, but in terms of losing their buffs, in terms of losing all kinds of stuff around the map, these guys just don't know. And so it's forever Zenzig's playground. It's like, okay,
yeah,
if you need to wait 500 gold for Power Spike, you can do that. Say, guys, Let's Whisper's coming soon. Give me a second. Let me clear a couple of camps. Okay, we'll push now.
They keep doing that, though.
Sure. No, I mean, you can't do that forever, right? You give your opponents time for Power Spikes as well, which is a very relevant thing to think about.
1,400 off from Blade of the Ruined King. Just hold on.
Yeah.
And then one of your teammates, as soon as you complete it, is like, oh, wait, no, I got 300
from GA, dude.
Oh, no, I got 300 So you keep doing that over and over again. You kind of have to make the executive decision that this is actually the item we need.
Yeah.
We don't need that one for this fight. We're already so far ahead at 14, almost 15,000 gold advantage. They didn't really do a whole lot with their Baron. They got it, tried to siege, and then backed off.
Yeah.
They've denied vision control from Tricked, though, which might be their saving grace, because when this Baron comes up in a minute, Tricked is going to have to face check something.
Yeah, I've seen teams play Barons as, okay, we got Baron number 1, we're going to set up for Baron number 2. Like the entire time, they're just like playing the ward game and like taking away all the jungle. Yeah. And then like, okay, we'll end the game on Baron number 2. It's a very slow way to play it. And to be fair, there's not this big late game saving grace from Tricked. I think their champions are good late game. Like it's not a bad comp, but it's not Kog'Maw Kayle.
Yes.
Right? Kale's on 4EZ's side, right? Syndra scales really, really well. Caitlyn actually scales incredibly well. Also, is actually, I would say, not actually that far from Jinx in terms of late game power. And so there's not a huge rush for these guys, but certainly I feel like there were ways to end the game if they wanted to.
Yeah. But right now they're just trying to rely on the pick comp and play that win condition instead of trying to force something. They don't have the Zhonya's completed just yet for Sweaty. Senkux actually went for the Zhonya's after he completed his Rod of Ages. So now he's ready to just dive in, be Ham again, and this time click his invulnerability. This Baron looks like it's going to go over to them. They've set up for it, and they're going to get rewarded with that preparation and that timer, as well as the comp. But wonder where...
A little aggressive with the split push, kicked back into the team as well. He's not going to get any kills picked up. Salna forced a flash, actually. His shield comes out, though, and the kill goes over to the AD carry. That's going to be a 1-minute cooldown on Kayle being on the map.
Ooh.
It is Baron, but not the cleanest Baron now.
Yes. Wonder where sacrificed his life for that.
He didn't
pretty much wasn't needed either.
No.
Yeah, he was just causing a distraction. There's no way they could have contested it. In fact, it might have been better if he didn't cause a distraction, because then you cause them to face check. Or at least contest it if they want to.
Yeah, there's a chance that they misplay that. You're absolutely right.
The percentage of that would increase.
Sure. Yeah.
And now they get themselves a dragon. Really high up in gold right now. But they're really stalling this game out. They're really... Granted, they don't have a late game timer from the other team.
Yeah, sure.
We talked about that. They have the late game champions in their favor for the most part, or even across the board. But they just have this large advantage. The longer they stall it out, though, the stronger Tricked is going to get. And 4EZ, man, they just have so many items over their counterparts.
But here's the time for it.
Yeah.
So Kale's back. They've got Baron buff. They just stolen the red and blue buffs recently. So this is as far ahead as they're going to get in this game.
Yeah.
Like, Baron number 3 is not going to be as important as Baron number 2 in this case, because people will catch up at items. You're seeing a 3-item AD carry now for Salna. This guy was held so far down early game and is now at the sort of point of relevancy for a mid to late game AD carry here.
Oh,
Salna,
Kobe's going to back.
Okay, well, Wonderwares, I think this might give him enough for Zhonya soon. He might be waiting for that break point as well. Again, what you were saying before, executive decision, just make the choice and go for it.
Hold on, guys.
Agree.
Blade of the Ruined King completed.
Okay, that is a good item. Like, okay,
Yes,
great.
yes.
Like, Kobe does a bunch of damage, but there's not exactly a health tank. Like, yes, Ruined King helps, but it's not like this big power spike that matters a whole bunch.
But it's still
so.
taking them a long time to make these executive decisions of this is when we fight, this is when we go.
Yeah.
And not playing around their power spikes and their item spikes that they've already had. They've let a lot of them go, and they've had a large advantage from playing the objectives. Where their objective game is good, it's just the closing out of the game. It seems really rough for them right now.
Well, I've got a really good reason why.
Okay.
So, when they're not playing League of Legends, they have, their real names.
Okay.
When they're in-game, they're Forever Zenzig. How can you be Forever Zenzig unless you are in-game?
They're ready
to their team name.
They're ready to Zenzig forever.
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 Oh my god.
Hopefully this game doesn't go on forever.
For those of you guys who have no idea what we're talking about, just look up Forever Zenzig. It's glorious. On YouTube. Just do it. It's great.
All right. So now they're finally sieging up this mid lane turret. They have their item advantages. They're playing around the Orianna ball. Sweaty B, he does have Zhonya's ultimate, or ultimate Zhonya's, available to him with his flash if he wants to force something. They have a lot of forces here with the 3 Zhonyas. Are they going to do
try.
it?
They're going to go in for the front side turret here. Stun comes off on it too, and look at that. The turret's going to go down. No one's even trying to stop them, though. Tricked going to let these guys into their base. Tyrannus now solo. Down he goes. Soloed by Kayle. Absolutely. Another kill comes off into Jinx. This could be the game. 39 minutes in. More pressure coming through. Wonderware knocked. Oh! Most lives, and he goes down. Nope. There you go. Finally drops off. But it's 4 kills coming through just for 1 death. This is going to be the game. 40 minutes, but heck, they were ahead the entire time. Forever Zenzig closing it out. They're going to make it into the quarterfinals. And it's going to be their true test now as they go into the BO3s. We're going to see these guys in 2 weeks, though, on a 2-game winning streak.
And once again, Tricked, they end up not making it past the round of 10. But here we go. Senkux, he was involved in Spring Challenger Series, made it to 4th with Reason Gaming. Kobe came in with Denial last season, didn't make it very far either. Now these guys have another chance to try and make it up there. Granted, 2 of them are very young.
Yep.
But there's a lot of talent there that's ready to just keep being fostered and nurtured.
And they're going to want to make it to top 4. They're going to want to win that quarterfinal match to make it to playoffs. So you pretty much have to make top 4 in one or both of the series if you want to make yourselves into the playoff tournaments, make that LCS promotion tournament spot as well. So overall, though, the game, clean, I would say. I didn't see anything, well, aside from a couple of silly plays by Wonderware, I would say a clean game, mostly very good choices. I think they again, missed out on some chances to win the game, but overall, I think these guys played solid.
Yeah, they played really solidly there all across the board. Senkux stayed at about the 10 CS per minute mark, and they just stalled it out. He was actually at 5.5 items. He's very close to his 6th item there, sitting on a needlessly large rod, which would have been a DFG eventually. But the way that they played was very slow, very methodical, and if they end up playing a team in the future that's very quick, very aggressive, and gets an early game lead, and tries to do something against them, we're going to have to see how that ends up, because they're very objective controlled. They're very pick-based off of the objectives. So they pick you, then they get an objective. That was the team comp they played today. That's the style they played today. They didn't play something that fights you in a 5v5 until they're super far ahead.
Yeah.
That's the only 5v5 we saw, was that one at the very end. That was it.
Yeah, and I mean, it was at least them realizing they had the item lead to just like go into the front door and say, we're going to hit this turret down and knock it over. And so that did work out, of course. And certainly you can see, for both these teams, to be completely fair to talk about Tricked for a second, both these teams individually very skilled. You saw Tricked hold up in lanes. I thought they made slightly better choices in the first 4 levels of the game. Within them defending the bottom lane turret, getting some extra farm there, getting the recall and the AD carry, bullying that out a little bit. I thought that worked successfully. Also, they were smart to lane swap a Jinx against a Caitlyn, because that's like, generally speaking, a really bad matchup. We talked about that one. They made the right choice there as well. So certainly there's glimmers here for Tricked. Of course, we won't see them now till spring next year if they want to try again. But you see glimmers for this team. They're going to need some shot calling help. I think they really got into a lot of bad fights in a row that 4EZ capitalized on. And that was good of course, of the blue team to do that. But
yeah.
Definitely some weaknesses.
And speaking of shot calling, this is a pretty new team here for Forever Zenzig.
Yeah.
And I've actually talked to them, and they all kind of put in their feedback, but Senkux makes the executive decision because he has the most experience. I mean, you would give the executive decision to the guy who made it to 4th in the Challenger Series previously.
Exactly.
But right now, it's pretty much his calls have just been wait for a pick, wait for them to misplay, and then we capitalize off of that.
Yeah.
So if you fight a team that's a little more or a little less full of mistakes, a little less full of mispositionings every now and then, you have a lot more problems. You have to concise your shot calling. You have to make it more decisive too.
Absolutely.
You have to make it very much like we're going now. This is what we're doing. This is our goal.
Yeah.
And just get all of your objectives on the table in terms of your game plan. Because their game plan seemed to be pick them off, get an objective. Then when there were only inhibitor turrets left, it was kind of like, okay, Baron's our objective. Let's just go get that a couple times, make it a 20k gold lead, then end the game.
Yeah.
Granted, it does work. It does work.
Sure. If no one can make plays on you, it works.
Exactly. Like, they couldn't force anything here. There was never a good team fight ultimate from Tyranids. Hit about one person every shockwave. I never saw multi-person shockwave.
They played well around that.
Exactly. They played really well around that. And, 4EZ is a very good team. They're a very good team, and we saw it here today, how well they won. But at the same time, it's only going to get harder. Your competition's only going to get harder from here.
True.
So when you reach that round of 8, you might be facing one of the teams that made it to top 3 last time.
Yeah, when you're facing H2K,
can you do something like
is that going to work again?
Or if you face NIP, is Ko going to be super aggressive on you in the early game?
Yeah.
Is Alex
allowed
going
to
to
play
crush
slow.
your top lane? What's going to happen in those games?
Sure. All important things to think about. We're going to see what happens, of course, in a couple of weeks when we see this team again, but we've got more going on today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's time for Game 2 in our Elimination Showdown when the #1 team in Nordic East, Invaders, takes on Broken Shard's new team, SK Gaming Prime. That's coming up right after this.
Oh, they're going to go after Tyranids now.
And he's going to lose a whole bunch of health as well. That's the kill. Sweaty B up in the middle of everything. Going to get a 2-man stun.
They're going for Salna. He's going all in.
And the damage is there, and down he goes. Trades his life, but Sweaty B flashes in anyway. This could be a little bit too far. He will die to the turrets. A 2 for 2 overall. Let these guys into their base. Tyranids now solo. Down he goes. Soloed by Kayle. Absolutely. Another kill comes off into Jinx. This could be the game. 39 minutes in. More pressure coming through. Wonderware knocked. Oh! Most lives, and he goes down. Nope. There we go. Finally drops off. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the European Summer Challenger Series 2 play-in. 10 teams have entered, but after today, only 5 will continue in their quest for a shot at an LCS berth. Our second elimination match is the #1 team in Nordic East, Invaders, and they're facing against Broken Shard's new team, SK Gaming Prime.
Yeah, only 2 teams from Nordic East made it out of the round of 20, and Invaders is one of them. And Invaders actually has Mazarin on it. He's new to the team.
Yeah.
They won in 25 minutes previously, and tell me a little bit about Mazarin.
Yeah, so Mazarin, if you guys haven't seen him for a while, he was at Season 3 Worlds for Gaming Gear EU. They beat TSM. So actually, I think they placed above them in the standings, if I recall properly as well. So GGEU came out of the wildcard group. Mazarin is a player you guys might have seen for a little while. He pretty much just plays Orianna and Yasuo. If you don't ban them, he's going to pick one of the 2 of them. I'm surprised teams haven't banned Orianna against him every single time. He got the champion in the round of 20. So a little bit silly there by his opponents, but that's kind of the thing that I kind of identify him for, is a very obvious sort of 2-champion pool. And he's good. He's a good player who's got a bunch of experience.
Yeah, and he's up against SK Prime's mid laner WattaFox, who we saw previously alongside Zyze as their AD carry. So WattaFox has always kind of been their rock, and Zyze has always been their carry. He's been the siege, or the harpoon behind the strategy.
Yeah.
He's the person that they funnel a lot of farm into. He went 17-4 and 11, and that was in a 23-minute game. They got 40 kills for SK Gaming Prime. Which is
kind of crazy.
Huge. That's a bloodbath. That is an immense amount of kills. About a kill every 30 seconds happening in that game.
That's just on one side.
For your team. Yeah, exactly.
There's 20 kills on the other side as well. There's like a whole bunch of... I mean, Zyze got so far, he bought 2 Infinity Edges.
Yeah.
Didn't even need to, just did. Because they're that far ahead. I mean, it was a weird game. It was a fun game overall, but certainly they can fight really well. And of course, again, SKP, they've got Broken Shard on the roster as well.
Yeah, he's the new guy coming in here. He played Rengar previously. He actually had the most deaths on his team, which kind of speaks to Broken Shard's style of dive, make things happen for my team, get my AD carry to the 17-4 and 11 point. Actually, another thing here, too, is that WattaFox, I said he was the rock. He actually had the highest KDA on the team in the previous split. Despite losing to H2K 2-0, I think it was.
Yeah.
They ended up with a 6.5 KDA on that mid laner. He only died 6 times.
In a note, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Throughout their entire
overall. Okay.
Their entire run last season. Yeah. They lost in the round of 8. That means they do have some points.
Yes.
And they're looking to continue that on if they win this game.
Which means, as long as I think they make 4th, I think they're almost guaranteed a spot in the playoffs as well. So certainly this team could look very good. It could be a team we're going to see in the playoffs if they continue to do well. Of course, SK Prime, definitely a lot of good players as well. And so I want to sort of see how this team shapes up, because I think they have a lot of good individual skill. As you mentioned, the loss to H2K, like, of course, they went and won the whole thing. They dropped one map the entire time. So you could even say that SKP's run was cut short. Maybe these guys go much farther, right?
That's
Maybe
true.
these guys, I mean, theoretically, they could be the 2nd or 3rd best team just based on the results so far.
Oh, yeah.
So I do want to see how they perform.
Second best team got 2-0'd by H2K.
Yeah.
So don't know what type of yardstick H2K is. Or maybe they're just really long. We can't see the top of it. Or it's, okay, maybe all the other teams are around the same point, and it was just seeding or however they ended up, whoever they ended up fighting, and it's just bad luck that they fought H2K early. So we're going to be able to decide that.
Yeah, and that's of course the beauty of playing Fives ladder is if you're seed 1 or 2, you guarantee that you skip playing one of the early seeded teams. So if you're rank 1 or 2 in ladder, you're not facing H2K until at least the semifinals, right? And it's like, hey, if you want to make sure you actually get that deep run, then go ahead and rank up a little bit.
Which would end up happening here because they're playing Invaders, who was seed #1 in Nordic East, which means they're seed 2.
Yeah.
So if they end up winning this, they will bypass all those 3 other teams.
Until semis, where of course you kind of have to, because there's only 4 teams left. But that's going to be the case here. We are in a champ cycle. Let's get this one started. Invaders on the blue side, representing Nordic and East. Skarner banned away Broken Shard. I actually asked Broken Shard about Skarner yesterday. I was like, so to me, Skarner's new hotness. What do you think? And he's like, well, he's actually an amazing top laner. He thinks he beats up Aurelia, thinks he beats up Shyvana, hasn't seen the Jax matchup, but actually makes a good top laner. In the jungle, he says he's too reliant on Flash to gank well, and relies too much on snowballing to be good mid-game. That his tanking is so item-reliant, that like, you better get ahead or you're not useful, even though you can kidnap people. So
kidnap them?
I love the term kidnap for Skarner. I think it's the best term.
You're coming with me.
Yeah, it works perfectly. Skarner's the kidnapping jungler. You don't need Flash to insect people. You just press R and walk backwards.
That's awesome. I've never heard that before. That's awesome.
It's all I use. I just say
all I think of
kidnap
now.
Ashe, and they're like, all right, we're going to kill that person now. Well, Kale removed away Yasuo. There we go. Against, actually, interestingly,
banned himself.
Banned against WTFox. So, well, Cassidy's still on the table, but WTFox will play it. And I want to see, will it ban Ori against Mazarin?
Nope.
Okay, they're
on their own.
Well, it could be 3 mid lane bans up against these guys. I know Broken Shard want to play Lee Sin here, so I feel like it wouldn't be a typical ban for SK Prime, but I've been wrong before.
Yeah, it's really hard to get a read on what's going on here when you start banning your own champions.
Yeah.
It means we're not going to first pick our mid laner here unless we get rid of something like...
Unless you whittle the pool down.
Yeah, whittle the pool down and then make it so that you get like the scraps that are left. But banning out your own Yasuo means that if they ban the Orianna, then you're pretty much left with nothing from Mazarin's champion pool.
Sure.
You have to go on something that he's not as potent on or we've seen him on.
Absolutely. It was one thing to keep in mind as well, actually, with this one for WTFox is everything he's played in Challenger Series has been banned away or is unlikely to be played, right? Yasuo banned, Kassadin banned, champions played before. Nidalee got reworked and LeBlanc lost the silence on her Q. We haven't seen her played since. And so, I mean, we talk about Mazarin champion pool, but also I don't know what WTFox is going to play.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised to see first pick Orianna come out here just to lock something down because they've whittled down these mid lane pools really, really far. Of course, WTFox, he still does have Twisted Fate in his back pocket. But that's a champion he can always whip out. He can play the Zed, but no, they're going to go with the Lee Sin, steal away from Broken Shard.
I think it's a good choice.
You don't want him on Lee Sin. He played that all throughout the promotion tournament, had a really good showing on that in NA. He's actually qualified for both LCSs, so he has cross-region experience right now.
There you go.
You can pick and choose what strategy is the best. What can he do? He's a great theory crafter as well.
Well, speaking of what's the best, actually, in theory crafting, it's fun to see what the new AD carry tier list is for various people. So last game we didn't see Lucian Victor banned at all. I remember listening to...
Or Cog.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Cog either. I remember talking with, or listening to Shock's interview with Mr. Rales after SHC's win. He was like, I was surprised they went for Twitch. I figured they would grab Lucian, then I would get Cog. He's like, so Lucian's number 1, Cog's number 2 is what I got from that. Well, here's Lucian grabbed right now for Ziz, or Zyz, I forget. And then you're like, yeah, and I think Lucian Cog is the 1-2 right now. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. But Zig's going to come through here for WTFox, so SK Prime, kind of pretty safe picks for them.
Yeah, Cog's definitely number 1 in Korea right now.
That's true.
Banned pretty much every game last night. And there's such a high priority on that champion. Would be really surprised if I don't see it today. In Silver Carry, he might go for something like a Caitlyn, try to go even with Lucian in lane. He did play it previously. And so far, locking up the Ziggs really early, though, is the thing here for WTFox. That's something that's actually surprising because he gets his mid lane champion out. They do have last pick available to them, but instead they're going to look to make it so that they can counter pick some other lane, possibly top lane right now, since there's been so many bans oriented towards it in this game. That picking your mid lane very early on, just go ahead, take another thing out of Mazarin's champion pool. We leave him with Twisted Fate right now. We leave him with a couple other things. There's always Zed. There's always LeBlanc still.
There's player anyway.
There's Syndra still around.
True.
He'll probably go for Ori though.
Yeah.
Just on the overall, he'll go for Ori most likely.
Yeah, it seems to be the like situation. I feel like the mid's champion pool is actually pretty wide anyway in general. Like the things you expect to see in champs, like you can like list off for like 20 champs and be like, oh yeah, I could totally do this, that, the other thing.
Mid's
like,
really big.
There's a million of them out there. It's just what teams are used to playing because you gotta hone in on something at some point. Jarvan ends up being the pick here, likely for Broken Shard. I've seen top Jarvan. There's always the chance, but I think it's the Lucian Zyra bot lane. Ziggs definitely mid. There's the Orianna, however, the Caitlyn as well for Silver Carry. Why the heck not? Champs that would be very expected to see locked in.
Yes. The Orianna and the Caitlyn, we saw that one coming. Makes sense. Yeah. We did see an Orianna Lulu last game. Didn't work out too well.
Yeah.
Ended up losing that game there for Tricked.
Yeah, I like this comp less actually because there's much less sort of AoE burst to come through. Like,
yeah.
I was talking to Doublelift after they ran Orianna Jinx. I think it was last week in the NALCS, and he's like, "Yeah, I really hate Orianna Jinx because like I can never hit the rocket." I'm like, "Just press R on the ball; they go there." And he's like, "Yeah, that is how that works, huh?" But like that was like a comp that they were trying to run like multiple times until Double City hated it for whatever reason, even though it makes total sense. But Caitlyn doesn't have that same sort of impact where it's like you kind of want a wombo on top of the Shockwave, and that's not what these guys can do right here.
Yeah, this is actually the exact same team composition from Invaders that we saw Tricked use, except that it's a Caitlyn instead of a Jinx.
Right.
It's exactly the same.
Oh, same region. You figure they play against each other.
Yep.
I like the comp right there in this one. Last few picks come through. It's going to be Shyvana top lane. It will be the Jarvan jungle here. And SK Prime have put their roster together. A lot of good ways in on fights and a whole bunch of damage to shoot through it as well.
Yeah, and despite Elise being available and all these other junglers open for Broken Shard, aside from just Skarner and Lee Sin, opts for the Jarvan, wants that gap closer, wants to make sure that he can go ahead and get up in your face very easily.
Yep. What's his style?
Lock people down. Yeah, I like this though, because they have tiny bit of wombo, because it's Zyra support, they can mesh that together.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't, like both of these team compositions, there's a like dedicated tank, 2 dedicated tanks on SK Gaming Prime.
Yep.
Then they have the wave clear from Ziggs, so they can do a lot here. They have the disengage from the Zyra. They have a lot of options, and they're pretty much just going to play standard games. They're going to be like, all right, let's 5v5 each other.
I feel like there's a good chance of that one. There's definitely a lot less individual playmaking in this case. It is more team fight based. I do like the fact that there are a ton of threats on SK Prime. I think Shyvana actually hedges bets really well between being a tank and a damage threat. Burnout does so much damage. You often go for Ruin King on her as well. And Ruin King is arguably better on the champion now. You could make the case for it, I guess, either way. And just like, and you've got Zyra as well. And if you go for the Leandries type Zyra build, and you've got like 4 big damage threats, Jarvan ultimately just becomes a tank after Lizard Elder. And so, yeah, I like SK Prime's lineup. You got a lot of threats. I think it's a really good way to play the game.
Yeah, a lot of threats, a lot of people who can do damage to the enemy team that they have to pay attention to. See what they can do with that, because right now these compositions don't look like they have a whole lot in terms of just inter-synergy with each other. It's kind of, we're going to team fight, and if they have a lot of situational things for SKP.
I think SKP has enough.
They're like, we can disengage.
Jarvan Shiv into like press R is decent.
Exactly. It's like we can wombo a little bit. We can wave clear very well with Ziggs. They won't be able to siege up on us, so we have that. And we also have Lucian who can wave clear. We can siege up. We can siege them. We can stop them from sieging us. We can poke them down. And we have disengage from Zyra. Then we also have engage in our top and jungle. Invaders actually staying true to their name, going for an invade, but Smitty sees Silver Carry right now.
Silver Carry chose the wrong spot to be in, so Trinket Ward comes down at 150 and Smitty backs off. Invaders ping out where they expect their opponents to be. This is the normal spot for SK Prime to be, so careful about this one. Gonna ping back and forth. Broken Shard did start flag, which is normal for Jarvan. So let's him check brushes. And there's the Invaders autobiography here. Check the brush. Did not catch SKP there.
3 on 5.
Yeah, SKP can't start the fight, but they can watch things and get away.
Broken Shard sitting around, gonna watch them exit, or watch at least Lee Sin exit.
Okay, he saw Lee Sin leave. And the rest he knows, or he thinks, are recalling. They've pulled 5 in. How good are the recalls here? If there's anyone left, they're gonna die. Ha! They're all gone. Well, they know to expect the recall. They're like, this got warded. But now there's really no information on SK Prime except that their Lee Sin, or the enemy Lee Sin is kind of the top left side of the map, likely starting blue, which he is.
Gonna mirror each other in that regard. And we're gonna have 2-on-2 lanes in the bottom.
Okay.
Looks like we're gonna have 1-on-1s in the top. Lulu versus Shyvana.
This is going to be interesting, actually. So I think Lulu definitely wins the top lane matchup there. Shyvana's going to have a fairly hard time against all the poke, but the bottom lane matchup is an interesting sort of lopsided situation because Cade is a better bully than Lucian, but I think Zyra works very well against Thresh.
Yeah.
You can block hooks with plants, and you can just poke them out a whole bunch.
Saw it earlier today.
Yeah.
A lot of good seeds being laid down to block hooks.
Well, look at that. And there's the harass coming through. Of course, Zyra doesn't do much when her Q's on cooldown. You're seeing Silver Carry and Cookie trying to push this lane out, and they're going to get level 2 first.
Yep. Using the Targon as much as they can, or against the Relic Shield.
Oh, missed one.
Make it so that they can share the CS. Yeah, they're going to get that level 2 first. They're trying to bully him out. Zeiss, usually he is the big carry for this team. He's the person that they funnel a lot of gold into, a lot of CS into, and they give a lot of attention to as well. Whereas Wat the Fox, they usually rely on him to just win his lane. See how he can do against Mazarin. And at the same time, level 2 came out there for both Zeiss and Zaitan.
I was like really worried about that, like just killing him outright. There was a chance.
Really early in the game for that underneath the turret. Have to see. There is an Ignite on Zaitan, so he's looking to get really aggressive. They can get a root down and return some damage. Very possible. Yeah, Silver Carry, he's actually going to take a lot.
Wow, that was so much onto that Caitlyn. And this is the interesting test actually on lanes like this. So typically you start 4 potions on supports. And now there's a lot of poke, of course, available on both these sides, whether it's Caitlyn or Zyra Lucian. And so the test is really how many potions have you lost? Because as soon as you're out of potions and half HP, you've got to give up so much farm in your lane.
He's going to go bully Broken Shard. Broken Shard's going to get that one for himself.
Good smite.
Doesn't have a gap closer just yet. Oh!
The battle, the red buff, of course, is there. Mister goes in for this battle. WhatTheFox forced away, but Aspen's around. The knockup doesn't quite land, but Mister on a 1-hit from dead. The attack comes in. Broken Shard finds first blood, reclaims the buffs, and now Mazarin, he's got to be real
about to have
careful.
Flag and Drag.
Chosen one's coming down. Flag and Drag used. Damage comes through. He's got the shield onto himself as well. Red buff slow still coming through. Mazarin has the flash, and Broken Shard now very low on health. He's put the shield back on. 200 HP left on him. Flash Q, auto attack, not quite enough damage. Broken Shard stays safe. Now hook on a side the bottom lane, Flay in, but there's some plants coming out, making life difficult.
They just do so much base damage with those plants. Usually when you have a support Zyra, you get to the end of the game and check damage dealt. Usually top 2.
Yeah.
For some reason, just so much harassment.
You can work you guys down. So a lot of money's been earned for Zyra. And you can see already used all 4 of his potions there. That poor Zyra getting harassed a lot, but he's getting so much damage down, who cares? Puts a slowing plant down. Silvercarry losing a whole bunch of damage. Look at that. Nice job getting in there.
Yeah, and that plant will do a little bit of zoning, but ends up getting for... Oh, shares the relic with the plant.
That's unfortunate. That's the missed money right there. Misses the cannon right there as well, Silvercarry. The Q didn't come out in time, so you're seeing this bottom lane actually getting worse pretty quickly for invaders.
Yeah, and you do have to keep in mind that it'll look like Silvercarry has more CS because they're killing plants.
True.
Every now and then
it'll lie to you a bit.
It'll add up a little bit, but he won't be that far ahead in gold, or even ahead at all. Right now, we actually see Mister coming top just to ward it.
And look how far back they're playing. Silvercarry, 300 health. Zeiss gets another Q.
He's been lining those up so well all game long.
Absolutely. And it's really a thing to keep in mind as well is that your primary form of sustaining is both life-stealing and last-hitting minions here. So
look at that again.
Yeah, he's just lining them up so incredibly well, and the health bar is just going up for Zeiss, of course.
Broken Shard and WhatTheFox go ahead and invade together. Make sure it's cleared out post-haste. Now Roman all around. Broken sees it. He's outside of the bush, actually.
It's okay. He was outside of the sight line. That was actually really cool. Goes, doesn't quite land the lockup, but does get a slow there, of course. Refreshed red buff from the first blood, gonna be nice. Has that still 6 minutes into the game. Mister getting pushed around in his own jungle. Broken Shard. Not even letting him get the wraiths.
He's got 2 long swords to the 1 of Mister. You want that little wraith? Fight me. Fight me IRL. Come in. Oh,
takes it away.
Wow, in front of him?
Whatever.
Wow.
Should have smited that. just for bragging rights.
Wow.
All right, well, Broken Shard takes that one away. Of course, nothing else for Mister to grab. Triggers over the wall, make sure that Jarvan has left his jungle. I'll go back for his double golems and all that normal stuff now, but you can see the bot lane. It is still within 3 minions here, but I don't know, man. This lane is just so rough right now for invaders.
I want to see what they end up building first, especially on the Lucian. Some people have been baited into the Trinity Force still. Some people are like, okay, I'm going to go straight for the IE. Others for Blade of the Ruined King. 3 different first items for him that I've seen so far. Most people go for IE or Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, the one I actually see most frequently is Ruined King and then into Youmuu's.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite.
Yeah.
Youmuu's is extremely cost effective when you have the active out.
Absolutely it is. One of the best items you can get. Nice dodge on the trap, but big damage. Silvercarry, 2 hits from dead. Forced to back away Cookie. They're taking damage from plants and the AD carry. You see it again, SKP finding good trade.
WhatTheFox is 6, and there's the bomb.
Can he get it? Oh, picks up the Caitlyn. Cookie crumbling down in the bottom lane. He's got to go ahead and recall back.
Baked that Cookie right up. Silvercarry, though, on the other hand, a little more toasty.
Yep, he's gone for
He's done.
now. Silver's been melted.
Take him out of the oven.
It's tarnished a bit, actually, with that death. Mazarin is kind of holding on to the mid lane. 8 minions down. Both these guys have their chalices, though, so pretty normal stuff for these guys. Both AD carries have backed as well. Of course, Caitlyn didn't have to hit recall for that one, but BF sword now on both these guys. So really this lane is like holding equal to a sense, just because when they get back in the lane, it's still the same items. And maybe there's a way back in now that they've got a little bit more damage, a little bit more sustain back in.
Junglers just doing their second route. handing off the blue buff. And really not a lot of attention from them, except for the mid lane when we had that brawl back and forth. That also pulled the Chosen One down as well. Smitty's been holding parity to Chosen One actually all game.
Yeah, it's really impressive play by him to hold this matchup really nicely. He recalled very early as soon as he could get Negatron Cloak, and that was his way to hold on to the lane off of the Doran Shield start. And so far, it's been pretty good. Chosen One's running out of mana there. He's going to need his trip towards either Athene's or Morellonomicon soon for the regen. We've seen some guys go triple Doran's Ring actually. I know Soaz did it once, and he said, yeah, the cost though is that I can't have room for wards anymore though.
Yep. And most top laners like, wards or whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
Jarvan's
only super scary.
Looks like he's going to go for the Athenes though. Teleporting back up to the top lane. Smitty has his as well. Yeah. Go ahead and see what he ends up building for himself. Mister's actually coming to this bottom lane around Cookie. There's the Lantern.
Comes in, Lantern, good damage. He's got to be real careful. Knockups come by, and that's actually a kill picked up for the Zyra to start things out. So much damage comes through.
Calling.
Silver Carry goes down as well. In the 2v3, SK Prime wins the fight.
Broken Shard, he's coming down as well. Mister actually, he lands the Q. He's going to take it. No, he's not. Broken Shard is still there. Back and forth here. 2 for 1 in favor of SKP. And you can see right there, they put a lot on Zai's shoulders. He still has his heal, he still has his flash, and he's able to just lift this too.
And see if he can make his way up right there. And looks like no one's even going to try to defend this right there. So Broken Shard is there in case the Lee Sin stayed. Maybe they can force something. I don't think so though, with no health, no mana on Zai's. No, he just protects them as he clears the wave. Then out they go. So SKP gonna stay happy.
Yeah, a lot of times,
the IE build.
A lot of times as a jungler, you'll gauge people off of what would I do, especially people you don't know. Like I would do this. Broken Shard's like, if I was Lee Sin and I saw that low HP Lucian, I would do this.
I'd stick around.
I would stick around and get him.
Instead, Broken Shard.
Or I would. If
I was Lee Sin, I would
Wraith.
lose my big Wraith. Broken Shard clears the camp away, stealing even more in this one. Neither guy has the Lizard Elder just yet, but boots on Lee Sin is a nice thing to have. Broken Shard clears away a ward and keeps control over this bottom jungle. You're seeing actually the southern jungle. The ward control is there for SKP. They are keeping tabs on Mister the whole time.
Broken Shard heading down bottom. Flashes are still available for both bottom members of Invaders. They're actually going to see this now.
This is not going to be good. Can they get the knockup to go? Flame's
play.
going to be nice, but still the knockup on the Cookie. Flash the wave for. Actually, wow. Both of them for. Silver Carry still has Trinket ward up. Didn't put it down and try.
Mister coming mid. They saw this though.
Starts with the flash kick. Q's gonna land. Watt the Fox not happy, plays Dissonance. Shockwave as well. Big damage. Flashes in, but not gonna be nearly enough. Mazarin claims the kill. Nicely done, Invaders.
Ends up flashing. Using slash. Mazarin does as well. Same with Mister. So it's 3 flashes in the mid lane, completely blown. And using the big thing there with the kick flash is usually people get queued off of the flash that they need to flash. Because the kick has a little bit of a cast time, and that's why you can do it. So when you flash kick backwards, a lot of people can actually just flash the other side of you. Oh, Mister. He's going to try.
Q's going to land. Damage comes through. Uh-oh, Broken Shard does get pushed out. The smite comes through. Looks like Broken Shard actually still got that one with the smite, so... Raze, always his battle in the bot lane, though. Cookie's got to be real careful. Zyra ulti, minions in the way. The knock at the flash, the jump in. Yes, he gets it. Zai's taking out another one. 2-0-2 on the guy.
Got him with the edge of the Stranglethorn. Actually, yes, the Stranglethorn. Yep. Knocking him up. And there. Oh, who's going to take it?
Zaitan will. He's okay.
The heal was still available, too. Zai's it's like calculated.
It's like, nah, I got this.
Not even going to heal you. It's fine.
So, more than half of Infinity Edge there for Zai's, though. That is... You're seeing this lane rapidly deteriorate for these guys. Top lane is finally working for Invaders, though. Chosen One has pushed Smitty out of the lane. He's waiting for minions to die before he kills the turret off to deny as much gold and XP as possible. Does so now. Top lane turret going down actually makes this game a 500 gold game, thanks to the very well-performing top lane.
Yeah, and nobody's made a move for Dragon just yet, and you're right. The top laner, 20 CS up, gets his turret by himself as Lulu. You said early on that it's going to go in her favor.
Yeah.
He's just going to bully the Shyvana around, bully Smitty around in the early game. And see, when he gets to that point, he's going for the Blade of the Ruined King. So he'll show up to fights and have some damage threat. This is after the Spectre's Cowl. He might actually just sit on the Bilgewater, but now Blade of the Ruined King is just incredible.
Absolutely. There's so much damage you can get out of it. Problem is there's no real health tank, so the passive damage is not that massive in this kind of a case. I've seen a lot of Shyvana just stop at Cutlass for the CC and just go tanky at this point. I think with Smitty being held down a little bit in items, that might be a requirement for him. We'll see as time goes on. Silver carry is pretty small. But he's waiting around in this lane. Equal levels, 2 Chosen Ones, so that's holding okay.
And the Bilgewater Cutlass is not as powerful as it used to be. But look at that Cookie.
Wow.
Wow.
Can't go anywhere without dying. The damage output's way too high. Nicely done, Zaitan. To make that happen, WattTheFox gonna get his second blue of the game as well. This bot lane is all SK Prime all the time.
And Mr. going for the red buff now, but Brokenshard, he might have Dragon in his sights because they have a numbers advantage in the bottom lane. He doesn't see that ward actually in the back. He should.
He couldn't. I don't think he wanted to clear it. He wanted to see if there was a ward because it got hit. It got marked.
Yeah.
But he's like, you know what? That's fine. I don't care about this. Bot lane turret goes down, so that's going to equalize the turret score. WattTheFox comes by. Got a bit of ward coverage. We try to zone out Mazrim, but he's going to get this pink ward dead. But, you know, worth it when you got a dragon going in, so there we go. SKP looking plenty happy. Now up 3,000 gold early on. Smitty forced to ulti away. Chosen One wants to fight this one if he can. Can he get the damage through? E comes down. Glitterlance as well. A couple of auto attacks left. I don't think he has the damage, though. Looks like Smitty will get away safely.
So close right there. And Chosen One, yes, he's absolutely bullying him around in the top lane. And Smitty, he's actually sticking around. Both have teleport. They can both back right now. Brokenshard is actually in the vicinity, though, and it could be a bait in.
Ooh, can they find this one? Ping him out. They know Chosen One's around. Brokenshard's going to see him.
He has it.
Flash EQ'd. No ult. He wasn't in range. Didn't cast it in time. Chosen One gets out.
Gets the flash, blows his own. But a laner's flash is definitely worth a lot more than a jungler's flash, unless you invade in on him. But as a Jarvan, you have a lot of escape tools available.
Well, looks like we're going to be okay on this one. So, Brokenshard looks to be minorly available, or aware of this one. I got to actually hand it to Mr. though. We haven't been watching him very much, but he's got 1 kill, 1 assist. He's been counter-juggled constantly, and has actually been holding an item lead over Brokenshard pretty much the entire time. Boots and a Ruby Crystal. I assume Sightstorm coming in a second. Brokenshard, though, investing pretty heavily in wards. It's part of the reason he's down in gold. But something to keep in mind is Mr., that we haven't seen many successful stories from him, actually doing quite well.
Zaitan trying to get the Dragon's Rage away, but it won't be enough.
That is not going to be good. Q comes out. Stranglethorn is not nearly going to be important there, and out they go. Smitty teleports in. I'm not sure what for, though. Just a loss of a 5-minute summoner spell cooldown.
They're going to start going after this mid lane. There are 3 members here on both sides. Hooked almost 4. Zai's now shows up, and he has a big item advantage, though, for himself.
Look at the damage coming in. So a 4-on-3, and they go for it. Chosen One not even bothers to come down to the mid lane to defend it. So I'm surprised that works. Now he teleports a full turret late. That doesn't mean anything.
Look at that. Just so much damage there coming out from Zai's. He's hit one of his big power spikes, completing the Infinity Edge first, going after the damage. And I said before, Zai's is the person they look to carry. They put a lot of funneling gold into him, and he actually comes up with a lot of solo kills in the lane, just by himself and his support. They have great synergy, and Broken is going for the dive.
Diving in, nice wild growth, though, stops Smitty in his tracks, and Brokenshard goes down. It gives him some time to hit the turret, but not nearly enough. Oh wow,
so
he lost a lot of health. There's the ulti, hits Chosen One. He stays safe with the shield, though. Turret about to fall, though. Will that be enough? Yes, it will. So they buy a turret with a champion death. Silver Carry's got to be careful. They jump on in. One more shot. Can't quite get her. Wow, what a fight back and forth. Kills come through, but the turret's still worth it.
Mr. taking a lot of damage.
Mr. goes and kicks him into the turret, but there's minions are there. Like, he can't. Oh my gosh, the minion line kept WattTheFox from getting hit. Nice attempt, but really not worth it for
and
Mr.
he still wasn't in range for the assist me from the turret,
Oh, yeah.
even though the Ignite was ticking on Mr. He just barely got in range, and about, I think, 1 shot may have hit WattTheFox, but that was it.
Yeah, it was 1 hit, but yeah, you're right, outside of the range of the call for help. So multiple kills, 1 for 1 on each side, and the turret, of course, a big deal.
Really ham time right here for Brokenshard. Goes into the back line, but he's in range of the turrets, and just gets taken down. A lot of damage dealt in with those. And right here, the Mega Inferno Bomb, not covering the complete distance. Chosen One does get a shield, so he was fine no matter what. At the same time, Cookie could have been the end of him. And look at that, another fight just breaking out. Great Stranglethorn.
Big battle coming up, 2-man knockup there. Smitty still in the front lines, again, just stopped in the tracks. And there he has Dragon Form. Can he go in on Silver Carry? Yes, he can. Big damage comes out, and there's the Caitlyn death. Brokenshard's still alive with this one. The front line coming in. Flash Root's not quite going to land. The hook on a Brokenshard as well. Chosen One getting
oh, 4-man.
Beautiful shockwave hits a bunch of them. Can they get the damage they need, though? 2 kills picked up on each side now of this fight. Now it's time for the disengage. Mr. nearly out of energy. He's forced to run away in this one. Smitty still chasing. Gets his revenge on Chosen One. And that battle goes to SK Prime.
Another engage happening. They actually go 3 for 3 in the overall. And oh, they're trying to get Zaitan.
Doesn't have the damage though, and the root keeps him in place. Nicely picked up, making that actually, what is that, 4-2 overall in that fight.
Yeah, 4 for 2. Thought it was 3, but actually Zaitan's still alive, just flashing around. And the biggest part of this is actually the Stranglethorn right there, hitting 2 people, doing damage to 3. And then they continue this fight. The bomb comes in. WTFox has not been in this fight at all until now. Silver Carry gets taken out, but here comes the Shockwave. Just watch how he positions the ball. Snaps back to him, throws it, boom. 4-man Shockwave, killing 1, getting 2 very low. Broken Shard goes down. Zaitan extremely low this entire time. And Smitty just picks up this kill. Very brilliantly off on the side. He's getting that part where Shyvana has those ranks in her abilities. And he's got the burnout now going up because he's maxing E in lane just to try and CS and have that range and reduce cooldown on their Lulu.
Well, absolutely great play by these guys to win the fight. Top lane turret goes down as well, so it's 4-1 in turrets. Almost a 6,000 gold lead for these guys. Gotta say, beautifully played. One thing I actually noticed in that replay is I think Mazarin dissonanced a little bit early because the radius on that spell is actually shorter than the radius on Shockwave. And W's instant cast, so if you Shockwave immediately W, you don't get champs in the very outer rank, and I think among that was Broken Shard, who didn't take that rank 5 W damage there, and that actually might have been enough to fight a little bit more in their favor.
Broken Shard did die immediately after.
Oh, he did anyway?
He got about one ability off. He tried to flag and drag back into the fight, and it was like, no, he's gone. Ended up dying. Zaitan's the one who got away with just a sliver of HP, and then it baited Mister back in to try and kill him.
Yeah. Just wondered that if like someone else's cooldown could have been up for someone else right there. A little bit of a wave clear, gonna keep bot lane fairly safe, so SK Prime can stay around Dragon. It's up at 30 seconds. Looks like wards will be killed away.
Oh.
Guys, too afraid to stay. I mean, for good reason. You get hooked and you're gonna like lose your team to fight. So discretion, the better part of valor in this case.
We see the Banshee's Veil completed for Smitty.
He knows he's got Merctress there as well. Home guard boots.
He's just trying to be sticky.
Yep.
It's his biggest thing right now is, can I stick to my target? Can I get to them and just completely run over them and cause havoc in the back lines? We saw it. They ended up splitting Chosen One off from everybody else.
Yeah, that was a pretty important thing, but now we go into the Dragon one more time. SK Prime have gotten all of them so far, but they want another one here.
No, they're getting flanked.
How good is it, though? Interesting fight. It's going to be a close one. Dragon low Knights. Nicely done for Mr. Broken Shard, coming up empty-handed on this one. Another battle in towards Cookie off on the left-hand side. Bomb not quite going to land. Not good for Mr. Pushing Zai's away. He goes down. Kill picked up thanks to the red buff and Lizard Elder there of Mr. And now it's a Dragon +1 kill. Invaders back in.
Yeah, WTFox ends up getting a kill on Cookie. So they go 1-1. They get the Dragon for Invaders. That's a lot of gold swinging in their favor right there. They're about 3.7k gold down now. Set up
than it was
for the Baron. Mister actually lands the Q, and they stop DPS for a while, but they continue it actually. Broken Shard is still on this. And he
wanted to use Smite.
Yeah, looking for it, and Mister ends up getting it. And they actually focus Zai's, which is really good. The tip of the Glitter Lance gets him, and the red buff from Mister is the last little bit that they need to tick him down, and that is the main target they need to focus right now, and then have WTFox be the secondary one, because he's 4-1 and 3. He's going up pretty big now.
They're doing quite nicely now. Big front line. That's what we talked about. 2 tanks here for SK Prime against no real tanks aside from shields for Invaders, and that can make things difficult.
And nobody really peeled for Zai's that fight.
True.
Because Smitty is more of a diver, and at the same time, Broken Shard is doing the same type of thing. They're both diving in, and when you get flanked like that,
that's the
they're going to be right in your back line.
Is how you're going to peel a flank with a Lee Sin on one side and an Orianna on the other. So one thing to keep in mind for SK Prime is positioning going to be important. Cookie half HP, hooks WTFox. Out they all go. Oh, 2 for 1. That feels good.
2 eyes staring at you. Oh.
And the third eye is blind. So we're going to move on and keep everyone safe here. SK Prime looking to reset on this one. They are going for the Leandry's build on Zaitan. He's got the Frost Queen's claim, but haunting guys now. So just, enough to give the team vision and then be like, but I'm the real carry. And that's the way you play support.
Get the Burning Bush Zyra going.
Why not? Grab a Lizard Elder for good measure.
And now Mister clearing out the middle lane now. But at the same time, Chosen One in the top lane, continuing to split push. He has that CS advantage over Smitty. Has the needlessly large rod. He's looking to try and split push this out. He has teleport. Smitty doesn't.
Goes in for Silver
Wow,
Carry, though. A lot of
Silver.
health. This is got to be really
Trying to play
careful
around
here.
the trap.
Caitlyn, the ulti comes by. Summon a heal. Flash as well.
Oh, he's got a trap already set up there. He has his Caliber net. Doesn't go over the wall with it. Instead,
wanted to buy some time. Smitty flashes. Is not in range of stuff, though. He's going to land. Slow from the Cutlass.
Oh.
That'll be the kill. Nicely done there. Assist goes over to Ziggs, but top lane tier 2 goes down for the split push. The SKP needs this turret for it to be worth it.
need to get this from it. Chosen One actually has teleport, and he got Smitty to come back, so it could be a 4-on-4 without that big Shyvana.
Without a tank, it's a little bit harder to dive right here. You still have no armor items at all on Brokenshard. He's itemized MR because of the Lulu Orianna in the lineup there. See, this wave got cleared away, and SKP aren't finding anything to happen. Recall in from Chosen One, as you mentioned, no teleport for Smitty. And Silver Carry's back alive. This is the only way this could work for SKP without getting outnumbered.
Having the siege come out from Ziggs, the bombs, they're clearing the waves, and they're poking down their enemies. Mister has to back off. Zion looking to zone. They're going to get it for themselves.
Okay, SKP don't. They get it. Invaders don't try to defend. I'm a little bit surprised because they had the numbers, but it doesn't come through for these guys. So, overall, small lead of the map for SKP. They're up 4,500 gold. Smitty's pushing this top lane. 3-on-1, staying happy. I'm trying to think, what's the next play for either team?
Right now, SKP, they're just going to get their buffs. Going to try to get the next dragon warded up. They lost the previous one to Mister. And their team composition just does a lot of different things. We talked about it earlier. What are the things they can do? They can siege with Lucian Ziggs. They have a lot of things that dissuade people from sieging them. And they can disengage but engage. Whereas Chosen One, he actually abandons the needlessly large rod build and goes straight for the Sheen. So now he's going to start getting that AP and the Lich Bane and start going for turrets, being the split push threat right now. So that's what Invaders is going for.
I like that, though. I think it works really well in this case. I mean, it's very easy to be defensive with Orianna Caitlyn. The problem is you still have to deal with the fact that Ziggs Lucian is really good siege.
They're going to try to split push against a siege comp. They're going to 4-1 against the siege and try to hold.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them. I mean, SKP, as long as the front line's big enough, they can dive. It's just, it can be hard to dive in Orianna.
This is the deciding factor. If Smitty can duel Chosen One straight out, it really ruins Invaders' chances of using their win condition.
Look at all the engaged Smitty's using. Chosen One still just trying to run, pops his own ultimate, half HP still. This one, Littlelance back up in a second. And Smitty, if he burns all the cooldowns, gets the opponent to half HP.
Yeah, and he has pretty much no damage taken on him. Chosen One is just tickling him at this point. Stacked MR.
Yep.
All around for that top lane Shyvana.
Man. Imagine if he had Ruin King, too.
Yeah.
He might be able to get it now.
On top of the Spirit Visage. I think he'll eventually go for that just for the regen.
I'm wondering if he does Randuin's instead for the slow. Instead of a Ruin King, because it'll haste him and it will slow a little bit more than Cutlass, you could just go Randuin so you can dive turrets later on to join the fight and use the active slow.
Yeah.
I think those are two great options for it. Both would work.
I don't know how afraid they are of Silver Carry, though. Like you said, Brokenshard.
It's more for turrets.
That's true. That's true. Brokenshard is prioritizing MR as well. They're just looking to build against their opponents right now. He could build the Randuins. He could build the Sunfire. See what he ends up going for. Chosen One back to it. Dragon is live, but that doesn't seem to be on the board right now for Invaders or SKP.
Just the siege for here. Smitty's actually making his way into the mid lane. Not actually prioritizing the turret very much. He's killing the minions first. Prioritizing farm very heavily. Finally, Lulu comes back to defend this one. Ziz pushed away. Once again, one more time. The poke coming down. Silver Carry half HP on this one. And the thing is, he's not getting to auto-attack minions, so there's no lifesteal coming in. The Q comes in, jumps to the ward, finds Wat the Fox, and down goes the Ziggs. But they're going to trade back. Looks like Cookie will fall. Yes, he finally does. They get Orianna as well. 2 for 2. Those Chosen One Smitty joined up. Brokenshard dies as well. 3 for 2 so far in Invaders' favor, but Chosen One's got to be real careful. Gets back under his turret, but hey, these guys won the fight. Oh, maybe not. They're still trying out of the turret. Smitty nearly in range for the Q. Can't quite land it, though. Chosen One puts the Q down and gets away with this one. Nice fight for Invaders.
Chosen One having to back off right now. Silver Carry also was low, as well as Mister. It's a 3 for 2 in the overall, but in favor of Invaders. And the 2 most threatening members of SKP were still left alive, though. This is a great... I don't know if I want to say this is a great Sonic Wave Resonating Strike takes it so far back.
It's great. Yeah, got What the Fox. Why not?
Kick him back. Nice ward hop to the side. Gets What the Fox out of it. Mister at the same time. He actually does live through this. But a big part here too is Mazarin in the backline dies, where Silver Carry gets double buffs for himself and almost gets taken out. It's a very good play there from the entire team of Invaders, just to be synergized.
And that's the funny thing is, so Mister's been trying to make plays like all game.
That was a really good one.
I mean, yeah, that one was awesome. That was freaking great. That was my highlight of the day so far. Mister is definitely an extremely good player by himself. Top 40 in Challenger, actually in his server, by the way, in Rookies. So you can see how good he is, of course. They're going to SK Prime, and they're inside the pit, so Chosen One in the wrong spot. Uh-oh, this is not good if you're Lulu right here. Ziggs ulti comes in, pops the Lulu ult as well. Maybe he gets away from this one, but he's in the wrong side of the map now.
Yep, they get a turret for themselves, though.
Ooh.
They got Dragon, which gave SKP the Baron. Chosen One, how long can he stall this? Can Smitty hit him with the knee?
I think his Min Tier 2 is getting hit right now.
Up.
Chosen One shield, it's up! Nice, buys some more time. That will be a kill, though. He can't execute off this. And it does still have some assists, but Min Tier 2 falls down as well. So now, here's the real question. Baron plus a kill versus Dragon and 2 turrets. I would say that's Invaders' favor. They're only down 3,500. They're catching up in this game.
Yeah, they're definitely getting themselves more gold off of these exchanges. They won the previous fight 3-2 off the play of Mister, who's had some great plays this game. We talked about how much he's been counter jungled by Broken Shard in the early game, and you said he's kept up. He also stole a Dragon.
Yep.
And then he made that play with the Dragon's Rage backwards. Mister's coming up really big for his team right now, 4-3-4. Having one of the best ratios on his team.
One thing I do have to, one thing I do have to point out though with this is we were talking about the siege situation. We still have no armor items in the tanks.
Yeah.
We have no armor items aside from half of a Zhonya's Hourglass for What the Fox. That last fight they had replay of on sort of top lane tier 2. Brogashard dove, killed Mazarin, and then died to a turret because he's got a Banshee's Veil for tank items. Like, that is a very real risk for these guys, that diving gets you killed because they're hiding under turrets.
That's absolutely true. Smitty, he's just relying on his Dragonborn passive, which is very minor at this point. And he's got the Blade of the Rune King was his next completed item. He's just going for the dueling potential against Chosen One on the split push, but they can't dive. And we saw it in the last game when you don't have a designated tank. It's very hard to dive turrets. It's very hard to close a game out. We're approaching the 30-minute mark now for SKP, being up only about 3.4k. Gold's once again closing. Temporary combat stats, though.
Oh, sure.
For SKP.
They're good at fighting other champions, but they are not good at fighting turrets right now. You're seeing this one take a little bit of damage. Brogashard will take a turret shot.
Testing it out, you know, putting his toe in the water.
I mean, they're doing a good job of, like, dancing the turret aggro, putting like a plant down so someone can toss some poke out, but there's no progress really made on this turret right now. Smitty did steal the red buff away a second ago. He's sieging the bottom lane, so they're split pushing actually against their opponents. We're seeing wave fear again and again from Orianna. Plants come down, and of course these things actually poke quite nicely. Mister will lose a fair bit of health thanks to Liandry's Zyra plants. So something to keep in mind with these guys. So the headway is slowly being made by SKP.
Smitty, level 17, highest level in the game, being that split pusher up against Chosen One, who's trying to dedicate himself as one for a large portion of this game. Then he just got outdueled. And the win condition from Invaders swapped from being let's split push against them to let's team fight them and win in a 5v5. Very hard to do though. Zeiss was very far ahead previously. The last fight got Silver Carry up 2 kills.
Yeah.
So he's been doing well since being 0-4. He's still behind about half an item though, a little bit more.
Oh, Smitty choosing to go in on Chosen One. Look at the damage up that Rune King uses well. There's Lulu ulti, but Dragon Form not going to get popped. He'd be stuck inside the base if that was the case, but you can see meaningful damage is being dealt, plus the Baron buffs there. So the 1-3-1 split push now coming in. The two guys who are most escapable being the ones there. Yep, Jarvan runs out. Zayten, though, going to take some damage there. Shockwave not going to land. Good flash by the Zyra. And everyone stays safe one more time, but that is now an ultimate missing for Invaders.
They have to play around that ultimate cooldown for SKP. Force themselves into the base now without that threat up. But it's very hard to do without that armor.
It is difficult, but these guys are still accruing gold. They're farming from multiple waves at the same time, but absolutely no headway being made 3,500 gold difference. Not a very big deal. Baron buff is timed out. WTFox has to flash out. He's got to be careful, though. Will they go in for this fight? The knockup, the jump on into Mazarin is forced away. WTFox kicks into the team, and he goes down. One picked up. Now Mr. forced to run. Gets a lander, but he does get out. Would you believe it? Another kill picked up as well, and Lulu Caitlyn going on in. Zyes is alive, though, and they fire 2 kills back. 3v3 on the map. Cookie flaying Smitty. They're going to disengage, but look at this. The turret now under fire because the health bars are there. Mazarin has the home guards. He's running back in, gets the lantern in, but the turret is down anyway, so SKP come out ahead.
Mazarin, he's very close to having that shockwave cooldown back up. Imagine if he had had that during the fight and was able to use it in that cluster. It would have been devastating. And instead, it's used on a flash. And Zaitan does die because he doesn't have flash, but
yeah.
Whew. Just the cooldowns there. As soon as that fight started, I was thinking, they're just more ultimates in favor of SKP. Just sheer brute force, they would win that fight straight out. Ends up going pretty even, except they lose the turret.
True. But that, I mean, that's a big deal, right, for these guys. If you're a Siege comp and there's no turret defending you, you can finally poke your opposing champions down. You can finally start making headway on the inhibitor. And that becomes the real difficulty. The funny thing, though, is as we're talking about this game scaling up and the gold being pretty close, the power of the AD carry is actually switched right now. And Caitlyn's actually going to be doing more next fight.
Yeah, right now nobody ends up getting hit by the box except for Broken Shard. All these ultimates. WTFox gets kicked into the team. It's so hard to get to his Ziggs, but Mr. somehow manages to do it and deliver him into his team. Silver Carry flashes forward here into a heal from Zyes and he gets baited into that back line instead of staying in the back and causing persistent damage or consistent damage. And now they get a dragon for themselves. Baron's up in a minute now. So Invaders, what are they going to do instead of just sit in their base and let this split push happen? Nobody can really deal with Smitty right now in a one-on-one. You have to kind of zone him. He now has his Thorn Mail, so he's harder to deal with from Silver Carry. Went straight for the biggest armor item he could get. And he can also tank up a little bit of turret.
Yeah, he can. And Aranduin's finally getting started for Broken Shard as well. Giant's Belt was his first item after Lizard Elder. Just wanted the health bar, but now Warden's Mail added, so he'll be a bit of a tankier man, and this is a good set of items to come through finally for SK Prime. Yeah. I mentioned the AD carries differentiating because you've got Last Whisper compared to Ruined King, and that is actually a better item right now. In terms of damage output, that said, as we mentioned, he's fighting a Thorn Mail, and without lifesteal, that means you will kill yourself slowly but surely in that battle.
Yeah, he has no lifesteal aside from his Doran's Blades. He does have a Scrying Orb, though, so he'll be able to see when the Barons start up, but he already used it.
So Baron now being started after the blue buff steal went over to the AD carry. This is going to be a lot of damage. WTFox trying to zone the team out, but they know this is happening. Ulti comes through, teleport coming in as well. Baron, though, very low, and it gets picked up nicely done SKP. And here comes the battle. The dunk on in. Do they have the damage they need? Looks like yes. Broken Shard goes down. Shockwave doesn't hit very much, and this is going to be a big battle. SKP finding 3 kills per 1 so far. Beautiful fight.
Mr. in the Baron pit. Get me out. And he's done.
Triple kill for Zyes. Great fight, only Mazarin left up, and of course mid lane turret is dead, so Inhib definitely going SKP's way.
Yeah, they're going to just rush up the mid lane right now. They played it very well. They rushed down that Baron, and as soon as Chosen One actually came out of teleport, he was half HP. Immediately, had forced to use his ultimate as soon as Broken Shard jumped in, and they just caused all that havoc on top of the Cataclysm, and WTFox just throwing his abilities at it.
They're going to look to end the game right here. Minions are coming in. Smitty has armor finally. Turret number 1, turret number 2 being attacked right there. This could be GG if they get onto this one. There we go. Turret number 1, turret 2. Mazarin is gone. 15 seconds on the respawns. This will be the game. SK Prime. Actually, hold on. The respawns are coming. Will they get stopped? Looks like it's going to be the Nexus falling down. Yes, it is. And in 37 minutes, SK Prime going to make their way into the top 8.
Once again, into the top 8. Last time knocked out by H2K. So now they're back to start adding on to their points and see if they can make playoffs.
Yeah.
If they can advance any further.
Oh, they're back in the top 8. If they dodge H2K, then great. And it looks like it's going to be the case here. They'll face one of the other ranked 5s teams in the first round, judging by my knowledge of seeding, and I'm pretty sure that's correct here. Look at this game overall. Honestly, 7-2-10 on Lucian. Zyes once again, the backline artillery there. 6-3-11 on WTFox on Ziggs. We said he was the rock coming in, had a very consistent game as well. He got kicked into the team sometimes, but I mean, it's going to happen sometimes, the big playmaking Lee Sin.
Yeah, and the Burning Bush Zyra, I was told that Zyra did more damage than everybody on the enemy team except for Lulu.
Except for Lulu.
That was the only person on the enemy team out-damaged him.
Chosen was brawling against Smitty the entire time, so it's understood. And
just trading back and forth.
Yep. What I really liked was that Smitty actually went 6-0-3. Was getting bullied around the entire game, right? Into a bad lane matchup, had to back for Negatron Cloak down in CS, but played it so well.
Yeah.
Smitty was awesome this game. I think partially an unsung hero. We saw some of his battles, but you saw once he's like, I think I have the item lead, just went on those and worked so well.
Yeah, he kind of shut down the strategy that Invaders was going for.
Yeah.
It was like Lulu's going to split push, started up the Lich Bane, dedicated to the Sheen build, had the Aether Wisp. It was like, okay, now Smitty shows up with full MR items, duels Lulu, doesn't really use any summoner spells, forces him to use all of his abilities, doesn't take any damage, gets Lulu to half HP while running away the entire time.
Yeah.
Sticking to him, saying, all right, that's it. No more split push for you. Now it's all about 5v5 team fights.
Yeah.
So they shut down one of the win conditions for Invaders.
And hey, those team fights did work. I was still surprised by the lack of armor for so long. I understand the itemization. There's an Orianna doing well. There's a Lulu doing well. They had good lanes. And yes, the Caitlyn was held down for a while. But the fact that they were then sieging and then saying, you know what, let's go dive, the lack of armor hurt them. They were dying to turrets. And that was a really big consideration because it made the game more difficult for those guys. But when the Randuins did come in, when the Thornmail did come in, then these champions became invincible. And the front line was too tanky, and they finally broke through the battles. But it was an interesting game.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game with that tug of war back and forth. And once again, Smitty talked about him a lot already, that he was setting up the team for success. But I want to give Mr. some credit to his team. They ultimately did lose, but he did really well. Despite getting counter-jungled, he stole a dragon. He set up great kickbacks on What the Fox into the team. He realized who they needed to get off the field. He's like, we got to get rid of that Ziggs. Even if we lose this fight, if we kill Ziggs, we stop their wave clear for a little bit.
Yeah.
Zeiss is still around, so he can clear a bit, but it's not as much poke and siege.
Yeah, this is one of the things with the Challenger Series is we get teams that don't always succeed, but the players stand out sometimes. I know it's only one game, but I want to see more of Mister. Like, I really want to see that guy play more because he looked a little bit too aggressive sometimes, but I liked his willingness to play make and his actual mechanical skill on those. So I just want to see him again. At some point, if this guy can make his way into another team, I'd love to see that.
You like how Mister looks, huh?
Yeah, hey, it worked really well. We're going to have to go AFK for 3.5 minutes, but when we return, it's time for our final do or die. There we go. Game of the day when Playing Ducks takes on Thunderbot Sparta. Don't touch that keyboard. We'll be right back.
There's the Lantern.
Comes in, Lantern, good damage. He's got to be real careful. Knockups come by, and that's actually a kill picked up for the Zyra to start things out. So much damage coming through. Silver Carry goes down as well. Broken Shard's still alive. This one, the front line coming in. Flash Root's not quite going to land the hook on a Broken Shard as well. Chosen one getting beautiful shockwave. Hits a bunch from. Can they get the damage they need, though? Jumps to the ward, finds What the Fox, and down goes the Ziggs. But they're going to trade back. Looks like Cookie will fall. Yes, he finally does. They get Orianna as well. What the Fox kicks into the team, and he goes down. One picked up. Now Mr. forced to run. Gets a lander, but he does get out. Would you believe it? Another kill picked up as well. And Lulu Caitlyn going on in. Zeiss is alive, though. And here comes the battle. The dunk on in. Do they have the damage they need? Looks like yes. Broken Shard goes down. Shockwave doesn't hit very much. This is going to be a big battle, SKP. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series. We're seeking our final team now to survive a best-of-1 match and continue on in their quest to become pro gamers. Will it be Playing Ducks or Thunderbot Sparta, who's chock full of former pros, actually?
Yeah, and we see Playing Ducks, formerly Chantal Macht Vau, if you watch Summer Series 1, and they fell to Gamers 2 in the quarterfinals, which we keep talking about H2K.
Third place team.
Gamers 2 was the only team to actually take a game off of H2K.
True. So
a lot of skill there on this lineup. We saw them previously, and Chantal Macht Vau relied a lot on Chantal to carry their games. A lot like the team we just saw was Zeiss.
Yeah, kind of relying on their AD carries a little bit. But of course, Thunderbot Sparta, we say, a couple of individual names there, but TBS, they've got actually a lot of great individual talent on themselves. So Nono and Schleia were both on Against All Authority in, I believe it was spring 2013 of the LCS. They've also got Spontax, French top laner who was on Dragonborns, also in 2013, was a great player there. He's actually still top of Challenger, so there's a lot of great talent there.
Yeah, and also they have a manager who might be a little familiar. It's from SK Gaming. It's Hercubot. He's actually the person who's in charge of that roster. So he's coaching him, giving him some experience. I mean, they're all really great buddies, though.
Yeah, it's all French teams. So if you're, hoping for another sort of mono-national team to make it back into the LCS, I guess since Gambit has a Polish mid laner now, they don't count as all Russian or something. But I always liked casting LCS, like having like a team all from one nation. I thought it was cool. Like they're all speaking a different language. We got LMQ there in North America, but like I don't know. Just to me, it's always interesting when you've kind of got that. You've got like Team Greece or whatever. Like I think it's cool.
Get the little national pride behind them as well.
Yeah, why not?
Why not root for them?
Yeah,
all French. Go for it.
I mean, AAA wasn't even. They had Freddy in the top lane. He was like, I'm British. I don't actually speak French. And now they've got Spontax in there who does. So help him out a little bit in this one. But yeah, there's a lot of really good players. Schleia actually played... I think I'm just wrong. I was thinking of MoMA, and MoMA's not even the right kind of guy because MoMA's also German. But I was like, Season 1! And I was like, no, it's not. So that was a completely non-useful tangent. But Nono was always a very consistent AD carry. He was actually known for his Ezreal back in Season 3. So far, he's played Kog'Maw so far, which is great because it means he's adapting to the times. Kog'Maw, I think, is top 3 AD carries right now in 4.10. We haven't gotten to see much of him.
Yeah.
He's been slowly kind of picking up over in Europe for about a month now, but I think he's still on the rise.
Yeah, a lot of people have, what do I build on him? Do I go with the Blade of the Ruined King? And then it's like, oh, Trinity Force?
Yeah.
Youmuu's?
Yeah, would not be Youmuu's. I think Ruined King IE is the build. Ruined King IE Phantom Dancer is my Kog'Maw build. I think it's the right way to go about it. I think you're too auto-attack reliant to go Triforce because you lose so much crit and so much gold buying that item.
That was the most common build in 4.9.
Sure.
See what happens in 4.10.
Yeah. Let's see where they go with this one. And if he does play it, Gragas banned away. Spontax, by the way, one of those Gragas top players. We see that in Korea a bit. Not many other scenes have adopted Gragas top.
It hasn't been very successful in Korea either.
Okay. Neither was Lucian when he came out.
That's true.
Lucian started out like 1 in 14 in Korea.
That's very true.
Still found out he's worth playing. So you can't always rely on win rates, guys. Jax is like 4 in 20 right now or something silly in the LCS. So Cassidy removed away from Avenue. No surprise. Morgana away from Lunette. Ironically, I've actually asked him, even though you would think with a French player that'd be Lunet, it's not. You pronounce the T anyway.
Lunette.
Lunette. Screwed me up because I cast him. And I was like, oh, Lunet. Like, no, it's not.
No.
So I get trolled. I try to do it in their home tongue. It doesn't even count. Oh, well.
And next, I'm going to find out it's Shanteo.
Oh my gosh. This gets worse and worse as time goes on. Also, talking about Playing Ducks, we talked about them being Chantal Macht Vau. They dropped Vanez, and Prothana's replacing him. Prothana's a great player, though, as well. Both those guys are good top laners, but one small roster change for those guys, so if you're following from the old team.
They both have pretty similar champion pools, too, in terms of play style. It's just that Prothana plays a little more Lulu and Kayle a little more lane bully-ish, whereas Vanez was more, I'm going to play Aurelia Shyvana just back-to-back, and maybe occasionally bust out the Lee Sin, which was his most played.
Well, sure, and that's always going to be fun. Lee Sin, though, banned. Lulu and Kayle were moved away, so Prothana's not going to get to play any mage tops. He pulls out like the Karma or Lysandre for going back to last season. Unlikely the case, though. First pick now to be considered here for Playing Ducks.
I just had a little thing. I'm like, oh, that's a really cute Thunderbot at the top.
It is good. I like the icon
that yet.
there. Playing Ducks at the default. We made you an icon.
Playing Ducks.
First pick Jax coming through, though, for Prothana. That's going to be fun. You've already got to start paying attention to that. Does Spontax go Renekton to beat him up in lane? Does he try to counteract it with something else? I want to see how they play against this.
Yeah, Prothana loves the split push champions. He's all about the Kayle, the Lulu, the Aurelia, the Jax.
Heck, the Aatrox for what it's
Yeah,
worth.
the Aatrox, not really. He plays a lot of Shyvana as well, which is just wave clear and all of that. But really goes for the split push in terms of his style.
We're going to see now what the next pickups are. So far, very funny. They're looking at the double Freljord combo. Unlikely to be the grab here. I think if you do pick Sejuani, you can pick it late. It's not exactly a contested pick right now.
Yeah.
And it is going to be Ziggs plus Braum in here. So pick the letter and they go for this.
Yeah, if Sejuani got locked in, it would have been like, Riv is right. Riv is a god.
Yeah.
he's like, I'm keeping my eye on Sejuani. See if that one comes up.
Well, looks like Playing Ducks also keeping their eye on Sejuani.
Maybe it's a contested pick.
Hey, maybe, you know, if Playing Ducks actually wins Challenger, we're going to have to make a Duck Sejuani skin.
If they win Challenger, they have to win Worlds.
If they win Worlds, they can't actually until next season.
Next year.
But Sejuani will be riding a Duck. You heard it here first. I'm also lying. 27 seconds now for the next few choices. Playing Duck's going to make the choices.
They don't
and,
have to
I mean,
keep
really,
playing
anything
Duck.
works with Jax. So, like, there's no, like, easy tell to be like, oh, they're definitely going to go for a Caitlyn here because, like, there's nothing really special about it. You can play a 4-man defense squad and just let Jax split push, but until you know if Jax will have a winning matchup, you can't even kind of cash in on that sort of situation.
Yeah, and they first pick it, put a lot of priority on it, so they're going to go with... Okay.
All right.
So you're going to pick the Yasuo into the Ziggs here, stop all of his moves with Wind Wall, stop a little bit of the harass, see if he maxes E first, which I assume would be it, because you want to dodge all his abilities.
Yeah.
Zip around, wave clear, do some magic damage to everybody.
That's generally how you play it.
And now, the Vi is safe because they know there's no Morgana on the field.
True.
They banned it out themselves, which set themselves up for that. And no way it could possibly have been picked then, and the fact they're showing their support. So Satan goes with that, and he knows what he's playing it into. I like it, especially since it sets up Yasuo.
Yes, exactly.
Go ahead and use Vault Breaker or Assault and Battery to set up the last breath. Get a lot of lockup there.
Yeah, it's a good combo. I really like it. And of course, Thresh is available for picking as well, which I would not be at all surprised to see for Sazed.
I would actually think if Sazed was going to go for something to synergize, it might be Azira.
Okay, yeah, for a more team-wide knock.
Also does really well against Braum.
True, that is actually a good point to think about. So that might be the situation here. Thought about Sparta the last few seconds. It's going to be the Jarvan jungle plus Lucian here for the AD carry. So Nono going to play. I guess it's kind of like the new Ezreal for this season. It's the kitey, like good amounts of poke, long range ulti stuff. So Nono's very good on those sort of hyper mobile AD carries you can set in the back line. So that'll work well for him. He's got a Braum to support him in the bottom lane as well. And so top lane, they're actually waiting the entire champ select, even though they know they're fighting a Jax, to pick Spontax's champion here.
Yeah, I'm like, if he's going for that Thresh, that's crazy because Thresh is actually Lunette's not Thresh, Blitz is Lunette's most played champion, and I think that might be why they're Thunderbot.
Yeah.
No.
Lightning Robot, yeah, why not?
Very close, but he has a 74% win rate in ranked 5s.
That's true, yeah.
He has so many wins on that. 47-17 is his record with that, but they already locked in Braum for him. They were hovering over that just to give him a little bit of a tip of the hat.
Little did you know, it was actually top lane Braum the whole time.
Jungle Braum. We've seen that.
Jungle Braum, we saw that in China. They didn't really mean to do it. They banned Sion on accident and then had to grab Braum away from their opponents. And, at least they still won, so whatever. Now to make the last few choices, though, Spontax, top 16 in solo queue and challenger. So you got to know, he would feel confident playing as Prothana. It's like, okay, make your choice. What do you want to run here? And these guys are about to run a very ham composition. Malphite top lane, Jarvan jungle, Ziggs in mid, Braum for follow-up as well. This is a very aggressive team.
A big part of this, too, is that all of Playing Ducks is just physical damage right now. They have a little bit on the Jax, just a minute amount
there you go.
on the Yasuo, just a tiny bit on sweeping. But that's about it. Like otherwise, they have to rely. Yeah,
probably more than what you're gonna get from sweeping.
That's true. After they'd have to rely on a little bit of the denting blows.
Yeah, it's like
last
you
breath.
You have ways around it.
Looking for the attack speed slow is really what's going to be a big thing here from Spontax, getting into the back line if he can line it up. They're going to be stacking armor here, most likely on Thunderbot Sparta. It's a very tanky lineup.
Sure.
With a threat of a Ziggs and a Lucian, which have wave clear in their kits, so they'll stop you from sieging, and they can siege you as well.
So that's going to be the fun one, is to look at how well can you outplay with Jinx. Like, Jinx is one of the worst AD carries for fighting a Malphite, and that is difficulty. Now, that said, there are multiple guys to target, and this is the cool thing, is that even though Malphite is good against every one of those champions individually, Jax up until the point where he outscales you, but the first like 25 minutes, Malphite's pretty good there. Good against Yasuo at all times because he can't really kill you, and again, you've got the slows, you've got the armor stack. Jinx because she can't dodge the unstoppable force. But who are you going to hit? Which one are you going to? Because the other two are going to go fight.
They're all pretty squishy too, except for Jax.
Yeah, they are all fairly squishy. Yeah. I mean, and so then it becomes an interesting game, sort of which lanes are ahead, which lanes are behind. Right? We saw in the last game, Caitlyn was behind, so they stacked MR, and they were okay aside from against turrets, and that was a pretty reasonable way to go about this. In this case, of course, you can just buy armor every time, but Spontex, I really think it's on him. Who do you ult? Who do you CC? And who's going to be strong from playing Dux?
And Prothana actually starts with the Crystalline Flask because he knows he's going to be taking harass in that top lane from Spontex. And can Prothana continue to just scale and use this Crystalline Flask to his advantage? I think even if they stack armor, Yasuo has just so much of a comeback mechanic with his last breath. They can shred through all that bonus armor and make it so that he's still very relevant despite the stacking.
Absolutely. And of course, again, you're also going to look to hit guys like Ziggs and Lucian. I mean, keep in mind, Flay can hit multiple targets, and of course, Vi's going to pick someone with R. So, I mean, Avenue just has to like kill Schley, and it's like, well, Sean's not going to do that much damage, so who really cares? And that's a real consideration here. Lunette and Nono going to chill towards the bottom side here. Ooh, they are going to try to cheese the front brush. I like this. They do not get spotted as they go through. Nono is going to trinket, try brush, and walk back out.
Yep, just defensive line coming out here for both sides in terms of wards. Every ward except for Avenues has been used.
But it really depends on how much information is given, because all the wards from playing Dux are defensive.
They're all shallow.
Yeah, they're all fairly shallow, and so they watch for invades. Of course, there aren't any. These guys do not know lane matchups. They don't necessarily know jungle starts.
Oh, they're actually going to 4v0 this, or actually lane swap it for playing Dux. Well, they don't want to go into the Lucian Braum.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is actually a chance for Thunderbot Sparta to get a 3-buff start, because they actually started on the greedy side of the map, just the top laner and jungler together. Shlaya should have the push lead over Avenue. They could go red to red and win that.
Ooh, they're not showing in playing Dux in the top lane until it's past the point where Malphite can't share the red experience.
We don't want to share the first buff anyway, though. You want to get level 2 to your jungler. It's actually, yeah, Satan is level 2, so Prothana did back off on some of that one, but now he will rejoin as they go for the Wraith camp here. They ping away to say, hey, make sure these buffs are safe, but looks like they will not punish this, and playing Dux will get their red buff soon.
Yep, no invade. Instead, they're into the pushing game right now. And this is really just who plays it slightly better than the other, who makes a strange move and the other team doesn't react to it appropriately. Because right now, vision is going to be very scarce. Trinkets are not up for a couple more seconds. After these buffs are up, when are you placing your wards? Is there a gank middle? We've seen it sometimes. Or do they just go straight to the bottom? They go top, they just let the lanes do what they're going to do. Because right now, actually, playing Dux isn't in as great a position because they could get 4v2'd down bottom.
They absolutely can, and look at this. You've got the guys nearby. Is that the risk here? Looks like Dragon's going to be the attempt. No, Spontex and Sean's. They put some trinkets down, and they're going to start this one up with the attack speed buff from the flag. Satan and Prothana are around. They will hold the bottom lane farm. They will not see teams rotate, but they can easily assume Dragon's being done.
They're going to go ahead and soak that experience, get the CS down bottom. 1 CS on Spontex compared to the 11 now on Prothana, the 12. Actually
925 gold Dragon.
Quite meaningful here. Yeah, 600 gold advantage for Thunderbot Sparta. TP up top. Now Spontex is going to try his luck in this 2-on-1.
Well, this is the interesting thing, though, of course. They just saw the jungler and top laner holding the bot turret right there after they finished their jungle route. So Spontex will be able to fairly faithfully hold XP on this one. Looks like there's really no risk for him right now. Of course, with people off the map soon, we might have to consider this one once again. Looks like Sage will push him away from XP for a short time, but hey, if Spontex can get some items in, get some levels, get that level 6, that's a big deal.
Well, now they have about an 800 gold advantage now for Thunderbot Sparta. But what do they do with it? Are they going to wait for the 7-minute mark, buy some wards for themselves, ward up the buffs, continue the snowball? But right now...
Well, the cool thing is they hit breakpoints sooner. They hit breakpoints about a minion wave sooner in every single roll.
And now Sean's actually up top. No red buff though, so he doesn't have sticking power if he were to engage. He's just there for moral support.
Yeah, they're going to push the wave out.
Can't give a dragon either.
Well, the problem is there was a freeze building. You saw how big this minion wave was from Thunderbot Sparta. Now, you can still do it with Sazed and Shantou if they just kind of dance back and forth and don't kill too many of these. And that's the case. You can see they're waiting around. Sazed will eventually kill the cannon minion, but there's still a freeze available, which means they have to push one more wave and get that to hit the turret.
Meanwhile, Satane trying to counter jungle, get what he can out of it.
That's good play. I mean, you're seeing that Prothana is able to hold on to this 1v2. 15 CS on this Jax. He's doing just fine. I mean, honestly, Playing Ducks are getting the better deal in this 2-on-2. Like, okay, cool, Jarvan pushes the wave again, and Playing Ducks still able to freeze it.
Jarvan.
And the thing is, at this point, like, if Vi ganks top, they could theoretically push down Sean's.
It's true.
One good hook and he's gone.
Now the junglers are just trying to get experience, trying to get to a point that they actually do a fight. Look at that. About half HP now for both members of Thunderbot Sparta in the top lane. If Sazed lands a hook, he's actually not even going to throw it out. He wants to keep the pressure.
Well, they broke the freeze, though. That's the important thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're going to stay safe, backing out in this one. And now this top lane is going to push. Spontex has quite some time, of course. Now it's a 4-minute teleport cooldown if you TP to a turret. So you got to keep that in mind. The mid lane going pretty equal. Both are 6, which is a worry here. And in fact, Avenue doing a nice job to actually hold a minion lead there.
He's actually maxing Q first instead of E, so he's not looking for the mobility. And
he's not fighting, he's wave clearing.
Exactly. Looking to just try and clear on the Ziggs, who, as you can see right there, used the ultimate to clear instead of taking a whole bunch of damage. He has to back, he's out of mana.
Yeah, Moshly is going to go ahead and get closer and closer to the Morellonomicon. We'll see if he goes towards the Zhonya's first, or if he goes for the Codex.
This turret is taking a lot of damage, and Jinx is just pushing it down. Shantou doing a great job. If they can take this turret and then lane swap it back, Playing Ducks will have an advantage.
That would be incredibly impressive. And so far, it's going quite nicely for these guys. Playing Ducks actually have brought in the gold back to a 400 difference. So even though it was a 900 gold dragon picked up earlier in the game, and no kills to speak of at all, just in terms of minion farm, great stuff by Playing Ducks.
Yeah, all of their lanes are actually ahead in CS right now by about 10. Except for their jungle.
That's okay. Because Sean's was like holding top lane for a while Satane was like counter-jungling the white and stuff, which is worth way more gold, so. Not exactly sad about that if you're Playing Ducks. There's the recall. Should easily have BF sword at this point. I think he's waiting for ambient gold. Yep, there we go. Double Doran's BF, pretty standard opening. Potion as well. Actually undoes the potion. Weird. There we go, bought it again.
Does it again?
Whatever. He was deciding if he wanted it or not. Decided he did.
Decides to go back down bottom. They don't lose a turret for Playing Ducks. The freeze has been something that Nono has been trying to do, and they've made a pretty good wave for themselves, but now it's going to start pushing.
Yeah, it will just a little bit there. You're seeing the cannon about to fall over, and so this is going to be a place of gold soon for Playing Ducks. And, well, great. They've set their AD carry back there, and you can see the item difference as well. Double Doran's plus Vamp is a very surprising set of items there. I don't think you need the second Dorans when you go for that one, but it looks like Nono will go for the Ruin King build. Satane wants to counter juggle the blue buff. It looks like he can, but there's a ward there. Who's going to win the smite there? Gets it for Satane.
Ooh, he smited a little one.
Yeah, Sean smited light. He was spamming the D key, and it's like, oh, that's the other one left over there under the cursor. So, well done. Sean's level 6 with a blue buff, so that's going to hurt Shlaya quite a bit.
Now, actually in the top lane, Spontex is caught up in CS now. Granted, there's more in this wave for Prothana, and now Prothana is actually, because he has those levels and his ultimate, he's in a better place now because he was Jax. Didn't want to have to deal that early laning phase against the Malphite.
But there is a window right now, actually. Unfortunately for Thunderbot Sparta, their jungler's in the wrong spot. This is a low health Jax that you could easily die with a Malphite. Spontex back in lane. Again, there's room for Jarvan to do this.
Has to go into the
bot lane.
tier 2 turret. Walk that one out.
Yeah.
Oh, here goes the hook. Both junglers are bottom, though.
Vi is around. A 3-on-3 slow goes on to Shantou. Forced a flash away for that one. Lots of CC spammed right there. Now Sean's forced a flash away. Satane takes a stun. Half HP there on him. Nono puts some good damage down. Lunette forced one away. Nothing ultimately earned for that fight.
Avenue was making his way down as well, so disengaging it from Thunderbot Sparta was the right idea.
Absolutely was, and they're going to be okay with this one. Avenue going to miss just a little bit of CS, but nothing too bad. Going to dash through some minions and stay okay. Satan level 7 is a level up on Sean's here. Lizard Elder should be soon.
This top lane is something that I want to watch very closely because this matchup typically goes for Malphite early, then Jax will take it over once he gets a couple items. But right now, he had a better lane swap. He was able to get more CS out of it, and now he's up by about 10, maybe even a little more once he gets this wave. And he's actually not going to use his TP. He's holding onto it.
Gonna walk back. I mean, Dragon is back up, so Teleport's an important cooldown there. Sean's going to clear away a pink ward. Satan shows up. Can't do much for it. Actually, Dunk goes through. Satan's going to have to flash away from that one. Does so. Naka comes through, though. Big ulti as well. Satan's now out of health. Could this earned in the Dragon?
It's really big. Satan will have to give up his life if he contests the Dragon in a steal attempt. Because he doesn't have a flash out, and he would use his Vault Breaker to get in.
Oh, there's a ward on the ground. Playing Ducks knows about this. This is the big fight to watch for. Lunette gets hooked in on top of some traps as well. Satan goes in. Big damage comes through, and Lunette will fall. First blood goes to Avenue. Playing Ducks winning that battle, and out they go.
Even with the really low health Satan, they're able to pick up. Yeah, they're able to pick up Lunette, who was just a little too far forward. And a great hook, great synergy there between that bot.
Absolutely great hook. And the burst came out, so nicely done there. Maybe it's pushed out, but not too much earned. So Playing Ducks now up 1,400 gold. Great play by these guys so far. Jax continuing to do very well. Did burn his teleport for that fight, but worth it overall. However, there's a big wave coming up to the top lane if Spontex wants to hold it. However, they realize that Dragon's being contested one more time. Playing Ducks starting this one up.
Really fast.
Big damage comes through. If Jarvan can get there in time, looks like he cannot, though. That is a Dragon making it now almost 3,000 gold. Hook lands.
Hook.
Not going to go for it.
A wise decision there. Had no idea where everybody else was. Decided not to take it. Now, in the bottom lane, though, BF Sword versus Vamp Scepter is what we're up against right now.
Yeah. Still, Nono has not gotten any new items, and he should be able to buy Cutlass very easily if he wants it. It's still the assumed buy for him, but it'll take some time. 13 minion deficit is a real deficit. You're seeing plenty of gold on this guy, actually.
Yeah.
Surprised
Shantao has a lot as well.
Yeah, he's got the other pieces of items, but it's 2250, I believe, from this mark to finish Infinity Edge. So if he wants to wait 500 gold, then he can just one-shot that item.
Ideally, that's what you want, because Nono's just going to come back with pretty much a Bilgewater Cutlass, and then you'll still have a little bit of an advantage over him in just an all-out fight.
Cutlass Dagger, normal build. That's what we expect to see in this one. I expect Youmuu's next. You could do Ayat as well. But Youmuu's tends to be the build we see. Sean's right now level 6 on... Still actually level 6. Actually, he's been level 6 for a long time there. He was that like 3 minutes ago. Finally 7 onto himself. Equal level to the bot lane. That's when you know he's behind.
Yeah, and Satan just hit 8 off of that, so he's a full level ahead at this point in the game. Also has his Lizard Elder completed, whereas Sean's just not his back right now, most likely to actually finish that item so he can continue getting gold off of the passive.
That is remarkably slow. That actually does not spell good things right now for Thunderbot Sparta. They have gotten, aside from that early Dragon though, it's the only move I've seen go well for these guys right here. Everything else has been a great move by Playing Ducks. Satan now sneaking to the top lane there. Spontex does not know about this. He's got no turret to run to, and the wave's pushing down as well.
Yep, he's actually not going to follow it up. Satan snuck into that second bush. Or sneaked into.
Snuck? I think so.
I think I've heard before that it's not a thing.
Snuck? That's fine.
It might just be my brain.
That's true. It's okay. We're gonna be all right. It doesn't really mean too much. This is not the grammar lesson cast anyway.
Yeah.
Bottom lane turret gonna take some damage. Edge does come through now for Shantao at 14 minutes. Great clip there. Ulti comes through to wave clear a little bit. Through a couple of minions. I think he got the cannon actually. And this turret looks like it will still fall down. They'll take the last few shots and they're gonna stay safe. And there we go. Gold comes through. And back to 1,600 gold difference for these guys. Not too bad.
And he does get the IE completed in one go for Shantao.
Yeah.
So that was what he was looking for. Satan, he's actually going to miss Spontex.
Ooh.
And they're getting converged on right now. They have a lot of gap closers. Where's the Malphite?
There's the dunk in, the knock up there for Saze as well. He does not have flash anymore. Ziggs ulti comes by, big damage, but Spontex is under the turret, and he goes down. Playing Ducks secure that one. Very well played.
Great collapse by Playing Ducks onto the hooked Malphite. And meanwhile, Prothana gets to do what he does best, split pushing.
And that Jax is going to get really big uncontested there. The roams from Spontex have not worked. He roamed for that second dragon around 10-ish minutes. Just let Jax TP into it, and Playing Ducks won that fight. He roams bot lane here for this engage. Goes for the ulti, can't convert it, another kill given up, and it's just more farm going through Schlei now in a bad spot. Ulti's being burned on all sides. Satchel charge, though, can he get out? Looks like yes, Ignite will not quite claim him. Good escape for 2 ultis.
Very, very close. Sub 100 HP on Schlei. They're able to just pick him up, very close to, but they stacked their CCs.
So beautiful stuff. Now it's going to be them staying safe. The attempted dive's not quite working on either side in this case. The jungle dive's really not meaning much in the gank situations, but so far still it's Playing Ducks having better team fighting when it comes down to it. 3,000 gold puts them in the lead. Pretty decent margin for this point in the game. Top lane turret taking a lot of damage and a lot of minions being dropped away as well. Schlei about to lose that turret.
Ooh, very, very close. Prothana could just walk up and give that a little love tap and it's gone. Give his team a little bit more advantage. They're already at about a 3k gold advantage. Dragon's up about 90 seconds. And right now, the items they've accumulated for themselves, they're doing pretty well. They're doing really well. Prothana actually goes straight for the Sheen. He has the Bilge Water for the sustain. Doesn't complete Blade of the Ruined King. Instead, starts going for the Trinity Force.
I think it's a good build. I like that. Getting the burst out is one of the better things for Jax there. Trying to get attack speed items to work against Malphite, going to be a bit difficult. So, yeah, I like that choice. I think it's smart here in this matchup. We're seeing I thought about Sparta though, saying, you know what, the gank play hasn't been working, but Malphite ulti's back up. Let's look for the dive on the mid lane turret. Vi ult's back up at about 10 seconds. Smite goes down to the cannon minion. They can't quite find their way in, and of course PD are there to defend, so no dives available.
Seeing what Avenue can do with his Last Breath ultimate. He does actually need to back. He's sitting on a decent amount of gold. Has the Static Shiv completed, which is a really good item for Yasuo to start with. Pretty much standard.
Yeah.
But once he gets that 2-item power spike, see what he does with it. Definitely one of the best mid laners right now.
Oh yeah, he's pretty heavily sought after. It's interesting because he's really good, but I know we talked about this a little bit earlier. There's so many good mid lane picks right now. That I think it's the widest sort of top tier pool where you're like, when you're like completely unsurprised to see the champion picked, you're like, oh yeah, any one of these like 14 is like totally normal. The other roles are a bit more constrained right now.
Yeah, top lane's one of the other ones too, where you have a lot of wiggle room in terms of your picks.
Yeah, you've got like a good 10 where you're unsurprised. Like Malphite's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, that one's a little bit surprising. I was actually surprised it wasn't conjunction with a Yasuo.
Yeah, true, but Yasuo was...
But they wanted it for the counter on the attack speed slow and to get into that back line and get to Jinx. Now, Dragon being started off by TBS. They're behind right now. This is the steal.
Oh, he gets it. Look at that one. Satane with the swagger. Nicely done.
Goes in, has a little help from Sazed. Gets himself out.
It's that S synergy.
Yeah. Three of them have S's in the start of their name.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Satane, Shantou, and Sazed. Avenue, Prothana, they can go do their own thing.
That's fine. They're not as important. As you can see, no assist in either one. Clearly they're not team players.
Yes, obviously. They're,
yeah. They're solo laners. They don't even do teamwork.
Avenue has been doing a good job of showing up to the fights, though, or at least making his way towards the fights when they start. Every time there was a big fight down bottom, you could see him get there, and he actually would have arrived on time, actually sooner than Schlei had. There was that one where he showed up at the tier 2 turret and helped take out Malphite. And he was right in time for that one. His reactions to map movement are really good.
Done a great job overall. I gotta say, Playing Ducks they definitely look very, very strong. Once again, this team lost to the 3rd place team in Summer 1. Like, that's a pretty good pedigree to come from. Be like, oh no, we only lost to the top 3 challenger team. Like, then you're seeing them, still be very, very strong, and they're gonna look to make their way into the quarterfinals. They're gonna win this game. Blue buff steal comes through successfully. Ziggs ulti, not gonna find that in time.
Yeah, and with their new member Prothana in the top lane, what can he do for them? Can he open up new avenues for them? Can he make it so that their path up challenger is easier, higher skill cap ceiling. Because Shantou reminds me a lot of Zai's that we just saw, where he will carry the game if he's allowed to, and he has great support at his back that knows his playstyle and facilitates for him.
So he's doing a very good job defending. He actually plays more of the defensive types as well. The Morgana, the Thresh, big ones for him to keep the Shantou safe, despite playing champions we don't see for like Ziggs, or not Ziggs, Jinx. Not a champ we see a ton, but I think she does very well with the Infinity Edge changes.
Here's the thing is, Shantou, he loves Jinx. He played it 3 of his 4 games that we saw him in the first Challenger Series, and he played it in the round of 8, or round of 20 yesterday.
And he's a big Jinx player.
I think he just loves taking down turrets quickly.
He's good at it. When you pick Jinx, you press Q, or don't press Q as the case may be. Things die pretty quickly, and
you press Control Q, just level it up.
I actually bind to Alt Q, so.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. That's actually what it originally was in beta. And so when we swapped them around in like late 09, I was like, nope, keeping them. So I'm hipster like that. So whatever. Control Q is self-cast for me.
Oh really? I do opposite.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm standard.
One of us is Diamond 1. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. No, they're trying to hold on as best he can. Is going towards Youmuu's second. Back on topic with the itemizations going on. Shantou has not bought in a while. He's got pretty close to PD at this point, I would assume. Yeah, 1600. Okay, he's got Zeal and a dagger. It's most of the way. Got 1,000 since then. And honestly, here's the thing: is like playing Ducks. Their siege is garbage, first of all, because their team is basically 4 melee, and a Jinx, which is all right. But like they have so much good late game. It's like you can just split with Jax like the entire game, and like life's gonna be happy. So we might see them just take plenty of time and just play around dragons. And hey, 50 minutes, they'll be too strong to lose.
Yeah, that's true. It would be really, really hard to break that and to get in. But playing Ducks with that whole melee comp, aside from Shantou, you can see right now they can't really contest these. They're using Prothana to just try and split push.
It's a better trade.
But where's their wave play?
Well, they don't have a whole lot. There's no... there we go. The engagement in. There's the dive on in. Can they get the spite? Of course, the 4v5 with the TP in from Jax. Schlaya is going to get the kill first picked up. Lunette trying to run away, but here comes Jax in, and he's going to find one. Braum goes down. It's going to be Jarvan trying to run. Spontex trying to run as well, but he is a very tanky man. Can they make this happen? Spontex, a couple hits from dead. The flash, the zap gets blocked, but Nono still goes down to Shantou, making that 2-1. And the better turret trade.
Very hectic team fight there. Prothana teleported in during the entire affair and is able to use his lead strike, flash, and have the counter strike go off on the back line for the stuns. Really big play there with the Wombo combo, and the start off there by Satane played right into the hands of the melee comp by getting under their turret.
And look at that, they're gonna get melee tier 2, or sorry, mid tier 2 as well for this one. So playing Ducks, absolutely playing great on this one. They go up a kill, but who cares? 7.6 thousand gold lead. This is going to be a lot of power spikes.
Yeah, they can start setting up for this dragon, which is up in a minute. There's actually complete control of this area by TBS because they have so many wards here, but they aren't really deep enough. They have great pink ward control from PD. They can go a little further with it right now. Set themselves up to get that next dragon because it's going to be a big one.
That is going to be big. 55 seconds, so time to go to buy up, get your spikes, be all ready to go with this one. Ruin King does come through for Avenue.
8k gold advantage now.
Yeah.
We're going to look at that again. Watch the Wombo combo here. It looks like it gets wind wall.
Oh, wow.
Back line, only lock up one, but boom. Super Mega Death Rocket across everybody. The flash out from Avenue. But look at this. Prothana flash after lead strike to get to Lunette with the stun, hitting multiple members, and then they end up getting Spontex eventually by using Shantou. And actually, no, they get Nono, that's right.
Yeah. Schlaya was actually out of mana that
blocking the zap.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it was, nice to be there for the teamwork. But I gotta say, so Schlaya, blue buff being stolen all game. Merlinamica instead of Athenes, because he's fighting 80 mid laner. I understand it. Out of mana for that fight. You saw as they were running away, no more satchels, not a second minefield, only one bouncing bomb came out. The health bars were so low. If he had mana, that was a good fight for them. Say's now in a bit of a rough spot, taking some damage back and forth. Lunette helping to set the one up. Culling only doing so much there. Nono's got some time to go. Shiv already done for the AD carry for playing Ducks, though. And who's really going to get control of this? Spontex has teleport, and Prothana does not, but they're not playing around that.
There's a blue buff available for Schlaya.
Ooh.
Dragon is up, but look, they're making a move for Baron Bump for playing Ducks, and they don't give him time to complete.
So much damage from this lineup as well. Baron taking a whole bunch of damage all at once. They're trying to show up. Teleport's going to come in behind the pit, but it's still going down. Ulti comes in for Braum. Can they make it happen? There's the ult on in. Baron Nashor is picked up, but will they win the fight? They found a 1-for-0 so far. Damage in for Avenue is going to make that 1-for-1 actually as they trade on back. Now the knockups Avenue will go down. 2 kills picked up for Thunderbot Sparta. They lose the Baron, but can they get something off this?
It's a 2-for-1, and Baron over to playing Ducks. And now, what do they do with it with this numbers advantage? They want to siege the mid lane? Do they want to just pick up Dragon for free? Have to see, because there's no chance of a smite.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're just going to go back to Dragon, cut their losses.
Schley's out of mana.
Yes.
If he had mana, they could probably take tier 2 mid, then take Dragon and recall out. They can't do that in this case. They're actually being contested a little bit, but no real chance of steal here, so that is Dragon. That actually, the gold on that is pretty equal, to be fair. It's just, hey, look, Baron buff's worth kind of a lot, so if Thunderbot Sparta plays out the Baron buff, they're okay. But still, you're seeing Schley run out of mana all the time. Shantao's going to continue to outscale Nono here. A lot of those are really scary risks.
Yeah, and Schley is going to get a blue buff right now, so that'll be a little bit of help to him. At the same time, he keeps using mana all the time, and against the Ziggs, where you need that to constantly wave clear, he doesn't have that option available to him. Lunette only knocks up Sazed, and then the knock up in the backline there, but Avenue does get his ultimate onto Lunette and picks that up. And the great box here for the peel out. Prothana just leaps to Sazed, and they're gone.
They realized who was going to die, and everyone else pieced the heck out, because, yeah, you're going to have to in this case.
It was very close. Sazed actually got the smite off right before he died.
Yeah.
He died literally half a second after the Baron did.
So close in that one. That would have been crazy if they got Baron off that as well. Then that would have been a fairly different fight, I think, because maybe Lunette actually lives in that case, and you know.
And then you'd have mono regen for Shaze.
Yeah,
for Shia.
For Schley. Pretty important. He's running out a lot. But top lane Siege, CC on a Satan, loses half his health bar. Windwall comes out, he's going to stay safe, but this Siege not likely to work very well if you lose all your health. But Prothana is split pushing. He's doing nicely. Red Elixir on him. Baron buff there as well. Chunking this turret down. No one is defending him. This turret could die.
Yeah, we talked about it in Champion Select. Very similar style to their former top laner Vanez, and he loves split pushing constantly. But he's going to be answered with 2 members right now. Doing Spontex. Ooh.
Nothing else picked up, but look at that bottom lane. Now it pulled so much attention that, well, guess what? Another turret goes down. Playing Ducks completely outplaying the map right now. Nono's trying to get some siege going. He will be able to claim this turret, but still, you're seeing still a better situation. Tier 2 bottom plus inhibitor turret for just a tier 2 mid. Better.
It's a better trade in every way possible. You know, cuddle with some wolves and back at the same time, where Shantou is looking for him.
Not going to find him.
Yep.
Top lane being pushed out by the Malphite of Spontex. Has some time to go. Does have the early Frozen Heart. Randuin's is next up. Of course, he is stacking armor. Same for Sean's, who did go Sightstone, by the way, on Jarvan.
Oh, the Frozen Heart for Spontex. He's looking for the attack speed slow from both his ground slam and that item.
This is interesting. Okay.
Oh, they're wrapping around Shantou right now. He's
so
alone.
Dead. He's so dead. If he outplays this, it's a miracle. But there's the TP coming in for Prothana. The dive on in. There's all the spells being cast. But he's actually not going down. The knockup comes in, but Sean runs out of health, and he actually dies. Shantou is still there. The team collapses, and Spontex now not in a good spot. In comes the Vi ulti, down he goes. Lunette has to jump to his friend. He does get over there, but the flash comes in. They might find more. Nono gets locked up. 4 kills picked up for nothing.
Wow, they tried to make a play onto Shantou, and they end up just having a blow up in their face. They lose 4 members, and now playing Ducks can do whatever they want. They have an open inhibitor top, and they have a minion wave bottom.
Wow, this is so rough right there. Playing Ducks do an awesome 11,000, almost 12,000 gold ahead. Minion wave coming in a second there. The wave clear from Ziggs means a little bit, but there's an open inhibitor top lane. Doesn't even need minions for that one. 10 seconds in the 80 carry respawn, but it's still going to be a 4-on-3 for a short time.
They have Shantou on this Jinx. They're going to be able to take this before anything happens and then just back off and push another wave.
And have to go. G5-on-4 in this one. The Lantern comes out. Avenue stays safe. And they're all kinds of wonderful. So look at this. Top inhibitor's dead. Baron's gone for the map for some time. Dragon's gone for some time, but that's all okay. It's just there's such a gold lead. They can recall for a bunch of items. And they've got some minions. This is playing Ducks game to lose.
Yep, and they can go ahead and push this bottom lane if they want to. Do a split push with Prothana. I don't know if they will because there's teleport still on Spontex. Spontex is probably going to be staying top and just trying to push that out and then TPing into a fight.
That's going to be difficult. Malphite without Sunfire Cape, not the best wave clearer in the game. So that'll be something he's going to miss for some time.
And a lot of this entire advantage was just created off the fact that the laners had a better lane swap and were able to push it and then got more dragons for themselves on playing Ducks. And then they played the map better with the Baron.
Yes.
They were able to just rush that Baron down. They ended up losing more members, but they did secure it. And that's why they find themselves in the situation they're in, about 12k goal up.
They're looking great. And look at this, actually playing Ducks, just making sure they know they're ahead. So they're kind of doing insurance policies here. Guardian Angel next up for Prothana. His busy first defensive item. You're seeing 2 Hex Drinkers already there early on. Doesn't even finish the Infinity Edge.
I almost never see a Hex Drinker on
Yasuo.
A Yasuo. I typically see the IE rush after the Blade of the Ruined King. Or Static Shiv, just so you get the 100% crit and maximum damage potential. But right now, it's not about that. It's about TBS sitting in this bush looking for a pick with a composition that isn't really made for picking.
They ping the brush though. Lantern comes in and they spot him out.
Lanterns all day. Yep. Just see people sitting in a bush waiting for that.
Very nicely done. Playing Ducks now getting
At
ready.
the same time, they can't clear top lane. They have super minions pushing into their base.
Well, they're going to have to.
Actually looking for a flank here from Shauna.
Oh, he's going to look for it. There comes a great wind wall. The engage comes through, but nothing really found here. Spontex is now out of cooldowns. Jinx Rocket comes by. Sean's very nearly dead. It's going to be a kill. She traded back 1 for 1 so far. Jungler's dead, and the fight continues. Prothana there, just dealing damage. Jinx cleaning up everybody. No away. Lunat is going to be going down. Prothana goes for the stun. He's going to find some more to do, and now only Shlaya is alive. 3 versus 1. Super minions now inside the base as well. 1 turret already dead. 2nd turret to fall as well. This is going to be game 31 minutes in.
They ignored the super minion wave up top and they just pushed into their base, got a solo turret, got the second one down to half HP, and look at that. They take the game in style there. 31 minutes for playing Ducks.
Beautifully played with these guys. 31 minutes is a great time for them, and you talk about it. They did everything, I think, right. The lane swap, you said, went better. They played around the objectives better. The Baron out of nowhere was awesome. And they said, okay, we'll siege bottom, as we know Super Minions would close the game for us if you don't defend it. They went for a fight and won it.
And what allowed that to happen was a lot of Prothana just having that advantage from the lane swap, playing it right, and then swapping it back, being 20 CS up over Malphite, continue to split push. He's already past that little early game hump where he doesn't do well, continues, gets a turret, gets a second turret, gets a third turret for himself, opens up the inhibitor so they can run straight there after that really chaotic team fight that was just trying to pick off Shantou, who baited them in. You said, as soon as it started, if he turns this around, it's going to be like godly, and he does.
The mirror, yeah, I mean,
4-0.
And that was kind of the problem as well, is, so, I mean, I do really like how Playing Ducks played. I thought they did awesome. They look really good. I think we're going to see more good things from these guys because they're great individual players, great teamwork, great everything. Thunderbolt Sparta seemed to be playing slowly, like they weren't keeping up with the game. So one thing to keep in mind is they had only 2 damage threats, and Nono was behind. So they had 1.5 damage threat.
Yeah.
In fact, they had 1 damage threat because Ziggs was out of mana half the time. So there actually wasn't real damage output for the team. Theoretically, it's there. Theoretically, you know, Ground Slam, Malphite ult, Ziggs drops bombs, that works out. But and a low scaling AD carry build who never got any damage off. And so when you saw, like, the catch onto Shantou earlier, it was like, well, Malphite doesn't do any damage.
Yeah.
And Jarvan doesn't do any damage. And Braum didn't even join the fight. And then, okay, we turned it around. By the way, you guys are all dead. And so the big front line, without a real damage threat behind it, that comp doesn't work. And then you talked about the split pushing as well, coming out of Prothana. Like, he got top inhibitor turret for nothing.
Yeah.
He just hit it the entire time and was, oh, there's a Jax over there. And that's very, very slow. And that's really unfortunate to see for Thunderbolt Sparta.
Yeah, and Thunderbolt Sparta, they did play one of the longest games of the round of 20, and they seem to struggle there as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll come back in the spring.
Yeah.
But we do see that Playing Ducks, you know, they do deserve to go on. They played about a 31-minute game there. Had a really good showing all throughout. Avenue, once again, Shantou carrying the team, 3-0-10, and the probates at the end there.
Heck, why not?
And Shantou and Seist had 100% kill participation in that game. They're involved in every kill that happened, just being very present, being very aware, and actually pulling a lot of aggro into their lanes.
Yep. And turning it around really nicely. So great play by those players as well. Now, of course, that's going to be it for Summer 2 round of 10 play-in, but the round of 8 begins in 2 weeks, and that's when we start playing best of 3s. The Summer 1 champions H2K Gaming will take on GG Call Nash in the first quarterfinal games on July 10th. And then 2 of today's winners will avoid the top seeds for another round when Forever Zenzig goes up against SK Gaming Prime on July 11th.
The quarterfinals continue on July 17th when Ocelots Gamers 2 goes up against Playing Duck in a best-of-3 matchup. Then on July 18th, Ninjas in Pajamas takes on Unicorns of Love.
Going to be a bunch of fun, but of course there's more LCS action coming your way before then. Tomorrow, the North American LCS kicks off Summer Week 6 when Team Solo Mid takes on Counterlogic Gaming, and then Complexity goes up against Cloud9.
And after that, Evil Geniuses battles Team Curse, and Dignitas goes head-to-head with LMQ. It all begins at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
And so with that, we reach the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Now, Drag being started up by TBS. They're behind right now. This is the steal.
He gets it. Look at that one. Can they make it happen? There's the ult in. Baron Nashor is picked up, but will they win the fight? They found a 1-for-0 so far. Damage in for Avenue is going to make that 1-for-1 actually as they trade on back. Now the knockup to Avenue will go down. 2 kills picked up. The team collapses and Spontex now not in a good spot. In comes the Vi ulti, down Egos. Lunette has to jump to his friend. He does get over there, but the flash comes in. They might find more. Nono gets locked up. 4 kills picked up for nothing. Cleaning up everybody. Nono away. Lunette is going to be going down. Prothana goes for the stun. He's going to find some more to do, and now only Schleia is alive.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on.